What's going on, everybody? Today, we're going to talk about the war with Iran. This has been in the makings for decades now. Trump officially launched it by killing their leader and a bunch of his family. And I want to basically just give my perspective on it. Also, I have a lot of questions to ask, and I want to go through specifically in this podcast or broadcast or both the 15 or so talking points I've been hearing because I'm interested in obviously like I have a perspective like everybody in America, but it's more breaking through the propaganda and breaking through a lot of like the crazy narratives around this. And I think the more honest you are about it, you can come to your conclusion. And the title is Will It Work? It depends who you are or what you want. Will it work for the average American citizen? Will it work for the taxpayer and the homeowner, for the donors, for the deep state, for Lindsey Graham, John Bolton, Donald Trump, etc., foreign nations who seem to have a lot of leverage on America? So I'm going to try to be as honest as I possibly can, but I feel like I have a lot of good talking points to say about this, and I'm just going to get into it. I don't have a bunch of clips to play or anything. I'm just kind of winging this one, but I've been thinking about it for days, at least since it started. And there's a lot of things that are not sitting right with me as far as how people are acting and what people are saying. And I'm going to make my case for why. So I hope you guys join. I hope you like it. And Dreamer Podcast starts now.
It's the Dream Rare Podcast. Welcome to the show. The way to get the news at the desk or on the road. Let's go. God is great and success in our control. The world is crazy, but we get better from obstacles. Yeah.
What's up, Facebook? What's up, YouTube? I appreciate y'all. Thank you so much for being here. And I'm super grateful to have a show that people want to pay attention to. Thanks to everybody who tuned into my Marjorie Taylor Greene interview. I hope you enjoyed that. And I tried to do a combination of asking her, great questions, letting her tell her story and speak. And then also, I wanted to challenge her a little bit on things that I heard that opponents of Marjorie had to say. So hopefully, whether you agree with me or not on Marjorie Taylor Greene, I hope you enjoyed the interview because I tried to not just ask her questions that I wanted to hear, but I did ask her questions that a lot of critics of hers wanted to hear as well. Someone said this guy might be a Jesuit. I'm not a Jesuit. But you could think whatever you want. And to be honest, I will not shame you because I understand why everyone is extremely skeptical of everything. There's a lot of lies. There's a lot of fake opposition. So I'm personally not a Jesuit, but you could think what you want, and I'm not going to get mad at you for thinking I'm something. I don't know. It is what it is. I want to start because I have 50. I wrote down over the last 2 days 10 talking points I've been hearing over and over and over again. And I want to break it down because I think with any topic, I'm not going to act like a maniac over the war with Iran. You're allowed to have your own opinion, but there's a dishonesty going on. And I think if you really are seeking the truth and you really want to know what's actually happening, you have to be honest about every aspect of it and not just yell talking points that don't make sense. Jeremy said, "You're a liar." Well, thank you, Jeremy, for being here. And I pray that even if you think I'm a liar, that's fantastic that you're joining. But I want you to listen to me for like 10, 20 minutes. You don't have to listen to the whole stream. And then after 10, 20 minutes, if you want to say that I'm still a liar, that's up to you to say that. But I'm not going to lie. And it's going to be a good show. So I hope you come in with an open heart and an open mind and consider critically thinking and not just spewing what you already thought. Frankie, one more. Who is paying you peanuts to portray the United States? No one's paying me to do anything to the United States. But also, I do want to say this, Frankie. If you're going to falsely accuse me of that and suggest that somebody's paying me, you have to pay attention to both sides. And Trump took $250 million from Miriam Adelson, who's a donor, who Trump, in his own words, says always asks for things for Israel, which is a foreign nation, and pays Trump to do things for Israel. So if you're going to be crazy critical of me and be wrong about me, nobody's paying me. That's why I'm able to say these things. That's why I'm blacklisted from left and right wing media. That's why they've been trying to cover up my show for 6 years now, because I'm not sold out to big pharma or Israel or the military industrial complex or anybody. This is all I ask of my audience. Can you have the same scrutiny of billionaires who have taken George Soros linked loans? Donald Trump has donated to Kamala and Hillary Clinton, still defends Bill Clinton, is endorsing Lindsey Graham, is on the exact same page with Iran as John Bolton and Lord Rothschild, That's all I ask. It's like, can you at least have the same screw? Because it's like if I'm sitting here basically risking my life, I mean, not that I'm that heroic or anything, but it's like I'm putting everything on the line to make literal peanuts. And Donald Trump is making $250 million from someone with two passports who likes a foreign nation more than America. Why is it my fault for telling you about it? Like, you're not mad that Trump's taking $250 million from someone who only cares about Israel? Someone said, super chat, please, bro, one more regime change, bro. I won't backfire this time or whatever. So anyway, I'm not going to I'm not going to read too many comments for now because I do want to actually say my own thing, but I do like interacting. So if you want to continue engaging with me, just give me like 10, 15 minutes, then I'll look back at the comments. But I do want to be a little unperturbed for a second. But just have the same scrutiny for Donald Trump and Republicans and Democrats and Biden and Kamala, not just the guy that's trying to like put everything on the line to tell you about it. But anyway, someone said Kamala raised 1.5 billion. I'm not a fan of Kamala. I think Kamala is an evil, wretched, corrupt witch. But this is maybe, I don't know if it's like a wisdom thing or a discernment thing. My mom used to tell me if everybody goes and jumps off a cliff, you don't follow, right? Like, don't be a follower. So a lot of people on the left are like, well, I don't like Trump, so the left must be telling me the truth. And then people on the right are like, well, Kamala sold out, so that's okay that Trump sells out too. It's like, I'm you can make a decision for yourself, but what I'm saying is the same people are buying both sides. Bankers and the same tribe is controlling both parties. So, yes, like Kamala is sold out too, but I don't understand how that justify. Like it just reminds me of such like low IQ logic. Well, it's okay that Trump sells out to Israel because Kamala sold out too. We know, bro. It's like everybody knows that. I don't get what makes that difference. All right, I don't want to derail the show too much, but I'll read comments in 10 minutes. So the first talking point I want to kind of push back on that I find actually insane and just really dumb is people saying, you don't have the intel, you don't have the inside knowledge, just shut up and trust the government essentially because they know more than you, right? Matt Walsh pointed this out, and I'm grateful that Matt is being really honest about this war with Iran. But he said, this reminds me exactly of, during COVID when people said, you don't have the science, you're not a scientist, you're not a doctor, you're not a virologist, trust Anthony Fauci and all these little, weird, like chubby, completely out of shape weirdos who take money from the pharmaceutical industry. They're your experts. You're too stupid to do the data. Just sit there on your couch, lose everything, and let them lock the world down so Pfizer, Moderna, and Johnson & Johnson can make a bunch of money. It's the same exact logic. It's like, do I have a science degree? No. Do I have a math degree? No. But are the equations involved in the COVID, whatever you want to call it, pandemic, lockdown? Is it this like calculus equation that only somebody who went to Harvard can do? No, it's a third grade math equation. Okay. I don't want to like walk down memory lane too much. And the reason I'm doing this, by the way, is not to like rehash the glory days when MAGA actually listened to what I said. It's just the same exact logic. And if you can understand it for one thing, my hope is that people listen with an open heart and an open mind to then apply this same logic to the war with Iran, because it's the exact same thing. So during COVID, it doesn't take a math degree to see that the pharmaceutical industry is going to make billions of dollars, whether this product works or not. So when I put in the title, I did this purposely. I said, regime change with Iran, will it work? Who will it work for? For the pharmaceutical stuff, it worked for politicians who took donor money and made a bunch of money. It worked for Pfizer. It worked for Moderna. It worked for Johnson & Johnson, I'm sure. Like if you work for them, then yeah, like I'm not asking you to be me. I don't work for the pharmaceutical industry. I don't take money from them. I'm not a politician. I don't want the country to be locked down, but if that's what you want. So then when it all doesn't work for the average person who got the vaccine or the average American citizen, these same people will come to you and they'll say, oh, you know what? We made a mistake. They just so happen to make a mistake that just made them a fortune. So is it really a mistake? It never was a mistake. They're just going through with a thing where they say, if the product works, we make money. If the product doesn't work, we make money. They win regardless. So if you understand that when it comes to the lockdown and COVID stuff and like, I was right about all of that, not because I'm a prophet, not because I'm a math wizard, not because I'm a scientist, because I'm smart and I just did the math and the science for myself. And it was obvious, if you follow the money and follow the corruption and follow the executive orders and follow all the legislation they pass, it was obvious from the start that they were going to cash out on this lie, steal our money. Basically, it was one of the biggest wealth transfers in history and put us into further debt. So now that everybody understands that, and I think that's like common knowledge now, look at the old wars. Like when you look at, right, even if you support this war with Iran, should you really be shaming people that are skeptical of it? Let me walk through a few of the past regime change wars in my lifetime. You have the Afghanistan war, which is actually the longest war in United States history. War has been so normalized, and basically because it's not in America, we can't really see it, so it's like, oh, it's not really happening because it's not affecting us. But the Afghanistan war is actually the longest war in the United States history, which is not good because it's not even a war we really won. Because after however many decades, we just gave it right back to the Taliban. We wasted trillions of dollars. You had the war with Iraq. I don't think Iraq is that much better or worse right now. It's like similar to, I think, how it was. It's not like a success story. You have Libya, where they purposely killed Gaddafi because he was probably a good leader for Africa. And then they just left a power vacuum where slavery and a bunch of terrorism into Africa leaked. So we killed Gaddafi. It led to slavery and terrorism. We overthrew the leader of Syria, and then a former wanted Al Qaeda terrorist who has a wanted poster on the U.S. Embassy of Syria's Twitter account. He's literally like he was a wanted terrorist. He became the leader of Syria, and then as soon as a wanted Al Qaeda terrorist becomes a leader, he got flown to America to meet with the CIA with Rubio and Trump. If you can't figure out at this point that the terrorists that they scared you about for 20 years are actually working in cahoots with America, you are cattle. Jeffrey Epstein was calling you goy and cattle. He's right, and I'm not trying to say he's right about everything. Obviously, Epstein is disgusting, but it's like, you're only not cattle if you don't act like cattle. If you literally act like cattle, then they're completely right in calling you that. Like, what part of, it's like, oh, we got to go fight the terrorists. You mean the one who took over Syria and then immediately got flown to the White House? They're working with them. They never were fighting them, or at least not in the capacity that they told you they were. So that's what happened in Syria. And Al Qaeda terrorists took over. Someone said misinformation. Sandra, you're probably not the brightest crayon in the box, and that's okay. But why don't you Google what I said? The current leader of Syria is literally a former wanted Al Qaeda terrorist member with a wanted poster. He was literally wanted. He had a bounty on his head. But he became the leader of Syria, and then America and Israel and our allies were like, oh, I guess he's our best friend now. Let's ship him to America. But anyway, look all that up. And then you have, I'm trying to think of other regime changes: Libya, Syria, Afghanistan. I'm sure I'm missing some that were tragic, but that's like our lifetime, right? Pretty much every regime change, it didn't end the war. It didn't make the country better. It didn't help America. It didn't improve us. It sunk us into debt. You could say there's a lot of things that have made America kind of crappier over the last couple decades, but I would say the main thing is focusing so much money and energy on the Middle East. Because imagine if you had a nation that actually cared about America, that was rebuilding roads, that spent trillions of dollars to rebuild our airports, to build facilities like, hey, let's live in paradise since we have technology and drones. Like, we could literally live in paradise. The country and the world is kind of what you make of it. It's like Willy Wonka. Can you imagine it? Then you can create it. But we're not doing that. Look at Los Angeles, look at our cities, look at, and I'm not saying this is the only reason it's doing that, but the Middle Eastern wars have taken so much money and energy. And here's what I want to say. There's so much I could say on this, but I want to get to, just like during COVID, right? Was it like, oh, they just happened to make a mistake for the pharmaceutical industries and it's this spontaneous? No, it's big money. Big money talks. Like, if you give Trump $100 million, your word matters more than the MAGA mom who's like, Trump, Trump, Trump. Trump doesn't give a crap about that lady. He looks at her like an animal, like, yeah, thank you. Okay, I'm going to meet with Bill Gates now. Yeah, keep cheering. Yeah, moo, moo, moo. Like, I'm not trying to be rude, but he looks at you like you're literally an animal. Like, you have no say in his administration whatsoever if you're just holding a sign screaming Trump. But if you give Trump money, if you're Sam Altman, if you're Bill Gates, if you're Miriam Adelson, if you're, the Palantir CEO, and you fork over tens or hundreds or millions of dollars to Trump, now you're in the room. Now you can have a conversation. So just like nothing, and I want to be on record saying this, not that I haven't said it before, but I don't buy that now you hear Caroline Leavitt, right? Who, it's not her fault. She's like in her 20s. but she says, we made a mistake about Iraq. The wars in the Middle East were a lie. Like now the Republican Party admits that the wars were a lie. They didn't do that for 20 years. And I'm not saying it's the same exact people, but do you remember what happened when you said that the wars were a lie in 2005 and 2015? They called you a terrorist. They called you an Islamicist. They called you Al Qaeda, even though they were working with Al Qaeda. Like they threw every smear that they possibly could at you. And then 20 years later, when all the damage is done, the government comes out and they say, you know what? We made a mistake. It's not a mistake. They're just saying that now because they're on to their next mistake. COVID wasn't a spontaneous mistake that Trump and Biden and Kamala just didn't know what they were doing. It was all premeditated to some extent as far as a plan to give the pharmaceutical industry a new product and launch it and make a fortune. So at the end of the day, it's not a mistake. They didn't just get tricked for 2 years. They did it purposely, and getting tricked made them a fortune, whether it hurt you or not. They don't care. So with all that being said, I want to get to the point of this new regime change where they say same exact thing, like, you don't have the intel, trust the government is the experts. If the United States government were the team of the smartest people in the world, where it's like, okay, they have intel, they have intelligence, I'm a retard, and the US government is just the brightest and best leaders that we have in America, I would agree with you. I'd be like, you know what? Let me shut up. I'm not the smartest person in this room. They're way smarter than me, and they've been picked because of their intelligence. Look at the United States government. Look at Congress. Look at the Senate. Look at Biden's administration. Look at Trump's cabinet. Do you think these are the smartest people in the country that are just so much more in depth than you, and that's why they're making the decisions? That's not how our United States government works at all. And in fact, it's not even close to that. Like, if you're the smartest person in the room, if you don't raise $1 billion like Trump and Kamala, you're not winning the election. So now that it's not my opinion that money buys things in politics, it's not specific to Trump. This is not a diss at Donald Trump alone. This is just how politics works. But when Donald Trump is in office, for some reason, people think it's like a personal jab at Trump. Like, Kamala sold out too. I know. George Bush was sold out too. We know. The left is sucks too. We know. Me saying this about the GOP because they're in power now is not some sort of like innocent plea to Kamala Harris. This is just the reality of like, I'm just factually speaking. I'm not trying to offend your feelings because you like Donald Trump. So with all that being said, if there's money being poured in to make them push pharmaceutical products, if there's money being poured in to get Palantir contracts, if there's money being poured in by Elon Musk to get government contracts, and way more people than Elon. I like Elon, but what else is money being poured into? So now let's look at, I'm just going to do basic, like, honest, like, analogies here. Okay. Patrick Mahomes is one of the most famous, successful quarterbacks of our era. Patrick Mahomes is 30 years old. He's basically probably a top 5 quarterback already. He's one of the most famous athletes in the country. A quarterback of a NFL team. It's like the greatest position in America. People love football. The quarterback's the biggest position. How much money has Patrick Mahomes made, right? He's played football for almost a decade. He's in all sorts of commercials. He's super famous. I looked up his net worth, and Patrick Mahomes' net worth is $100 to $150 million. So I'm not saying he has the hardest job in the world. Most people are envious, but he works, right? He works, he plays football, he does a bunch of sponsorships, and he has $100 million. Donald Trump took $250 million from Miriam Adelson, basically for one election. So if Patrick Mahomes has to play football for 10 years in order to make $100 million and be in State Farm commercials and do all this stuff to make $100 million, right? He's everywhere. His value is real. Even if you think, oh, he's just doing that, he has a lot of value, societal value, social value. He's famous, right? And very likable. What do you think Trump has to do for $250 million? If that's what Patrick Mahomes has to do for $100 million, you don't think there's some sort of transaction there? You think a billionaire is just going to give Trump $250 million for no reason? Here's $250 million, Trump. Do whatever you want. I don't care. No, it's a transaction. It's a purchase. So is every lobbying thing. So when Trump wins in office, I'll give you one example too. And don't take this personally if you like Trump. Just take this as a blessing. Now you know how politics works. If for some reason you didn't know this, one person in Palantir, Peter Thiel, bankrolls Republicans. The other guy, Alex Karp, bankrolls Democrats and doesn't like Trump, apparently. As soon as Trump wins, Alex Karp of Palantir, the other Palantir guy, he starts paying Donald Trump. And that's what a bunch of corporations and people do after the election. So it's like you have two ways to lobby a president: before the election, dump a bunch of money in. And if you're wrong, then you just do it after the election and lobby him anyway. Trump took hundreds of millions of dollars from corporations for his inauguration and broke records, right? He broke records. Nobody's ever raised that money for much money for inauguration. I'm not saying I like Biden or Kamala, they're idiots. But this is what I'm saying. It's the same thing as the pharmaceutical industry. They didn't just make a mistake with all the wars before. They didn't just make a mistake with the COVID lockdowns. These are purposeful moves that it's only a mistake for you because you're being negatively affected by it. So if you're a donor who gives Trump $250 million and you care more about Israel than America, then the cost doesn't matter for the American citizen, because the country that you want benefited from the American taxpayer and the American military it is worth the cost, if you don't care that much about this country, or you don't care as much about another country. And that's what I think has been happening to America. I don't think it's exclusive to Trump, but I do think there's an argument to be made that Trump might be the biggest sellout on this topic. But I believe that the United States is being sold out. And I believe that basically our military is being purchased. And if you point that out, they flip the script on you and say, who's paying you to say that? Who's paying me to do journalism? Who's paying me to analyze the fact that someone took $250 million? If I took $250 million, you would know, because I would start acting really different. Like think about how much I would have to do for $250 million. If anyone ever gave me that for any reason, I'd have to literally be a slave my entire life for some sort of product. I don't I don't have enough value for that. Like that, I would have to read an ad every 5 seconds for the rest of my life. Trump, they're doing that covertly, but the politician's role is to do it and then convince you that it's not happening. So I just wanted to use that analogy. And it's like that, knowing all this stuff, and then you can move forward and figure out whether you like the war or not. I want to get to the second point, which I saw somebody say in the comment section. They said, what war, right? This is a mainstream talking point that I've seen, to be honest, and I'm not trying to be rude, but it's mostly like over 60, over 50 people. Most people under 40, under 50 don't do this. And there's a lot of smart boomers as well. But I find that even if you look statistically, like most people under 40 don't support Israel. They don't support the wars. People over 50 or 60, they'd probably send their kids and blow them up in order to help Bibi Netanyahu. It's insane. I don't know what happened to Republican evangelical boomers, but might be the most brainwashed and selfish people of all time. But anyway, it's like, where's the war? Is the war in the room with us right now? They say that I don't see the war. Did you see World War II in person? Like if you live in Kentucky, or you live in Kansas, or you live in California or Portland, did you see World War II? You saw it on the television, but they didn't fight in the United States for the entirety of the time. I mean, there was an attack on our base, but most of the war was fought overseas. We've been at war and we've been funding war for a long time now, but especially the last couple of years. Tens of thousands of civilians have been slaughtered in Palestine. Thousands of people were killed in Israel at the festival. Israel's killed hundreds of journalists. They're breaking records, just slaughtering journalists in Palestine and just saying that everybody's Hamas. How many people have died in Ukraine? How many people have died in Russia? We're bankrolling Ukraine and we're bankrolling Israel. So even though you're not seeing the war in Kansas or California, we're bankrolling a war currently, and hundreds of thousands of people are dying. So in World War II, they sent a bunch of American troops to Europe. In World War I, people fought in person more, that you could, I guess, tangibly see on the television or hear on the radio, if, however you got your news. Now, war is a little bit different. There's drone warfare that's happening right now. There's, targeted warfare. And then for whatever reason, they're just sacrificing Ukrainians and Russians to kill each other. And I believe that the bankers hate Europeans. So they're just getting Eastern Europeans to kill each other. That's what they want. They want Europe to be flooded with migrants. They want, Europeans and Christians to kill each other. And they want to use Americans for their agenda. And it's killing two birds with one stone for them, because it's like, if we can benefit the country that they like and destroy our own country at the same time, they love that because they have no loyalty to our country. So people need to understand that, if you think that John McCain and Mitt Romney are fighting Barack Obama, then it's understandable why you think like, oh, we need our guy to win so to close the border. And it's like, yeah, I agree. Like I wanted the border closed as well under Trump. But here's the sad reality. Unfortunately, I think of how politics works. They use Republicans and Democrats for different reasons. And it's the same puppet master almost kind of just figuring out how to manipulate the situation. Regardless of who wins the election, they get what they want anyway. But when you have George Bush, it's like, how do you get Americans to start a war that they don't want to start? Well, 9/11 happened and thousands of Americans died, and that was an event that made us want to go to war. But also, you need like an American president. You can't have like an Obama. You need like a George Bush. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're all patriots. Let's go fight the Middle East and go avenge these deaths of terrorists who 20 years later, after they said Al Qaeda did 9/11, a former wanted Al Qaeda terrorist is the leader of Syria and got invited to the White House to hang out with Trump, Marco Rubio, and former CIA Director Petraeus. Can I repeat this slowly just for the boomer generation? Boomers, I know you guys hate me because I tell you the truth and you're brainwashed. Not all of you, but a lot of you. Do you remember how sickened you were and sad you were to find out that Al Qaeda did 9/11 and killed thousands of Americans on September 11th? Do you remember that? Al Qaeda? I know they switch it all the time. Like, so then you move on to like the next terrorist group that they tell you about. But do you remember Al Qaeda? Because it was like all we were talking about for 10 years. The current leader of Syria is on a wanted poster because he was a wanted Al Qaeda leader a couple years ago. He's now the president of Syria. Our government's not mad he took over Syria. Our government helped him take over Syria, and then he got invited to the United States to hang out in the White House with Donald Trump, a former wanted Al Qaeda terrorist. But they know that, no offense, I'm not trying to be rude, I'm just being honest. Boomers are essentially like cattle to them. So it's like, if you're that stupid and you don't even remember the terrorist group that did 9/11, and you're not even like they don't even ask questions about that. They're like, why is Anomaly saying that? Who paid Anomaly to tell? Who paid me to tell you that a former wanted Al Qaeda terrorist is being celebrated by the United States intelligence? Like, what more do you need to know? But you forget about Al Qaeda, and then it's ISIS, and then it's this, and then it's that. They just like, you're literally like a cat with a laser pointer. There's a reason that they're laughing at you in emails, calling you goy and cattle. They're like, these people are retarded. And you're like, I'm at an Anomaly, not the guy who took $250 million from a dual loyalty donor. Okay, you might as well just moo at that point, because that's what we all hear. All right, so with that being said, they use George Bush to launch the war. Then they bring in Obama to socially just mess up America and to continue the wars and do what they want anyway. Then they bring in Trump, who does 15 days to slow the spread. Then they bring in Biden to mandate vaccines and start the war with, Ukraine. And then apparently, they needed patriotism again to start this war. And I hate to say it, but Trump is basically ruining his chances and destroying JD Vance's political career. And now I would say the odds are in favor of Democrats to win the next election. And when the Democrats win the next election, they're probably going to open the border again, and they're going to let a bunch of refugees in from this new war. And then Republicans are going to be like, I'm against the refugees. I'm against the border. Yes, but the bankers and the puppet masters and the donors, they're controlling both sides. You don't want the refugees in, but they're like, okay, let's bankroll Trump. Let's get him to start the war. Let's get him to create the refugees. Trump doesn't want the refugees in, but he's not going to win the next election because he just blew up his, metaphorically, blew up his coalition in order to serve his donors. And then the donors will just bankroll the other side, and then they'll flood the border with refugees. And then the next Republican will be like, I didn't want this. You didn't want it, but instead of serving your country and serving the people who voted for you, you served the donors, exhausted your support, got the other side to win, and then the other side's going to open the borders. So it's like, I can already see it now. A Democrat's going to win. They're going to open the borders, and then they're going to flood our country with all of these refugees that we're going to create. And when it comes to, a few other questions I have, I see, because anytime something happens, right? I know Venezuelans in America who fled Venezuela because they like America and they don't like Venezuela. So most of the Venezuelans who don't like Venezuela left Venezuela. A lot of people in Venezuela that stay, not all of them, but some of them like it. And same with Iran. Like, some people want, some women are feminists. They want liberalism. They want OnlyFans accounts. They want, you know what I'm saying? They want Iran to look like San Francisco. There's some men that probably want more liberalism and more feminism in Iran. And then there's going to be the more conservative Iranians who don't want Iran to end up like the West. But they find Iranians and America, and they say, look at this girl dancing. It's like some girl that's like dressed like she's going out to the club with a bunch of tattoos, and she's like, "Yay, Iran's going to be freed." And you're like, "Okay." Um and this, I'm not trying to be rude. I'm just asking, are Iranians celebrating in America going to return to their homeland to participate in the rebuilding? I'm American, right? I'll just for full disclosure, people always ask, I'm Italian. One of my grandfathers came from Italy. One of my grandmas came from Czechoslovakia. One of my grandfathers came from Poland. And then one of my grandma, her family at one point came from Puerto Rico. But I'm American. I don't want to go back to Italy. I have no plans of going back to Poland. None of those places are my homeland. My family's been here for so long. All I know is America. I'm American. That's my nation. I have no dual loyalty to any other nation. But so many people, they're like, this is what I've always wanted. I've waited for this. Okay, then go back. Then go back and fix your country, right? If that's your homeland and that's your nation and that's the flag you wave and that's what you're so happy about, go back and fix it, right? They killed Kamimi or whatever his name is, the Ayatollah. I don't know how to. That was that Kamimi, but they killed the Ayatollah. Do you want to go back right now? Oh no, it's too unstable. It's going to be unstable probably for a while now. I don't know for sure, but if you're not going to go back, then who cares about what you think? It's like, oh, they did this in that country. All right, then go back. No, I'm going to stay here. Then start serving American interests then, because if something happens in Yemen and it's like, yay, it's like, if you care more about Yemen than America, then go. If you don't, then let's talk as a country, right? Of all ethnicities, what can we do for our country now? We've done 30 years of nation building. We've helped and liberated Iran, didn't do shit. We've helped and liberated Afghanistan, didn't do shit. We've helped and liberated Libya, aka the exact opposite, and brought terrorism and slavery there. We've fake liberated pretty much every nation, and none of them actually happened. So okay, we've helped all these people, even though we really didn't help that much. When do we help Americans? When are we going to stop printing trillions of dollars? When are we going to focus on our issues? When are we going to admit that 95% of Congress is completely sold out? Why do we have 85-year-olds that just won't leave Congress, that are just making a fortune? Like, it's time to talk about our country. We've helped everybody else. And then my other question, besides, will people move back to their homeland? Of course they won't. Will any MAGA influencers who became neocons overnight and Jeb Bush supporting this war, are they enlisting in the military? I respect our soldiers. I respect our veterans. I respect everybody who serves our nation. Regardless of whether I agree with our foreign policy, I appreciate and respect all of our troops, and I would never disrespect our soldiers. But are these like scrawny, moronic, just snarky, douchey, like boat shoes wearing Republican retard influencers like Bryn Hollyhand or whatever his name, what is it, Bryn Hollyhand, that little shriveled up like minion? Is he gonna do, yay, I'm the new Charlie Kirk, yay? Are you gonna join the military? Are you gonna go fight your wars for Israel? I mean, America? Are you gonna go sacrifice your life or put your life at risk? No, you're just going to sit on a podcast lobbying for a war that you're not going to join in on. Why not? Why don't you go? You believe in this so much, but you won't serve. How about any of these politicians that take money from AIPAC and these these Zionist journalists? Are they going to send their sons and daughters to war? Is Barron Trump going to enlist? No, everybody. It takes a real brave person to declare war on all. Yay, let's go fight everybody. Like, oh, it's okay that our soldiers, but they won't even serve. So it's like, if I believed in war so strongly that I was going to sit on my podcast every single day and say, we need to sacrifice our troops, we need to fight these wars, we need to go launch missiles at all these countries, then I would at least be man enough to join the war. I don't believe in these wars, and I think I'm doing not. I mean, obviously, every soldier is way more brave than me, but My job here is not to just go send our soldiers to die for foreign nations because Trump, the GOP, and Democrats are being bought out by billionaire donors who just own everything and are consolidating our media. I think it's a patriotic duty to some extent to be honest about the situation, because if we're going to put our lives on the lines and people's sons and daughters on the lines and husbands and wives, etc., somebody needs to ask questions. We can't just have a bunch of idiots being like, send them off, with no scrutiny, with no journalism, with no questions. Like, no, there needs to be questions about these and there needs to be journalism. Speaking of which, Dave Portnoy, who is a fraudulent, degenerate, you know, can't say what he is because he'll cry about it. He'll cry hate speech and go on Fox News and play victim and just like morph into like a little, oh my God, I'm Dave Portnoy. I'm your favorite. But he basically said on his Twitter that he thinks that podcasters who push back against the war with Iran are essentially traitors. So now Dave can't say who he is, of course, it's hate speech. He's just a normal, no patterns there, folks. No pattern recognition at all of all the people doing this, or at least a lot. But Dave Portnoy is now saying journalism and, asking questions to your government, it makes you a traitor. How could this possibly go wrong? Let's just do some pattern recognition here, okay? There's speech rules being passed into America to say that one ethnic group, Dave's ethnicity, one religion, and one foreign nation cannot be questioned, or else it makes you an anti-Semite. If you're a politician in Argentina and you call a foreign nation a Nazi, you can be put on trial for that. You can't say that Israel is that, but they can say that you're that. Mark Levin is basically having like a conniption on his Twitter account every day. He calls Dave Smith a Nazi, even though Dave Smith is a Jewish American with loyalty to America. Dave is like a model citizen as far as like not having dual loyalty. He's like, yeah, you know, Dave's like, I may be ethnically Jewish, but I'm loyal to America. And they're like, shut up, you Nazi. Like they call Dave a Nazi, which is insane. He's literally Jewish. But anyway, it's like Mark Levin can call everybody's a Nazi that Mark Levin doesn't like. But if you said that to Mark Levin, you're an anti-Semite. If you lived in dozens of countries around the world and called them a Nazi, you might get put on trial. They have their own speech laws being passed into America. So what could go wrong when Dave, degenerate, subversive Portnoy, has speech rules being passed into America to benefit his ethnicity, that you can't say that they own media companies, that you can't say that they have dual loyalty, that you can't say all these things, but he can just call you a traitor for doing journalism against the war for Israel with Iran? Yeah, this can't go wrong. Having Dave, I'm sorry, but even though I despise Dave Portnoy and I think he's a subversive sneak, I don't, I wouldn't call people like, you're not a traitor if you disagree with me, right? You're not like, it's not traitorism to have a different foreign policy opinion. Even if you think we should blow up every country in the world. I mean, I think that's literally insane, but does it make you a traitor to your country to have a different view on foreign policy than me? I have friends that think regime change in Venezuela is good. I don't, but they're not a traitor. Like some of them have an opinion based on their life. Like if I came from Venezuela, maybe I would think that too, but I didn't, and once again, I brought this up in other podcasts, but this is the truth. This is the issue with America, is like half of our nation now has more loyalty to other places than America. I like people from all over the place. You are your experiences. It makes total sense to like other places. Like I understand, but you, America feels like a place that nobody has loyalty to America. And that's what happens when you don't have a strict policy. Like back in the day, you came to Ellis Island, they changed your last name. I mean, some people don't like that, but it's like, you're American. My Italian grandfather was American. My, Puerto Rican family didn't even speak Spanish that much because they didn't want to speak Spanish. They were like, it's embarrassing to speak Spanish in America. Let's speak English. We're Americans. I wish I knew Spanish now, but that was how they acted. Like my mom doesn't speak Spanish. My grandma never spoke Spanish, even though she was from Puerto Rico, because they came to America to be American, not to bring Spain or Puerto Rico or Mexico to America. Nowadays, nobody does that. Everybody comes from all over the world and cares more about where they came from. So if that's the case, it's like, that's why nothing ever gets done for us, because we're basically led by a bunch of people who are using America as like a vessel to achieve their foreign policy goals. But with all that being said, I just wanted to make a few of those points. Here's another one that I've been hearing a lot, which I think is pretty stupid. People say this, you don't understand. This is an anti-deep state war. This is the anti this isn't the war for the deep state. This is the anti-deep state war, right? So you're telling me, and once again, if you want to support regime change with Iran, you're more than welcome to. I'm not going to call you a traitor. I'm not going to call you a bad person. I just simply want to be able to speak the truth and be honest without being called a bunch of names that I'm not and a bunch of labels. But if you want to, I don't even care anymore. Okay. But you think the anti-deep state war is what Netanyahu has tried to push Congress to do for decades now. It's like pre 9/11, he's been trying to get America to do that and finally succeeded. You're telling me the anti-deep state war is what John Bolton wants? The anti-deep state war is what Jeb Bush wants? The anti-deep state war is what Lindsey Graham probably like ejaculated in his pants over. He's a war-osexual. He gets turned on by missiles and like, he's a freak. But Lindsey Graham's been waiting for this whole life. The anti-deep state war is being celebrated by Lord Rothschild. Lord Nathaniel Rothschild is celebrating this on Twitter. So the Rothschilds, Trump, the Adelson family, Bill Ackman, Jeb Bush, McCain. I heard even I don't watch MSNBC because obviously it's fake opposition, left-wing psycho media. But I heard even people on MSNBC are celebrating the war with Iran. Because if people haven't realized yet, Biden versus Trump is the same thing as MSNBC versus Fox. It's a fake controlled fight, but they have similar foreign policy when it's all said and done. They just kind of fake it. When a Democrat's in power, Stephen Miller will say, oh, Kamala's a neocon. She's working with Liz Cheney. We're not the neocons. And then when Trump's in power, he is a neocon and Democrats pretend to be against the neocons. They're all in on it. But anyway, it's like you think it's an anti-deep state war. Lindsey Graham, Donald Trump, the Bush family, the McCain family, the Cheneys, John Bolton celebrating, Lindsey Graham celebrating. You can't find a neocon or a Zionist or a donor that bankroll that isn't just absolutely enthralled with themselves. But this is the anti-deep state one, right? I mean, you have to be an absolute moron to believe that. Like, all I'm asking is if you support this war, just be honest about it. Like, I don't, we'll get to it later, but as opinionated as I may be, based on the facts and logic, I understand that time will tell all, and everyone's entitled to their perspective. But what I don't like about this whole situation is not the fact that people disagree with me. I don't care. It's just the raw dishonesty. Trust the experts. No. The government knows best. No. They have all this intel that you don't have. They also make a lot of money that I don't make from donors. If I got $250 million to have an opinion and you said, oh, Anomaly's just so much smarter than you, and you're not willing to call out the $250 million I just got from Miriam Adelson, you're not smart. You're stupid. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's part of the equation that you're ignoring and being like, just trust the experts. It's a stupid talking point. Where's the war? I don't see it. World War II was not fought on American soil literally the entire time, minus, the attack on our bases. Did that war not exist? Are people not dying in Palestine and Israel and Ukraine and Russia because you don't see it? Now, like, if they struck, let's just use basic logic. If they struck the White House and took out Trump's entire family and said, oh, it's not war, it's just a precise strike. Don't worry, patriots, it's not a war. Would you sit there and say, oh, it's not war? They just took out Trump and his entire family. It's not war. It's just a strike. You would never say that. It's war. It's just, war is not fought like it used to. They're tracking everybody's phones. They know where everyone is all the time. They can send a drone or a missile anywhere. So that's how they're doing war nowadays. They're taking out people and their entire family and all of the leaders. Trump said that he had a bunch of leaders in mind that he wanted to take over Iran, but he killed them all in the strike. So I guess we're spreading democracy, right? We're like, oh, let's let these three lead the country. Oh, wait, we killed them by mistake, so now they can't lead. Anyway, this is democracy and freedom, folks, and it's not a war. It's just a precise strike. Call it what you want. It's a war. Like, just because you don't see it at your house doesn't mean it doesn't. Well, is the war in the room with me right now? No, dumbass. Sean Hannity's in the room with you right now because you're watching fake opposition Zionist box media where the people scripting it think you're literally cattle. No, the war's not in the room with you right now. It's in Palestine where tens of thousands of civilians are getting killed. It was in Israel when thousands of them were killed. It's in Ukraine and Russia where hundreds of thousands of them are dying. And now it's going to be in the Middle East. And now it's in Saudi Arabia. And now it's in Kuwait. And now it's in Iran. We've started a bigger war in the Middle East than there already was. Just because it's not in the room with you, you think war does, like, think about, and I hate, I actually don't hate to, because the not all, but and a lot of boomers are great and hard workers, but some of these stupid boomers, it's like they're the stupidest, most selfish people I've ever seen in my life. It's like, if it's not in the room with me, it doesn't exist. Of course you think that, because everything's about you. Everybody left a better future for their grandkids, not you. Everybody used to care about their family, not you. Everyone used to believe that older people were wiser than younger people. You've ruined that. It's like, yeah, like, of course they think that war only exists if it's in their room or in their house. And if it's not, then Sean Hannity on the television telling them that it's not a war isn't a war. Use that, like, if any leader did what Trump did to them, to us, it would not only be a war, it would be like the craziest war of our lifetime since 9/11, and we would absolutely be fully at war with that country. But I watched Sean Hannity and Mark Levin, and they told me when Trump takes out a leader and their family, it's not war. It's not a war, because they told me on the Zionist box I watch. What are you saying? I'm trying to listen to you, but all I hear is moo, moo. I hear like mooing. Are you trying to like communicate with me? There's a reason Epstein and his friends were calling you cattle in his emails. He's like, Epstein's like, these stupid cattle, and they're like, moo, moo. I love Epstein's friends. Moo, moo. Let's go start another war for Epstein's friends. I can't wait to send my kids to die for Jeffrey Epstein. Why is Anomaly? Who paid Anomaly to tell me this? It's like, literally, you guys are animals. It's crazy. Another war for Jeffrey Epstein, guys. You guys pumped up to send your grandkids so they could go grow up and live in San Francisco where there's meth heads on the ground. But don't worry, guys. We got another one of those regime change wars. The first 15 didn't work, but the 16th will work. And if you question the 16th, you're an Islamicist. Yeah, cattle. I think he was right. Another talking point I've been hearing, and I just want to use a specific example. I've seen this a lot, but this is like a lot of Zionists do this, especially a lot of Jewish Zionists, just to be honest. They like to just call Christians and conservatives Islamicists and Islam sympathizers if they won't bow down to Israel at every step of the way. It's like this weird, like, moral blackmail thing they do. And then, you're an anti-Semite if you call it out. They just try to shame you into like agreeing with them. And if you don't, they just call you names and try to like smear your character. But I saw on a on Facebook, this guy's like, Anomaly's not America first. Anomaly's an Islamist. And I'm looking at it and it's like, first of all, this guy's from Canada. And I'm like, America, you're Canadian. First of all, a Canadian telling America who's America first. Not focus on Canada, bro. Your taxes are too high. Your country's too far left. Trudeau was a fruitcake and Carney is like a banker puppet. Your country's entirely cooked. At this point, Trump might just snatch your entire country because it's so pathetic. You're not telling me who America first is. You're Canadian. Second of all, you're calling me an Islamicist when I'm a Christian conservative America who doesn't bow down to Israel. You're allowed to falsely accuse me of something, right? Okay, fine. I don't care. If I called you what you are, Jewish, you would call me an anti-Semite. It's like they can lie about you, but you can't even defend yourself and accurately say what they are, or else it's anti-Semitism. Weird. It's this weird thing going on. It's like, yeah. And then when you get somebody like Dave Smith, who's a Jewish American who tells the truth, or Norman Finkelstein, you have Mark Levin hyperventilating on Twitter calling them Nazis. But if you called Mark Levin that, it's like a crime in multiple countries, because Mark Levin's ethnicity in the country that he loves can't be called that word, but they can call you that word. But don't ignore the double standards, folks, because Jeffrey Epstein's friends want you to start a new war. Find it completely fascinating. Pete Hegseth said today or yesterday, he said, this isn't a regime change war, but the regime has changed and the world is better for it. It's not a war. We just are fighting a war. It's not a regime change. We just changed the regime. It's like, bro, you might as well just stick 1984, tape it to your forehead, and drink a beer. I'm Pete Hegseth. I'm here to fight the war. Hey, boomers. It's like he's the new Uncle Sam. It's like, find some Fox News, guy who's just like you to sell the new war. It's like, yeah, cool, dude. But It's not a regime change war. It's just a regime change. That's not a war. War is peace. Freedom is slavery. Ignorance is strength. We get it, bro. I've already read George Orwell. Thank you. Thank you for that wordplay. The Dow is up though. Don't worry about Jeffrey Epstein's friends, folks, because the Dow is. Oh wait, no, it's below. Oh, it's below 50,000. Pam. It's time to talk about Epstein again. We're only supposed to ignore Epstein when the Dow is above 50,000. When it drops below, it's Epstein o'clock. So get on that, Pam. But don't drone strike me. I'm sure Pam Bondi's handlers would love to drone strike me, unfortunately, but it's just the reality I live in. One thing I find fascinating about Iran too, and then I'll get more into like my perspective on it. I've said it a lot this, but I just wanted to go through the talking points. And once again, I don't care if people disagree. Just stop with these talking points. I wrote them down over like I've been just like taking notes because I think they're ridiculous. So Republicans, like this is like a very Republican Zionist talking point. They go, Democrats don't even care about Iran and Palestine. They don't like gay people enough. The feminists, don't you want to free the women in Palestine and Israel, Iran? They don't even treat the women and the gays good. Okay, fair, right? Let's go through that. Yeah, Democrats are hypocrites. They, wear pussy hats in America. They want to over liberalize America, even though it's already too liberal, in my opinion, in a lot of parts. But then when it comes to, the Middle East, they don't care that much. It's the same with climate change. It's like climate change. We need to do all these things. Do the math, morons. What about China and India? If you're not going to stop them from doing it, then it doesn't matter. It's a math equation. It's like Democrats tend to just blame America for everything without logically also pointing out other countries. So it's like, do I agree with Republicans that Democrats are hypocrites? Yes, they're not the brightest crayons in the box, or else they wouldn't be Democrats. So yeah, I agree with that. But the funniest part about that is that Republicans don't also realize their hypocrisy, where if you talk to a Republican who actually believes this, they're like, we need to bring freedom and liberalism and feminism and homosexuality to Iran. Okay. Do you like how overly homosexual America is? Republicans will be like, it's gone too far. Do you think the LGBT mafia has gone too far in America? Oh yeah, they tell me that on Fox News every day. It's too far. Okay. Do you think feminism is good? No, feminism's bad. But you want to bring feminism, liberalism, and sodomy to Iran. Yeah. Why? Because they're doing all these things out there that I heard on the television. It's getting like bad. What do they say that about Republican states that say no to that? Like if you say only men should play sports, does the media tell the truth about that? Or do they say that you're oppressing gays and women's and you're throwing people into camps and like, oh no, they do say that. They lie about it. If we try to stop the feminism and the liberalism in America, they say that we're doing all these extreme things that we're not. Okay, but you believe that they're doing all of those things in Iran. Yeah. Have you ever been there? No. Why do you believe that? Well, because the television told me. So you want to spread sodomy, feminism, and liberalism to Iran. That's freedom. They need OnlyFans accounts. They need women to take more birth control. That's yeah. But you don't. It's like, yes, Democrats are hypocrites over Iran, but so are Republicans. It's like no one believes anything. Me personally, I'm not Iranian, so it's like I don't know. There's a lot of countries. Like I'm sure it sucks to be in like Zimbabwe to some extent. It probably sucks to be in Yemen. It probably sucks to be in like a bunch of countries. I'm sure it sucks to be poor in Saudi Arabia. It probably sucks to be in Venezuela if you're broke. It's like there's a lot of places in the world that, I wish I could help, but I could probably think of like 1,000 cities that need our help. So when it comes to Iran, I kind of think of it similar. Like, is there room for improvement? I'm sure there is. It's like, I'm sure it's not a perfect country, but do I want to bring feminism there? No. Do I feel inspired to bring the LGBT flag and trans rights to Iran? Like what? Do we need to bring, they need to be more liberal? Why? They need to be more feminist? Women need what? We need to do that to them for sure. That's what we need to do. Is our country like a model of what it? No, Trump is such a degenerate that him and his crypto and family and friends and donors are basically legalizing gambling in all 50 states by pretending like it's not gambling. Prediction markets, you got people making millions of dollars betting that we're going to bomb Iran. I mean, this is one of the most corrupt things. I could make a whole documentary on it, because when it comes to sports gambling and gambling, every state is supposed to be able to say no. Like if a conservative state's like, I don't want my people to gamble, they can put up the block. But Trump and his friends and his administration are pushing these prediction markets where you can gamble legally in all 50 states, because it's not gambling. You can gamble on war. You can gamble on military strikes. You can gamble on who's going to be the president. You can gamble on politics. You can gamble on sport, everything in all 50 states. Is that what Iran needs? Do they need Polymarket and Kalshi? And once again, for those who say, "Oh, who's paying you this and that?" I will never do gambling ads ever. You'll never see me push a DraftKings ad. You'll never see me push a FanDuel ad. You'll never see me push Kalshi and Polymarket. And trust me, these companies have a lot of money to pay influencers to push their stuff. I don't care if they paid me $1 billion. I'm not pushing gambling onto my audience. I would never do it. I don't have a price tag on that. Most influencers will do anything for money. That's the problem with this country. So, I'm not a perfect person, but if I want to be the change I want to see in the country, I need to be able to say no to money. If I can't say no to money, then who the fuck cares if I cry about Trump taking $250 million from Miriam Adelson, if I would do it too? And that's what you see in most of the thing. It's like Kalshi Polymarket. Oh, the politicians are taking money. You're the same. You would be Nancy Pelosi if you got the chance. You would be Trump if you got the chance. If you can't say no, then who cares that you're complaining about politicians doing it? But with that being said, that's what I like. Iran needs that from us for sure. What I think that's going on, and I'm not saying that we can't possibly improve another country, but I don't buy it, because I think our country's gotten downhill over the last 30 years. But if you look around the world, if any country's sovereign, and any country is not controlled by the banks and the liberal world order and the West and the Zionists, then they overthrow that country. And I believe there's a new world order going on. And I believe that they're trying to do it as artificial intelligence and technology kind of advances, because at a certain point, we'll all be under the same exact control grid. And if you look around the world, like Iran is a sovereign country. It's not anymore. They don't care if it gets better or worse. They don't want sovereign countries. Russia is controlled by Russia. They're going after Russia. China is controlled by China. They don't like China. I'm telling you what they're doing. They went to Libya because Gaddafi wouldn't play ball. They killed Gaddafi. They went to Syria because Bashar al-Assad wouldn't play ball. They ran him out of the country. They tried little stuff with Afghanistan and Iraq, but I believe they left Afghanistan alone because it doesn't matter that much. No offense to Afghanis, but like, you're not China. You're not Russia. You're not Iran. Your country doesn't have that much power or influence. So I don't think they really care that much about you. And I'm sure that the entire Middle East is just laced with like agents and spyware. Like I'm sure the entire continent, or at least region is probably more accurate, is like completely surveilled. So they already have you anyway. And now they're after Iran. They're going to go after Russia. And then they're going to try to go after China because they don't want any competition. Iran is a little bit harder, or a lot harder, I think, than Syria. But the next final boss is Russia. And then the next final boss is China. And, it's more about that for these people. Is they don't want sovereign countries that they consider a threat. And they would rather destabilize and destroy every nation, because then everyone can be under the same sort of system. I want to just read this and then I'm going to keep going. Someone said, "Wake up, anomaly. You are way smarter and realer to go down the tubes of Islamist propaganda. I'm a Christian and I'm a conservative. I'm not Islam. I don't listen to Islamic propaganda. I don't even listen to many or any Islamic people at all. No offense. I just don't. If all you can do is lie about what I'm saying and choose another religion, you're falling for Zionist propaganda. You can't, nothing you could say is more articulate and honest and accurate than what I just said in this last hour. So you have to put false labels on me, because that's what a certain group of people wants to do to everybody. And I'm telling you this right now. Ready? I don't need you or another foreign nation or a religion to tell me this or that. Look at Europe. Look at most of our allies. Is Germany better than it was 10 or 15 years ago? Is London better than it was 10 or 15 years ago? Is England even going to be a nation anymore? Why is England filled with so many Muslims that, Republicans don't want there? Oh, we don't like Islam, but, England's filled with Islam. Why? Because we fought wars for Israel, we fought wars for the bankers, we fought wars for the donors. We got our Congress and our political system sold out to the highest bidder. They used George Bush to start the wars. They used Obama to create a refugee crisis. And then they used Democrats and libtards in Europe and America to flood our countries with migrants. And the average Zionist will say, we just wanted to fight the wars. We didn't want all of these people flooding Europe and America. Like, that's not our fault. And to some extent, it's true. It's like, yeah, everything's not someone's fault because they started a war. But there's certain people, and this is what I want to get to, because it's not everybody. There's a lot of people of all kinds who like America and like Europe. And then there's other people who don't. And then there's some people with compassion. And then there's some people who aren't. And then there's some, tribes and countries and people who are extraordinarily selfish and they don't care about the downfall of others, right? The world is nuanced and there's different characters. But what I'm saying, and everything here is provable, I could make a 50-minute video with 20 videos and prove this with 100% accuracy. There are certain people that care about a foreign nation more than America. They have massive influence in America and Europe. They have no problem sacrificing America and Europe to achieve their goals. And they actually want to do that. They don't want Europe to be strong because they view Europe as Rome and they view Rome as the enemy, the same way they hate Jesus Christ. Okay. If you listen to the people who are passing the IHRA speech laws around the world, I've listened to plenty of stuff. I've done plenty of research. I've heard this multiple times, including when Trump passed it into America through executive order in 2019 with Alan Dershowitz standing there. I think it was Alan, but I don't want to be inaccurate. So I'll just say somebody at that press conference went on the stage and they said 2,000 years ago is when thousands of years ago, anti-Semitism has been around for thousands of years. You listen to Candace Owens debate Rabbi Barclay, right? Very nice guy, or so it seems, at least. I mean, I don't know. You could think he's not nice, but I'm just being polite, right? Rabbi Barclay said 2,000 years ago when, Jesus was killed, there were Christians who were trying to convert Jews to Christianity. That was anti-Semitism. That was the creation of anti-Semitism. So, Europe is Rome to a certain tribe, and they want to crush Rome because they don't want to get crushed by Rome, like they feel like they did in the past. They don't like the original Christ followers. They consider them the original anti-Semites. It's only Zionist Christians who don't understand this. You want to talk about propaganda? It's like the tribe that's trying to crush Europe, the tribe that's trying to crush America, the tribe that's trying to crush Christianity, crush it completely so you don't even exist anymore, so they don't have any competition. There's a reason that we're sacrificed for the war and then our countries get crappier. It's about as big of a mistake as it was during COVID that the pharmaceutical industry just coincidentally made mistakes. Oh, we made mistakes but made billions of dollars. Oh, we made mistakes but got trillions of dollars in wealth transfer. Oh, we made mistakes and got more power. Oh, we made mistakes but passed executive. It's not a mistake. They're purposely doing this. They're just not doing it through the lens of Trump versus Biden. They don't care about that. They're 20 levels above these people. These people are jokes to them. And with that being said, too, when I say tribe, I'm not saying every single person. I'm not saying every person of a single race or every person of a single religion. That's clearly not true. But there are some, right? Epstein and his friend and the Rothschilds. And I'm not saying all of them because I don't know their families. And I'm not trying to be rude or inaccurate. I'm just saying, like, there are certain people that are tight-knit, that are at the highest levels of the high, that are running the show in the same way that if you're a Catholic, you're not the Pope, right? You might be a nice guy, but the Pope has power, right? Whoever's behind the Pope or in that, like the Vatican, the average Catholic going to church has no power. The average people of certain ethnicities and religions have no power either. But the people at the highest of the high levels, they are thinking tribally. They are thinking long term. And if you listen to the interviews enough, they'll say it. We want to completely crush Rome. The original Christ followers were the original anti-Semites. Why do you think Jesus Christ is mentioned in the IHRA speech laws as classic anti-Semitism? Because in their eyes, the original anti-Semites were the original Christians, the people who said, we believe Jesus is Lord. That's anti-Semitism. You killed Jesus. That's anti-Semitism. The word itself is basically anti-Christian. You know, you read the laws, they're anti-American, they're anti-constitutional, they're anti-First Amendment, they're anti-free speech. But they've tricked the religion that they hate into passing them because they pay off the politicians and brainwash you with their television boxes. It's like shockingly obvious, but this has nothing to do with Islam. I'm just saying whether you're Islamic or you're Christian or it doesn't like if you're a sovereign leader who doesn't want to play ball with certain banking families and certain people, then they want to kill you and replace you with somebody who will, or just leave an empty vacuum. They don't give a shit. They don't care if your country suffers. They don't care whether it's Iran. They don't care if it's London. They don't care if it's Russia. You think they want to help Russia? They hate Russia. What is Russia? European, strong, not pathetic, Christian, white, mostly a little bit of Muslim in Dagestan and stuff. You you think they want to help Russia? They don't want to help Russia. They want to destroy Russia. Then they want to destroy China and they want to destroy Iran. And then there's nothing. They control America. They've already completely infiltrated this country. They control the media. They're buying up the media. Trump's helping them buy up even more media. They control our politicians. They own most of the money. So they can just buy things. You can make a business and they can buy it in 2 seconds. It's like, oh, I made a business. They're like, cool. Yeah, we have loans. We're going to buy the business. We're just going to take the business and we'll buy it from you. Okay. You know, and to be fair too, you have to be willing to sell. So the problem, and this is self accountability and self awareness for like England and everybody. I don't live in England, but it's like your own fault. Like what are English men doing? Like where are they? Like why do they, you know, like they just let their country be conquered. And to be honest, I think to be fair and balanced to some extent, even though obviously I have my biases, that is human nature. And that's how a lot of people are thinking right now, just in the terms of like, you know, how did America get created? At a certain point, people sailed here and then they saw, and then they, thank you for the super chat. Someone said, thanks for the stream. Definitely need to hear this after a weekend with the Tards. Appreciate you. You know, America was conquered at a certain point, and it could be conquered back. You know, Mexico had conquests and conquistadors like everywhere. That's human nature is not like la la la, we're all friends. That's not the world. So if you get caught slipping, you lose everything. And I think Europe and America and a lot of places are losing because people just got too complacent, and that's our own fault. It's like no one, you know, no one has to baby you. Like people should be able to call this stuff out and say it. And if they're not, then just like other civilizations in human history, they will be extinct and replaced and run over. And that's just the way it is. So, you know, I'm just like I said, you don't have to agree with me and you don't have to believe what I'm saying, but just like stop with the BS. I'm not Islamic. I don't believe Islamic propaganda. This is like if Trump tells the truth about Russia and then you just say, oh, it's Russian propaganda. Okay, take away America, take away Israel, not literally, but I'm just saying, take away America, Israel, Russia, Iran, like take everyone out of it, every religion, every gender, every race, right? Like blah, blah, blah. Okay, here's a statement. Is it true? Is it false? It doesn't matter what Israel or Russia or America says or Trump or Pete Hegseth or, you know what I'm saying? Anybody, like, is it true or is it not? That's the question. Whether you think it's propaganda or I think it's propaganda, anyone can call something propaganda. But I'm like, if Trump says something about Russia and it's true, and then the deep state says it's propaganda from Russia, is it my fault that they're telling the truth more than you are? Like, it's not my fault that you're lying so much. I'm not asking people to lie so much. Just own your regime change or own your foreign policy. Like I own mine. I can explain thoroughly why I don't think this will work out in our favor, but the world will go on and, you know, we'll figure it out like we always do. Like life is not perfect. I'm not going to cry about it. I want to use an example of people being crazy, super dishonest. And I said this a month ago. So a month ago, before they did an actual regime change with the, you know, killing the leader of Iran, they tried a covert regime change where Elon set a bunch of Starlink up. They tried to do all this weird internet stuff. And then they tried to basically tell the people of Iran to take the streets. They tried a very subtle, covert, like, first attempt. Let's see if we can overthrow the regime just by like, messing with it a little bit. And it didn't work, right? It failed. And despite all the television propaganda and probably the CIA propaganda and the neocon and the deep state narrative around it, it didn't work. So then, a month later, they just killed the leader of Iran. But back then, I told people, I was like, I'm not telling you you can't support regime change in Iran. What I'm telling you is this is not an organic uprising. It's just not. It wasn't. America was in on it. Pompeo said there were Mossad agents in the street. I'm not telling people you can't support regime change in Iran. I'm just telling, just say you do. But literally 90% of my Facebook page was like, no, Anomaly, this is the people all by themselves. It's literally not, though. This is not Islamic propaganda. This is not Christian propaganda. This is not Goy propaganda. This is not Mexican propaganda. This is not Eastern or Western. It's literally just a fact that wasn't organic. And I find something interesting is the people that are always lying about everything and wrong about everything, they seem to be the most confident and arrogant in their ignorance. They're arrogant in their ignorance. And it's like I have friends that disagree with me. I don't care. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not going to sit and say you can't support regime change. But if you're constantly wrong, at what point do you think, dang, I'm wrong? Maybe I'm wrong about other things too. Like, you get what I'm saying? It's like it never was an organic uprising. That was completely a lie. It's a provable lie. Yet all the people who support regime change in Iran were saying it. Like, this is organic. No, it wasn't. Why? Like, I'm finding a pattern there. It's like if you're wrong about everything during the pandemic, but you're yelling about me how right you are. Anomaly, I'm for lockdowns. I'm for forced masking. I'm for vaccines. But I'm right. Trust me. You're wrong about this, but I'm just wrong about the 5 things that lead to point number 6. But I must be right about point number 6, even though I got tricked on 1, I got tricked on 2, I got tricked on 3, I got tricked on 4, I got tricked on 5. But I'm right about number 6. The hubris is unfathomable. It's like that wasn't organic, but everybody thought it was. And then you had, after like desperate attempts of people trying to get Trump to attack the leader, then you had all of these Zionists who, let's just be honest, they wouldn't care if every Iranian civilian was wiped off the map. Not all of them, but most of them, they don't care about Iranians like at all, right? And I'm not saying you have to. But then they were like, you know what? I just really care about Iranian citizens and we want to help them. Yeah, Israelis and Zionists who like Israel more than America, they just really want to help Iran. Just all I'm asking is be honest, right? I like honesty. I'd rather someone say, you know what? I like Israel. I'm not a fan of Iran. I don't care what happens. This is for our stability as a nation, I don't care what the cost is to stabilize our nation and keep it secure. That's more honorable than like, this is an organic uprising and I just really care about the civilians. No, you don't. Most of them feel like Andrew Klavan did when he said he wants to blow them all off the map. That's like 90 million people that Andrew Klavan apparently was fine with just slaughtering because he likes Israel that much. Even though that's a disgusting statement, at least he's being honest. I respect that more than I just really care about women there. No, you don't. Let's just stop lying. With all that being said, for anyone, right? There's different angles of this. Will regime change work? I don't know. Time will tell. I could sit here and act like I know if it will work or not, but I don't know. And the question is, work for who? Let's just start with Israel, right? Israel, Netanyahu obviously have wanted to regime change Iran for a long time. Will this work for them? It might, and it might not. Just like every Israeli citizen has and should have the right to their opinion of like, I think regime change in Iran is good for us. And I think Israeli citizens should have the right to be like, you know what? This might actually be bad for us. This might cause more destabilization. This might turn more countries against us. This might actually be really, really bad for us, right? It's up to you if you're in Israel, if you think this is good or bad. But time will tell if it's good or not. Someone said Iran is losing. Yeah, yes, 100% they're losing. But here's the question once again, who will this work for? You could say that the war in Afghanistan worked really well, not for Americans, not for our tax. It did nothing. What about Libya? Like we'll see. Like you can't declare victory on a regime change a day after it happens. They lost. Yeah, I'm sure they're going to lose. I think their leadership is losing. Their military is obviously going to lose. And to be honest, their people might lose too. You might completely screw up Iran completely because regardless of what people think, it was an extremely stable country. It's pretty wealthy. It's pretty safe. It's just more conservative and more Islamic than most of the rest of the country, like, or I'm sorry, the rest of like the world. So if you think liberalism and feminism and bombs and like destabilization and no leadership is good for them, we'll see. It's definitely bad for their leadership. It's definitely bad for their military. Iran is losing that way, but I believe honestly that their civilians in a year or two are like if I had to bet on it, I'm not going to, but I would bet that the average citizen is going to be worse off in a year or two, but time will tell. Um, with that being said, let's look at the American, our military, our country. Like, what will this do for us in 5 or 10 years? We'll see. Personally, I think that the wars are never going to end because if you understand who's waging them and who's basically the financier of this war, like I said, you have to understand what their final objective is. And I'm not saying this is everybody. I'm just saying this is the people bankrolling our politicians. I think the average person doesn't give a crap about any of this stuff. But this is the difference. It's like the average person votes, but they don't control for the person they're voting. The average person has an opinion, but their opinion doesn't matter because they don't control the levers of power. It's like everybody has such an ego that they think they matter so much. Well, this is what I want our country to do, but that's not what they're doing. This is what I want Trump to do, but he's not going to do that. This is what I think. Your thoughts don't matter because your thoughts don't manifest into the reality of what we're doing. And if you really study and you really research who's really pulling the strings and you listen to what they're saying and you listen to how they view the world, they view the world in terms of hundreds and thousands of years. They're not thinking about a year ago or what's going on now. They're thinking in historical terms. And I would say there's three incredibly strong nations that think this way. Israel, China, Russia. You listen to Putin talk. He doesn't talk about, oh, I just learned the world yesterday. He does a little rant in talking about like hundreds of years and decades of Russian history, right? It's smart because history repeats itself. And even like America, our nation was founded in 1776. The framework of what still keeps our nation stable and somewhat free is 1776. It's the Constitution. It's some of the amendments that came afterwards. Like that is the foundation, even though it's breaking a little bit. It's the foundation of our nation. Russia thinks about the past. China thinks about 100-year, 1,000-year plan. Like they're not planning just today. And Israel thinks in the terms of Jesus Christ and when he was killed and anti-Semitism and all that stuff. So it's like this idea that like, oh, we're just going to fight ISIS and it's over. It wasn't true. We're just going to fight, Al-Qaeda and it's over. Wasn't true. We're just going to kill Gaddafi and then it's over. Wasn't true. We're just going to run Bashar al-Assad to Russia or wherever he went and it's over. It's not, we're just going to regime change Iran and the war's going to be done in 4 weeks, like Trump said. Yeah, 15 days to slow the spread lasted 45 days and then ended up lasting 2 years because of, politicians. I don't know for sure, but you understand how I'm breaking this down too? My thoughts are based on evidence and research and reality, not just what Sean Hannity told boomers on a television. Like, oh, it's an organic uprising was never true. Oh, we're not involved in it was never true. It's like if your ideas and opinions are based off of lies, how could you possibly think you're right? I think I'm right because I'm uncertain about what is not to be certain of. Like, how can you possibly predict what's going to happen in 5 months or 5 years? You can't. But you notice, even though I'm against regime change as my opinion, I'm not saying it can't possibly work because that's not true. Yet all the people that are for regime change are just very certain that it's going to work, even though it's never, it's like, it's like Shaquille O'Neal misses like 50 free throws in a row. And you're like, but the 51st one, he's 100% sure going to make it. It's definitely not true. And like I said, I think what's going to be next is okay, they've taken out the leader of Iran. Um, if I were Cuba, if I were their leadership, I would either be ready to get murdered by America or flee. And I'm not saying that to be rude or anything. It's just like if Iran couldn't stop Trump and Israel, Cuba's not going to be able to. I don't think so, at least. Maybe they have like connections with Russia or China that can help them. But I just think Cuba's probably pretty screwed. With that being said, Russia is not only next, it's already happened. Like they're trying to destabilize and destroy Russia. And then they're going to go after China once all of China's allies are gone and, try to get rid of their leadership as well. So is that possible? Like, do you want to start a war with Russia and China? Well, they've already started a war with Russia. Do they want to start a war with China? Do I want to start a war with China? No, because I don't see China as a threat at all. I think Chinese people are smart. They build. They're definitely like can be, a little greedy and stuff. I'm not saying all, but for the most part, China's like a very peaceful nation. Like I don't think China is just going to like blow everybody up at one point. I don't believe that at all. I think if you leave China alone, they're just going to do business around the world and try to benefit themselves. But I don't think China's ever going to like attack people. So it's like, is the China war for me? No, because I'm not somebody who wants to like destabilize every country because I hate it. Like I don't want to destabilize Russia. I don't think Iran was going to just magically attack us, but maybe they were a week away from nuclear weapons for 35 years and this time it really was true. Probably not, but if you want to believe that, knock yourself out, right? They lied about it for 40 years. They tried to push American politicians into war, but as soon as Trump took hundreds of millions of dollars from a donor and flew an Israeli spy back home on their jet, now the threat was real. Maybe, but I don't buy it. So I'm gonna read some comments now, but yeah, we'll see what happens. I'm gonna try to just do a few more things I had, and I don't think the war is gonna end in a week or 2 weeks or 3 weeks or 4 weeks. They're going to try to finish off the job in Russia. They're gonna probably take Cuba. They're going to try to destabilize China. And then when there's no sovereign countries left and the world is basically run by Sam Altman's, Jeffrey Epstein's, Peter Thiel's, Larry Ellison's, his son, who's buying up all the media to, have it be under the control of Zionists, but, can't say that. That's anti Semitic or whatever. Once that is like, there's no competition to these people. Is that what I want? No, I'm more into like sovereign countries, right? I like America to be sovereign. We're not sovereign, by the way. We've been completely infiltrated and taken over. Like America's totally cooked, but that's okay. I'm still grateful for the First Amendment, and I'm grateful they haven't drone strict me yet. That's nice of them. You know, uh, but do I want China and Russia and Iran to be under the control of the Zionists who control everything in our country? I don't know that that's the best idea, but if that's what's going to happen, we'll see. We'll see if that's really the world order that's really good for us. I do think there the whole agenda 2030 thing, like that was always a thing, and it does seem like it did happen, like right as 2020 hit. It's like, oh, we're all in a lockdown, up, we got 10 years to take over the world or whatever. Totally coincidence, I guess, just totally not a thing they had planned forever. But with artificial intelligence, with AI, with the technology that they have, it does seem like they know that if they can kind of, take out the competition, that they'll control the world in a way that it's never been controlled before. And this is the question that you have to ask yourself. And here, once again, my thoughts are based on research. They're not based on what I just randomly think. I'm not saying everybody, but a lot of the people who will be in control of that control grid, I don't think they like us at all. Like, I don't think they like us ethnically. I don't think they like us religiously. I don't think they like us nationally. I don't think they like our First Amendment. I don't think they like the origins of our country. I don't think they like our Lord and Savior. I think we're cattle. I think they think Jesus is boiling in hot poop for eternity because that's what their holy book says. So, do I want these people to control the whole world when they think my Lord and Savior is boiling in hot excrement for eternity and they think we're literally subhuman? It's probably not in my best interest. But if you listen to a guy in a box tell you that it is in your best interest and you want to believe that, who am I to stop you? But at one point, you're probably going to think, oh man, you know what? I think that anomaly guy was right. I shouldn't have yelled at him for 5 years. He was totally right. But, I think the people that are the most upset at me are the people that aren't really going to be around for all this stuff, which is like wildly selfish of them that they like are the most ignorant and arrogant. Yet the people that are going to inherit this earth are the ones who are going to have to deal with all of their stupidity. But not bothering them at all. They're totally fine with just, yelling and never listening and never researching. So, you know, one more or two more things. And then anybody in the comments, obviously, I appreciate people who agree. But if you disagree and have anything substantial to say, I would love to have like a back and forth debate over it because, you're just going to have to do better than calling it Islamic propaganda when I'm literally a Christian conservative American who none of what I said has anything to do with Islam. But if you want to just like, you got to get a better talking point. So I wanted to say this too. One other thing that I think needs to be pointed out, and like people need to stop like just lying about this. There are videos of Stephen Miller, RFK, Tulsi Gabbard, Trump, and JD Vance on the campaign trail. They were all saying no war with Iran. They were all saying Kamala Harris was the neocon. They were all against this stuff. And now they're pushing the exact policy they were against. I'm not saying you can't have a change of heart or a change of opinion, but just be honest about it. The honesty is what I want. Like, don't sit there and say, oh, they didn't say that. No, they did say that. They did say they didn't want war with Iran. Trump did say that he was the peace president. Trump said he wants to negotiate. Trump did say he was going to end the war with Ukraine, but he didn't. He just started a new war. So, like, you can support war with Iran without lying about it. But this is why I know the people that support the war with Iran are wrong. Because if you have to lie 50 times in order to make your point, then you're not somebody that's like, you know what, I do agree with John Bolton, I do agree with Lindsey Graham. I do have the same objectives as them, or at least like, yeah, like if I supported the war with Iran, but Trump campaigned against it, I would be able to admit, like, you know what? Stephen Miller did say that Kamala was going to usher in this war and she worked for the neocons. But obviously, every neocon on planet Earth loves Trump right now. So Trump is working for the neocons. JD Vance did say he didn't want this. Tulsi Gabbard was selling t-shirts saying no war with Iran. Trump's trying to start war with Iran. I don't like that Trump's starting war with Iran. Like, that's all true. It's not even debatable. So if we, can we just be honest about that? And then you could support it? Or does the people that support this war have to literally lie about every talking point to then come to the conclusion that they're right? Lie about this, wrong about this, lie about this, wrong about this, but I must be right about this. Doesn't seem that way. All right. Ben Shapiro sounds happy right now. For sure. And when Trump wasn't controlled by the donors, or at least wasn't under their thumb as much, Ben Shapiro hated Donald Trump. Ben Shapiro was afraid of Donald Trump's reign. Ben Shapiro was arguing with Donald Trump and pissed at Donald Trump. Of course, you can have a change of opinion, but it's like Trump 2016 to really like almost 2019 or so. All of the neocons, all of the Zionists, all of the Israel firsters, a lot of the donors that couldn't completely swallow his campaign up were annoyed at him and trying to push him in their direction. Now they don't need to push Trump in their direction because he's already doing all their stuff. So John Bolton is thrilled, Lindsey Graham is thrilled, the Rothschilds are thrilled, Ben Shapiro's thrilled, Mark Levin is thrilled, and the people who helped Trump win the House, Senate, the presidency are not so thrilled, except for the boomers. So Trump's going to lose the next election. Democrats are probably going to win in 2028, and then they're going to open the borders and flood our country with the people that they just, displaced. Probably. I'm not saying that'll definitely happen, but that I wouldn't shock me. We'll see. Someone said, I'm not happy about the Iran situation, but it seems like the Iranian citizens are. Well, Iran has 90 million people. So let me just give you an example, right? If something happened to Donald Trump, the streets of every city would be filled with celebrations from liberals and hipsters and, like theater kids. Yay, yay, Trump's gone. Does that mean America's happy that Trump's gone? No, the majority of people would probably be annoyed at that, but wouldn't be in the streets like celebrating. So with Iran, it's like it's the same thing with Venezuela. Like, yeah, a lot of Venezuelans are happy, but a lot aren't. So I'm sure you could find tens of millions of Iranians who are super pumped about it. And you could find tens of millions of Iranians who are not pumped about it. So, it's like eh, it's the same thing with Venezuela. They just show you like I said, the one I saw two videos, and I'm not saying these are the only ones because I'm like I said, there's a lot of people that I'm sure are thrilled. But I saw one of this like tatted up girl that was like barely wearing anything, like dancing like she was at a strip club. She's like, "Yay, Iran!" It's like, all right, so a feminist, probably liberal chick is happy, sure, okay. And then there was one of a chick who was like, "Oh, I'm Iranian, this and that." And then people realized she was wearing like a Star of David. And she's like, "I'm not Jewish. I just wear a Star of David." Fair, but okay. You just wear a Star of David and you're so like, why? If you're not, I mean, anyone could wear anything, but it just seems a little subversive to me, but whatever. Um, but yeah, it's like I'm sure you could find hundreds of videos of people supporting it and then hundreds of videos of people that are skeptical. I don't think that really means as much as people think it does. And once again, like, is our job to make everyone around the world happy? Let's just assume that everyone in Iran is thrilled, even though that's not true. Um, is that our job? Make everyone in the country happy, but do such a bad job here that Democrats win the House and they'll probably win the Senate now. That's, like Trump won the House, the Senate, and the presidency, and he's going to probably lose all three of those things in the next 4 years. That means that they're not serving the people that voted for them and that they're supposed to serve. It means they're serving. Yeah, I'm sure Trump could maybe win an election in Venezuela. Maybe he wouldn't, but it's like he's the president of the United States. Someone said boomers fall for it every time. Yeah, I mean, not all, but many of them, they're kind of like Charlie Brown with the football. Like, they just keep doing the same thing and swinging and missing. Except Charlie Brown was a very meek and like humble, borderline, like, you know, uh, anxious and unhappy man. And boomers are ignorant, arrogant, stubborn, completely obnoxious and rude about it. So it's like if you replace Charlie Brown with a boomer, they keep swinging and missing. But instead of like Charlie Brown had some self-awareness. He was like, "Oh man, I'm a loser," and then you feel bad for Charlie. You're like, "Dang, poor Charlie Brown. He wears the same shirt every day. He keeps swinging. Lucy's a dick. She just keeps pulling the football out." I feel bad for Charlie Brown, and he feels bad for himself. Boomers swing and they miss, and I'm like, "Hey, you just did that 50 times in a row." And they, "Yeah, screw you. What do you work for Islam? What are you, an Islamist out? What are you, a Muslim? Oh my gosh, what are you, a terrorist?" And it's like, it's like replace Charlie Brown with that, and that's Charlie Brown, the great boomer miracle. Uh, Let me see. Someone said your words are powerful. You are contributing to Democrat win with this nonsense. Your focus has been commandeered by the propagandists. You are losing focus. Trump won the House, Trump won the presidency, Trump won the Senate. I actually voted for Trump. Now you're telling me that it's not the GOP's fault. It's not Mike Johnson's fault. It's not Donald Trump's fault. It's not RFK's fault. It's not the fact that Trump is doing an executive order for glyphosate and RFK is like a captured prisoner. He can't talk about it or else Trump will fire him. It's none of those things that he did. It's not the fact that he's just on his True Social account bragging about a ballroom that no one gives a shit about. It's not Pam Bondi acting like a complete buffoon. It's not Trump defending Bill Clinton and saying he likes Bill Clinton. He's a good man. None of those things are why Republicans are losing. It's anomaly show with like 600 people watching. That's helping Democrats just so much. It's like this is the problem with I don't know your generation. I should blame it, but this is a problem with people like you. No self-awareness, no self-accountability. You just want to just keep kicking the football. Like, if the election were Mitt Romney versus Obama, and I said, listen, I'm more right wing than left wing, but Mitt Romney and Obama are the same person essentially. They have this nearly similar policy. It's a fake show. It's fake. The donors control the both sides. You can't vote your way out of this. You're helping the Democrats. It's like, wake up. It couldn't possibly be more obvious. If it weren't obvious enough on social media, they leaked Jeffrey Epstein's emails where he basically proved everything we've been trying to tell you for 6 years about how the country really runs. There's a class above Donald Trump. There's a class above Bill Gates. There's a class above, even Peter Thiel to some extent. Or it's like that talks to them like they're nobodies. It's all right there waiting for you to see it. It's like Republicans have no accountability for them losing in the polls. It's a podcast that has 600 live viewers right now. That's the reason Trump's going to lose. That's helping Democrats. Not the fact that Trump is serving his donors over the people. Not the fact that he's starting foreign wars that he said he wouldn't start. And this is another thing too. It's like you'll have people call you all sorts of names for believing what Trump ran on. Like if you listen to Trump's campaign speech, J.D. Vance, Stephen Miller, Tulsi Gabbard, RFK, all of these people, they said on the campaign trail what I'm saying now. The fact that they're doing the opposite of what they campaigned on, that's not the problem. The problem is somebody that wants them to do what they said they were going to do. It's like you guys literally are cattle. Like Epstein was right about you guys. You guys are literally cattle. There's a reason that they like mock you, laugh at you, control the world, and just treat you like animals. They're only wrong if you're not going to act like an animal. If you have the brain of an animal, then how could you even be mad that they're calling you a cow? Like that's what they think of you. They think you're like literally like retarded. So, someone said, I'm totally open to hear the truth. Thank you. I might not like the fact that Democrats are going to win, but the BS going on with Trump, Democrats are most likely going to win. And what I'm saying too, like, I'll give you examples, and I'm not going to name names because I want to be accurate, but I could think of multiple people, right? Two of them are one of them's a donor, one of them's a lawyer, one of them's a public speaker now. They were all Democrats, right? All Democrats for years. Democrats through 2020, 2021, 2022. Open borders didn't bother these Democrats, right? Joe Biden didn't bother these Democrats, apparently. I'm trying to think who ran against. Hillary Clinton didn't bother these Democrats. All of the crazy, weird stuff that liberals are doing didn't bother these Democrats. They were Democrats through and through, even through the pandemic. Vaccine mandates didn't bother these Democrats. Mask mandates didn't bother these Democrats. Nothing that the Democrats did that bothered me and you and everybody on the Republican side didn't matter to them. And then as soon as they started bankrolling Trump and Trump became more under the thumb of the Israel lobby, now all of a sudden they're Republicans. Now they're public speakers. Now they're saying they love the Republican Party because Trump is serving Israel. And now they're like, you know what? It wasn't the open border. It wasn't Mayorkas. It wasn't the liberal stuff in schools. It wasn't lockdowns. It wasn't printing trillions of dollars. It wasn't vaccine and mask mandates. It was Israel that made me want to be a Republican. And they're bankrolling Donald Trump. And they're behind Donald Trump and they're elevating Donald Trump. What I'm trying to explain to you is, do you think they really care about the same things you think? Like, for example, if Trump achieves all their foreign objectives for Israel and screws up the next election, and Kamala, who, by the way, will work for the Zionists and the bankers as well, she was running as a neocon, and she was saying that she would do whatever it took for Iran. She would have done the exact same thing. You can't vote your way out of this. They control both sides. But then if you watch Fox News and Newsmax, they're like, oh, no, Kamala works with Iran. No, she doesn't. She works with Zionists and neocon donors, and she pledged on the campaign trail to do whatever it took to stop Iran. She would have done the exact same thing. Maybe less, maybe more, but it's not any different. But anyway, when you're like, Anomaly, I hate to hear what you're saying, but like Democrats might win, the people bankrolling and elevating Trump, they're not really conservatives. They're in many ways Israel first. So if Trump does what they want and then a Democrat gets in, I'll be upset at open borders. You'll be upset at open borders. Most of the people on my Facebook page will be upset at open borders. But the people who pushed them across the finish line and elevated them and funded them and spoke at events for them and became GOP spokespeople at the national conference for Republican convention, whatever, they don't care. They'll go right back to the left and start bankrolling them and get the left to do stuff. And you might be like, the border of America's open. But that's what you care about. That's what I care about. They don't care about these things. And if you can't figure out what they're doing, then you are too stupid to have a country. It's that simple. It's like you can I could trace this for an example. It's the same reason why when I interviewed Vivek, he goes, "Oh, you were just ahead of the curve when it came to COVID, and I'm ahead of the curve of some things." And I'm like, "Vivek, listen, buddy." And you can go watch that interview. I should play it right here. I am who I say I am. I said it to him the same way I'm saying it here. I'm not being passive aggressive. Like, I said, you worked for a pharmaceutical company that was pushing products during the pandemic and trying to make money off it. So it's not like you didn't think what I thought in 2020 and 2021 the same way because I'm just so much smarter than you and you don't know it. It's because you didn't have the incentive at the time, So you can, based on when people figure stuff out, you can tell what they really care about. And if somebody is willing to be a Democrat and I'm not saying with Vivek, I don't know what his political affiliation is, but I'm just saying with the pharma stuff, if you're looking at a guy who voted for Joe Biden, a guy who was fine with mask mandates and vaccine mandates and open borders and Mayorkas, and none of that bothered him, it was just the Israel stuff, then that shows you that none of that stuff really matters to them. If it was open borders, pro-Israel policy, and just the destruction of America, and the greatest president in modern history, but prioritizes America over Israel, they're going to go be Democrats again. It's not you know what like it. That's what's going on with some people. I'm not saying everybody, like actual people, there's a lot of nuance. Like if you meet people of any race or any religion in the real world, you find a little bit of everything because these are like normal people. We're not dealing with normal people in politics. We're dealing with banker families, we're dealing with donors, we're dealing with Epstein's friends. Like these are not just your run-of-the-mill deli owner. Like, oh, it's just Howard Lutnick. He runs the local deli and sells bagels. No, Howard Lutnick lived next to Jeffrey Epstein. He took his kid to school on September 11th and wasn't there in the Twin Towers. He lied about his relationship with Epstein. He's not my Jewish friends. And I'm not saying you can't be friends with Howard Lutnick. I'm just saying, like, when I say this stuff, I'm not talking about everybody in America of every race or every religion. I'm talking about people that are like 5 power levels above anybody you've ever met when it comes to the actual influence of being able to lead politicians in a certain direction based off money and influence in finances, social circles, banking, media. Someone said, "Where's America first? Infrastructure in America first?" And I want to make this point again. I'm sorry if I say this a lot, but it's really important. Patrick Mahomes only has $100 to $150 million. Yes, that's a lot. Oh my gosh, I'm not trying to downplay $100 million, but think about how much football he's played, how many ads he's done, and how famous and successful he's been for his entire adult life. And he's 30 years old now, and he has $100 million. Miriam Adelson gave Donald Trump $250 million. Think about what that does. And she's not the only one. Some guy named Mellon gave Trump hundreds of millions of dollars. Elon Musk gave people hundreds of millions of dollars. APAC gives a bunch of politicians money. Big Pharma gives people money. Democrats have donors you guys haven't even heard of. George Soros is the one you've heard of, but there's donors you don't even know about. When Kamala was on stage and she said, if our capital crumbled to the ground, we'd still be giving aid to Israel. She said that, by the way. If America's capital crumbled to the ground, she'd still be giving aid to Israel. She's standing on stage with 2 people. One of them is Chuck Schumer. The other is an Israeli-American billionaire who apparently was like the creator of the Power Rangers, which was my favorite show growing up. But it's like there's donors you don't even know about bankrolling Kamala Harris. There's donors you've never even heard of bankrolling the left. I've studied the right-wing ones, but it's like they're dumping so much money into these people. There's a reason there's no America First policies, because nobody's paying Trump to do things for America. They're paying him to do stuff for their business or their thing. And I'm not saying Elon Musk has good intentions, because he might just want money like everybody else. But Elon was the only one actually pretending to pay Trump to do things like for America, at least to my knowledge. And Trump left Doge and said Trump was in the Epstein files, which he was also in. But, Elon himself. But you get what I'm saying? It's like Elon pretended, at least claimed to be the one guy dumping it in to try to cut fraud. And he left the government realizing they had no interest in cutting fraud. Trump is now trying to rebrand the Doge, because Doge was a total failure. People were like, he saved so much money. Where? He didn't save any money. He raised $300 or something billion in tariffs, which is from American taxpayers, and we went into trillions of dollars of debt. And people go, And Trump says on stage, and he goes, foreign countries pay the tariffs. No, they don't. American taxpayers and American businesses pay the tariffs. It's an American tax. No foreign nation pays our tariffs. We pay it. And they'll either pass it on to the consumer or eat those costs themselves, but it's not a foreign nation. And I point that out, and you're like, you're shilling against tariffs? No, I'm telling you a factual statement of how tariff tax works. And to be honest, if you gave me, like, okay, do I want Costco to have more money or the federal government? I'd rather Costco have more money. I don't even go to Costco, but I'm just saying, it's like Costco provides a great service. Amazon provides a service. The government is they took $300 billion from Americans and still went trillions of dollars into debt. So I don't give a fuck about giving the government more money when they're going into debt anyway. It's like, I'd rather Costco and Amazon have that money. If I had to choose, it's not like I care how much money Jeff Bezos has so he can hang out with his, like, you know, his girlfriend. It's like, whatever. But it's not like we got $300 billion. You didn't get shit. And they ran up the deficit anyway. It's like the tariffs aren't even for you. It's like a Howard Lutnick orchestration. And they use tariffs as a sanctioning tool for foreign policy. He just figured out a way to push neocon policy and pretend like it's some sort of domestic win. I make products in America. I have before and after the tariffs. And I'll tell you what, American products haven't gotten cheaper. They haven't gotten more widespread, at least in my industry of clothing. It's like they're harder to find. Everything's more expensive. In no way, shape, or form has it helped my American made business. But, maybe there's someone out there that it helps, but I don't know. Someone said it was Nancy Pelosi who told this, not Kamala. I don't know if you're talking to me or something. Someone said Trump wants his ego acknowledged by the great and powerful. Could be. Someone said, trust the plan, bro. Let Epstein's friends make all the foreign policy and control finance, AI, and pharma injections. Yeah, it's like, I'm willing to be open that I don't know what the future holds, but the idea that Epstein's friends need to take over the whole world and AI surveil everyone, and so Iranians can be free. It's like, it's a crazy bet. That's I would say you're at like a 5%, but who knows? Someone said Zuckerberg and Bill Gates wined and dined at the White House run by tech bros. So there's that. Well, Zuckerberg and Trump like each other, and so do Bill Gates and Trump. Me personally, and obviously a lot of people won't agree with this because it's not like I trust Mark Zuckerberg. Obviously, I don't. But if I could compare the two, like, I don't dislike Mark Zuckerberg as much as I dislike Bill Gates. That's just my preference. I'm not saying I'm like a big Zuckerberg fan, but it's like, I don't know. I just, like, to me, like, Bill Gates is like way worse, but I mean, they're pretty similar. But it's like most of MAGA would be like, I don't like Bill Gates, but Trump does. Trump hangs out with him. Trump offered him a job. I'm definitely biased because I've done well on Facebook for a while. And even though at times they've censored me and done really weird stuff, and I think if they ever did a Facebook files the same they did at X Files, I personally believe, and once again, I just need to be clear for legal reasons because this is just my theory, but I believe at some point either the government, a corporation, or a billionaire told Facebook to delete my videos. I don't think they organically did it. I think that the government or a company or a billionaire, like, literally ordered my videos to be deleted and for me to be censored because they were getting so many views. And like, if you look at the X Files, they were making lists of certain people and saying, like, shut that down, shut this. They were definitely doing that to Facebook too. And that does not justify, like, Mark Zuckerberg did whatever they wanted. So it's not to, like, justify him, but I do believe that I was targeted by the federal government or a billionaire or a corporation directly because my videos were so effective and so accurate and so revealing. So I would love to see that, like, what was said about my page specifically, because I'm almost certain that happened. It's just they don't have that, like, transparent right now, but I don't know. Someone said Zuckerberg admitted on Joe Rogan the FBI came to Facebook and told them to censor. 100%. And once again, I'm not justifying that he listened, but I guess I always, even for people I don't like and don't trust, I try to treat everyone the way I would want to be treated. And at the end of the day, it's completely wrong to bow down to the government and censor your own citizens. What Zuckerberg should have done is, like, came to the public and told us that it was happening. But I do think that that's what the government does. I do think that they try to strong arm and bully and pressure and basically scare you because if you excuse me, if you get in a court case with the government, you could definitely win, but it's probably hard to like beat the FBI in court or something. Like if they want to like frame you, it's probably like easier for them to do it than most people would want to admit. So it doesn't make what Zuckerberg did right. He should have came to the public and said it, but I do think the government was going to every company and trying to, force them to do it. And if you have government contracts or in any way you're intertwined with the government, which every major company is at this point, I'm sure they can threaten to like pull the plug on your business to some extent. But I don't know. That's way above my power level to understand exactly what happens when you like own a multi-billion dollar company. Have I shown any footage from the strikes? No, I haven't shown any video, so I'm not like a show all the strikes guy. You could find that on Twitter, I'm sure. Someone said Zuckerberg is not an American, at least in the heritage sense. He doesn't care about the plebs or rights. I would like to see an interview of Mark Zuckerberg asking questions. I'm not going to like accuse him of that. I don't know exactly what his agenda is or, beliefs are, but everyone's entitled to their opinion. And I think one, I want to get my message out there and say things, but then also there's a wait, why is it frozen? Sorry. I'll wait till it unfreezes or something, but let me know if it unfreezes. Why does it always do this to me? All right, maybe am I frozen for real or no? Okay, we're back. Sorry about that. I don't know why it does that. So, I apologize to Mark Zuckerberg. You're the coolest person in the world. Don't freeze my account again. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah. When it comes to using social media for what I'm doing, like there's getting your message out there and just being effective and pushing your message. And then there's a business model, right? Like you see, if you watch like Theo Vaughn or Candace or sometimes my show, but I don't do it as much. Like there's people are reading ads. Some people make super chat money. Some people make money on YouTube ads or Facebook. And at the end of the day, regardless of how big or small your business is, you at least have to make enough money to continue your business and keep doing it. So, is it unfrozen now or I mean, I don't know why this keeps happening. I have like my internet is completely fine. So, I'll just wait, I guess, a second again. Let's see. I mean, it says my internet's like 700 megabytes per second. Okay. Audio is fine. Yes, it's fine. You're okay. Can't hear you. Can I talk or no? Let's see. I'm going to wait for a few more comments and then I'll continue. All right, I'm just gonna assume it's working. The numbers are going back up. All right. So yeah, like if say you have 20 or 30 employees and you run a news show, you have to make enough money to keep it going or get money from somewhere, right? Those are the two options. So if you don't make enough money to run your business, then you have to take someone else's money in some sort of way, and then you might have to give up something to do that. But with like me, I don't have any employees right now and I can eat the cost. So there's times where I've gone in the positive. There's times where I've gone in the negative, but because I've saved money, I can eat like I'm very free because I don't have to pay anybody else for the most part. So you understand what I'm saying? There's a business model aspect to it. And with social media, I think, you know, a lot of news companies, they're very focused on the amount of money they're making or else they can't pay their people. For me, I'm not as focused as them, but what I would say is like it changes all the time. And if you don't change with it, you basically like lose out. So, they might pay you for videos on Facebook for 5 years straight. And then all of a sudden overnight, they say, we're not paying you for videos anymore. And it might be most of your business model. So, like Instagram doesn't really pay people for videos, they only pay people for pictures. And I don't post pictures on Instagram. So, it's like I could and probably make $1,000 more dollars a month or something, but I don't want to like just spam picture posts on Instagram. It doesn't make sense to me. With all that being said, it's like, I don't make most of my money on YouTube. So maybe I'll do a show like that. The reason I said all that was like, there's ways to expand my show, there's ways to do this, there's ways to do that, but at a certain point you don't have to do everything. Like like I drained myself trying to do like 50 different things every day like 2 years ago. And it really drained my energy and just like my morale. So it's like sometimes I do shows, sometimes I don't, but the majority of my business model is not YouTube or it's not even my videos. So like maybe I'll do that, but I've been at peace with the way things are. Like if I reach 9 million people or 10 million people in one day on Facebook, and you feel like, but my YouTube video only got 10,000 views. Like it drives you crazy because like you could post an Instagram reel, get 500,000 views, but it's never enough because then you got to do the next one. Like I'm over like chasing certain things. So there's things that I want to do, and there's like ways I want to improve my model in some ways, but I don't know. I'm back and forth between how far I want to expand my show because you don't have to be good at everything, and I'm big on Facebook. I reach like 10 million people a day. I'm big on Twitter. I probably reach like millions of people every week. I'm big on Instagram. I'm pretty big on YouTube, not like huge, but it's like most people, they're not doing everything. Like you can make a fortune on just YouTube and have no following on Facebook. So I don't want to chase everything so hard like I was for a while, not purposely, but I'm just like, I'm chilling. Someone said it's called a numbers trap. Yeah, I mean, we've talked about it before, but it's not AOL days anymore where it's like you've got mail, and then it's like, oh, I'm so excited I got mail. Now I have a inbox with 6,000 mail I've never read, and I'm dreading reading it. It's like the dopamine hits are just not there anymore when it comes to like notifications and like, oh my gosh, I'm getting views. It's like it doesn't mean anything anymore. It's all just like there's no dopamine left in like internet like notifications. Like I'm over it. I'm grateful. I'm still working, but I'm not gonna chase the numbers as you're saying. Someone said I used to watch you on Facebook Watch until 2020. Well, Facebook deletes live streams now. I have 1.5 million people and they only leave my live streams there for 30 days. So it's like I made my living making Facebook live streams for years, and now that number basically turned to a $0 like business model. I've been able to adapt and evolve, but it's because I have to like learn what's going on. But yeah, like what do I do? Like Facebook doesn't want me to live stream. I could start a Kick account, right? And like live stream to Kick. I might do that because Kick seems like my speed to some extent. A lot of the kids are super based there and they don't really give a shit. So maybe I should do that. But yeah, everything changes. And I want to say this too before I get to other things. Times it's like a dice roll, but you have a higher percentage. It's like Texas Hold'em. If you have pocket aces, you're not gonna win the hand for sure, but you have a very high percentage of winning the hand. And social media is the same way. If you're doing the wrong things, you basically have no chance of winning if you're not creating content. If you start creating content, your odds improve of going up if you do the right things and you're consistent and persistent and you learn how it works. Cause like if I did what I did in 2008, now it wouldn't work. If I did now exactly what I did in 2016, it wouldn't work exactly the same. Like they're always changing a lot of things, and it's just good to know for your business or your socials what's going on. Why is it freezing? I don't like this is so annoying. I'm gonna stay for like 5 more minutes, but it doesn't make any sense because my connection is super strong. Like, all right. Sorry that it's freezing for some people. I have a connection that's like 700 megabytes per second. It's like the fastest internet I could find. All right. Read a few more and then I guess we'll cut it off. Someone said the MT Marjorie Taylor Greene interview is wonderful. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I was reading a lot of the comments on there, and thank you guys for the compliments. A lot of people said they thought it was like a super good interview, so I appreciate it. I tried to do my best job of asking her interesting stuff that I've never heard her say and also challenging her a little bit. So thank you. Someone said, damn, it's freezing a bit. All right. Well, I think we're back. Someone said, you froze on my TV, but not my phone. Yeah, I don't. It's got to be either a YouTube thing or if it's on Facebook too, like whatever I'm using to stream. But it should be fine. Government interference, anything's possible. I don't understand it though. All right. Any questions or anybody that has anything to say about like my stream today. Like I'm willing to hear criticism or feedback because I want to have these conversations. Thank you guys saying amazing interview. Um, Kathy said, I want you to know as a boomer, I appreciate you. The news and constant newsreels were exhausting for me and it sucked my energy. So I want to thank you. Yeah. And I want to say this too. Like if you watch my show, I mean, I can't tell you how you feel if you watch it, but I'm not trying to stress people out. I'm not trying to make people angry. I'm not trying to like yell. I'm not telling people to bug out. It's totally okay to tune out the news. And I don't even watch the news that much ever anymore, or even like news content unless I'm doing work because it's not really fun. And I don't need the drama and the stress of it. So with my show, it's intellectually stimulating for me, and it's like therapeutic to say what I'm thinking, but I'm also trying to do it in a way that's not overwhelming and is somewhat calming, even though the topics are pretty rough and tough. Because I think that's healthy for people. I don't think it's healthy to bug out every day. I don't think it's healthy to panic or listen to somebody that's like screaming at you. So I try to provide it in a way that is not like unhealthy or overwhelming or insane. Someone said too much truth being spoken. Yeah, I don't. My connections never had an issue until like 2 weeks ago, but it's fine. Someone said reports in February 2026 indicate that crude oil from Venezuela was shipped to Israel for the first time in years, according to Bloomberg data. Yes, that is true. They did ship oil to Israel. I read that as well. Someone said, I love the Marjorie Taylor Greene. I love that Marjorie Taylor Greene said she followed you from way back. Yeah, she said she followed me before she ran for office, which was cool. I remember her telling me that when I met her years ago, like at a Turning Point, like party event or something, like after party thing in at Turning Point's Student Action Summit. And that was cool that she said that as well. Um, I think I've done more than some people realize, and I'm not bragging, but I do think I've been very influential and very like, kind of I don't get I'm not out there as much as some people, but I think I've been doing it long enough and like getting through to a lot of people. So it's interesting. Uh Voting isn't how our puppets are selected, Teller said with a super chat. Why do you keep acting like it's real? Also, why do you support our troops unconditionally? Well, I don't think voting matters that much. I haven't claimed that for a long time now. Even last election, I never said it mattered as much. Like I wasn't like you have to vote, it really matters. I said I don't care if you vote. This is not an endorsement. I'm telling you what I'm doing, and I think that some topics you can vote your way out of and 90 to 95% you can't. So you're framing it as if I like really tell people that voting matters, and I don't think I've done that since like 2018 or something. Like I've literally not done that. Why do I keep acting like it's real? Once again, I've told people for at least 5 years now that I think both parties are controlled, and there's only some topics that will shift and change. And even when Trump wins, my idea of winning is like the party holding him accountable and pushing him in the right direction, not cheering him on. So that's been my thing for a while. Why do I support our troops unconditionally? I would say I respect anybody who serves in our military and I appreciate them, but I wouldn't say I unconditionally support everything that they do. Like that's if I say I don't believe in the war in Iran and I think it's not for our interests and they're fighting in the war with Iran, I don't think that is unconditional support. I don't know. I think there's a way to love and respect people who put their lives on the line for our country without unconditionally supporting what they do. And I would say that's how I feel. Rob said, I think you're one of the best at spotting things out. I appreciate it. And one thing that I always try to do is I try to not just spot things out, but explain to people why. Because there's always a reason why I spot things out and why I say what I say. And I would say I'm like the most transparent person about it. I never say I have a secret source or just to trust me. I try to explain it because there's a reason that I'm ahead of the curve on a lot of stuff. I'm just seeing some things that people are ignoring for whatever reason. And the reason I know them is because when someone brings them to my attention, I acknowledge it and I consider it. Consideration considers things. If you don't consider certain things, then you're just going to be dumb on a lot of topics. Someone said, you've been an influence. I've been with you for 6 years. I appreciate it. And some people will say, like, I'm not acting like I'm so special or whatever, but people will be like, what are you even doing? It's like, Well, I guess it depends who you ask what I'm doing. Like, I've people have like stopped me in person probably like 50 times and been like, "You helped me so much during the pandemic. You're the reason, even though I didn't tell anybody what to do or give medical advice, I gave people the facts. I gave people the science. I gave people the truth and the raw data." And a lot of people took that information and made their own decisions and said, "You helped me so much during the pandemic. My business thrived because of you. I didn't take the vaccine." Like, that's something. I mean, it's not everybody, but everyone will take from it what they will. Some people like it, some people don't. But I don't know. Some people are like, "What are you really doing?" It's like, I don't know. Ask other people. Someone said, "Would we respect the Roman soldiers against Jesus Christ?" Probably not. No. But you don't have to do what I'm doing or think how I think. So you don't have to respect. I know, like, I follow people who I follow people that, like, don't like our troops at all, and they, like, post really rude stuff about them. It's like, if you can do whatever you want, say whatever you want, feel however you want. I just am trying to come from a thoughtful angle, but to some, it's not thoughtful, I don't not denying. Someone said, "What year did you leave off being a Bernie bro? That's how long I've been here." I mean, shortly after he just completely folded, like, to Hillary, 2016, I guess. With Bernie too, like, I have to admit, I mean, I was in my 20s. I got caught in, like, anti-Hillary-ness a lot, like, the same way people will, like, be so far left that they just hate everyone right. I really thought Hillary was, like, the worst and most corrupt politician of all time. So I wasn't an ideologue when it came to, like, socialism or liberalism, like, none of that mattered to me at all with Bernie. It was more that he just kept talking about, like, a revolution. He was like, "Both parties are corrupt. Hillary's lying. She's a sellout, and we need a political revolution." Like, that was the rhetoric that pulled me in. I didn't think about healthcare. I didn't think about socialism. I didn't even know about taxes at the time. I don't think, like, I wasn't even 26. So, like, none of that really set in for me. And I will say, like, when I started buying healthcare and paying for taxes, I started seeing right through his lies. Like, I think when I had to buy my own health insurance when I was like 26 or 27, and California made me buy health insurance, like, they have no option to opt out, and it was like hundreds of dollars a month, and I was broke. I was like, wait, I'm not a millionaire and a billionaire. Like, why do I have to pay? Like, it didn't take me very long to just realize he was completely full of garbage on that stuff. But Bernie actually used to be super based on some topics. Like, when he was younger, he used to say, like, you know, like, H-1B visas are wrong, like, they're taking American jobs. He just turned out to just be such a loser. But yeah, I would say I started liking Trump, or like liking the him, like, before he got inaugurated. I don't think I came out publicly and said anything like, "I don't think Trump's that bad. I think the left is going crazy," or whatever, until like later, maybe like 2017. But I just started. I'm not very stubborn when it comes to politics. Like, I wasn't like, "Oh, I love Bernie." Like, I was more like, "Oh, Bernie's a liar, damn." And then I was like, "Oh, Trump sounds like a conspiracy theorist. Oh, that's interesting." I don't have like a lot of hate in my heart, so it's easy for me to, be like, "Oh, okay." Like, I don't have like, I hate Trump so much. I was like, "Oh, I think Trump's racist or something." And then someone's like, "No, he's not." And you're like, "Oh, I never thought about that. Okay, maybe he's not racist." Like a Mexican's like, "I like Trump. He doesn't hate Mexicans." And I was like, "Oh, okay." Like, huh, maybe he doesn't hate Mexicans. I just thought he did for like 5 days or something. Shauna said, "Been following you since before you were a Christian and you lean left. Always knew you sought the truth. Amazing to see it as you've done." Thank you, Shauna. Like, I like people like Jimmy Dore, where I don't know if he still considers himself left wing, but it's like, I don't even care anymore. Like, same with Jimmy Dore. Like, I followed him forever, and I like we agree on most stuff now. It's like, whether he says he's liberal or not, it's like, as long as he's telling the truth and trying to be honest about most topics, then who cares? And the truth is too, like, even with this screwed up system, if they can pay for trillions of dollars worth of wars, they can provide better healthcare. It's not going to necessarily be through insurance scams like, "Oh, healthcare," but they could do a better job. Like, they have so much money. If they prioritize the American health system and really thought it through, I'm not talking about socialism or communism, but they could provide better services and better, less scammy stuff. So it's like, say Jimmy Dore's like left wing because he wants healthcare. Is that really that bad? Maybe we have a disagreement of how to get there, but this idea, like, we never have money to do what we want to do. It's socialism for us, but it's not socialism when we give money to other countries. It's international socialism. It's socialism for Ukraine. It's socialism for Big Pharma. It's socialism for Israel. It's socialism for Egypt and Jordan. It's socialism for Elon Musk. It's socialism for, Albert Bourla. It's like they all get socialism, but then when it comes to us, it's like, oh, no, it would be socialist to give you something. Okay, then stop giving everyone else money then too. Like, let's do the capitalism thing. It's like we're not doing it. So it's like we just can't have anything, but everyone else can do socialism. It's like, what's the point of fighting with a liberal over healthcare? It's like I agree with them, but not in the same way. I'm like, that's a little naive. But if you, as long as you're not an ideologue and crazy, then we can, people on the left and right should be able to talk and come to a conclusion, um and figure out the right way to do it. Someone said they love Jimmy and Kurt. Yeah, I would, dude. I really want to go on the Jimmy Dore show and talk to Kurt and Jimmy. Like, I'm trying to make that happen. So hopefully that you'll see that this year. Someone said racist is an anti-white slur. Somebody said. I would say that I thought the word racist was like powerful when I was like in my 20s, but as I get older, I realize that it's basically just a word to, similar to what you said, rig the conversation in a certain direction. So it's like you're racist if you say this about this race, but they're not racist if they say it about you. Like it doesn't really mean anything. It's like some racial things are true, some racial things are not true. Just say if it's true or false. I don't use the word racist anymore because if I think someone's being mean in a evil way to anybody, I'll just explain how it's evil and wrong to that group. I don't need to use the word racist. It's similar, like you said, racist. It's similar to anti-Semite. If they do something mean to you, you're an anti-Semite for noticing. If they perceive what you're saying is mean to them, it's anti-Semitism. It doesn't matter if what you're saying is true. It doesn't matter if what they're saying is true. It doesn't matter if it's right or wrong. The word anti-Semite is basically, in my opinion, an anti-Christian, an anti-word to anybody that's not them. And like you said with racist, it's like if everyone could be racist, but it's really just white people who are the most then it's like, yeah, then it becomes a word that is being manipulated against Europeans in a way that's not fair, accurate, or helpful to anybody. So yeah, I mean, all of these words are just stupid. Like, someone said white people are crying now. Well, I can't speak for all the Caucasians, but I'm not crying. I don't care what people say or think, but I'm just like, the manipulation of words is becoming apparent. I want to talk about real quick something that I saw recently that really pissed off like Black Twitter and Black America and just probably Black people in general. And I'm not saying Black people are wrong for being mad at this. I'm just explaining the manipulation behind it. There was some sort of award show, and some guy with Tourette's said the N-word on the broadcast, and they left it in the broadcast, but then some Black director or something said free Palestine, and they took it out of the broadcast. It was on a 2-hour delay. So a lot of Black celebrities, entertainer, and just, people in general were like, why is free Palestine worth censoring but not the N-word? And they're completely right. It's like, why would you do that if it's a 2-hour delay? My theory is they purposely did it. Like, how could that not be? If you're on a 2-hour delay, how could you not edit it out? Like, 2 hours is a long time in live editing to catch something like that. So it's like, I think they're purposely trying to piss off Black and white people and people in general. Because if you're pissed off that someone said the N-word, then they're doing something else sneaky to the side. So it's like, when it comes to racial stuff and people being mad at each other and calling, oh, you're racist, you're anti-Semitic, you're sexist, you're bigot, blah, 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 you're left wing and right wing. It's like all these things are just labels to avoid actually having to have a conversation about it. So I found that was like a huge moment in the Black community. And I think they purposely did that to piss off Black people. Because why? Like, how else could you possibly leave in a slur in a 2-hour delay, but you take out free Palestine? And people are like, how could they do that? They had to have purposely done it. Like, people are completely right. Like, but Now you got to figure out why they're doing it and like what's the purpose of pissing off everybody all the time for, to take their, like when they pissed off everybody with the George Floyd stuff, that was during a lockdown. So it's like, whether you think someone's right or wrong for being mad at it, it takes away from the fact that the government's robbing all of us and they're locking everything down and the pharmaceutical industry is making money. So there's always like a cover. And I think every race, every religion, and every group of people, every political affiliation should be wise to how they're doing it because they do it to everybody. And the same way the right says, oh, they do it to the left, they also do it to the right. The same way Christians are like, they're doing it to Muslims, they're doing it to Jews, they're doing it to black. They do it to Christians and conservatives. All like they do it to every group. And I find that like every group can spot it when it's another group and then they fall for it. Not everyone, but it's so obvious. Which group is the closest to disappearing? I mean, if you're going like black, white, like that, because there's different types of Europeans and there's different types of black and there's different like groups like the Kurds and stuff. But I would say, yeah, white people are losing most of their traditional homelands and they're shrinking at a rapid rate. But the media will say that you're the majority. It's like everything is like linguistic word magic where they're doing all these things and framing it. It's like false framing in order to achieve a certain goal. So, I mean, Teller, I think me and you probably agree on that and see through it. So, I get what you're saying. Someone said, I grew up in mixed communities most of my life, and Black Americans and blanks, the people that you can't say because it's hate speech, are the most racist people in the US. I mean, I think when you're told that you can't be racist, it's easy to like do it more. But once again, I don't even think the word racist makes a difference. Like if you're black and you like black people more, you're Jewish and you like Jewish people more, I don't care. I don't even consider that racist. Like who cares? Like you're allowed to like or dislike whoever you want for whatever reason. It doesn't bother me. But with that being said, black people have the word racist and Jewish people have the word anti-Semitic. So you can kind of like do the same thing you're accusing other people of doing while hiding behind that shield, so it creates like more of that. But I don't know, I'm not here to like compare racism. It means nothing to me. I just want to be able to speak accurately about what's going on. And I think it's okay for anybody of any race to want to live somewhere else or live around someone who looks like them. Like that's your prerogative. But it can't be considered racist and anti Semitic when one group does it, but it's not racist when other people do it. And I think that's the double standards that's really annoying everybody. But it's being done purposely to achieve a certain mean. So at a certain point, you have to just ignore it and be truthful. One thing I will say, though, and maybe I'm wrong about this, I don't know. I try, and I don't think I'm perfect at it by any means, but I try to not be mean spirited in anything I say. And some people are mean spirited. People in all groups. There's right wingers who are mean spirited. There's black. There's Jewish. There's white. There's Muslim. Some people are mad and spiteful and angry, and they feel like they're justified in their anger because of stuff that happened. And everyone's entitled to feel how they want to feel. But me personally, of course, people are going to lie about what I'm saying, but I try to not be angry or spiteful or hateful in anything that I'm saying. If I talk about race or religion or certain groups or tribes in the world, I try to just do it accurately from love. I try to not, like just get upset about it because it's, and I try to just treat others the way I want to be treated. So if I think of certain things for my group or my country, then how could I not give that same respect to other groups? Like everyone is not me. Thank you, Taylor. Appreciate it. And everyone, no one was asked to be born the way they were born. So I do think it's wrong to not like someone solely because of their skin color or solely because of their ethnic group. Like that is wrong because you don't choose that. But it's also wrong to say that someone hates you because of your skin color or race when they just hate you because you suck. It's like, so there's different levels to it, but it's like some people will be like, oh, they hate me because I'm this. And it's like, no, they just don't like you because you're annoying. And then you hide behind your group. Like I don't think I've never met somebody that just like hates me because of my ethnicity. And if they did, it's like, I don't care. Like I don't, it's like, okay, what, I mean, would I debate Vaush? I mean, would I? At some point, sure. I'm not opposed to it, but I feel like if it's who I'm thinking of, oh no, I was thinking Destiny, but Vouch, I don't really watch his show or anything, so I don't know as much about Vouch, but like Destiny feels like he's been passed around so much, like he's the guy that everybody debates. It just feels like played out at that point. As far as Vouch, I don't really see I haven't seen him in years to like even know what he's talking about. So would I do it? Sure. But do I really have any do I don't even know what his opinions are on stuff to know what we'd even be debating about at this point, but it's not impossible. Um, Let me see. Some people have thin skin. Yeah, and some people are purposely just using linguistic tricks to benefit themselves. Like, I'll give you an example. Mark Levin, right? He calls Dave Smith a Nazi. Dave Smith is Jewish. Like, if words don't mean anything, then why should anyone believe you? You know, like Dave Smith is not a Nazi. Dave Smith seems like a really nice guy, and he's a good American, and he's a good Jewish guy. I mean, I'm not Jewish religiously, but it's like he's just a good guy. I have a lot of friends like Dave Smith that are Jewish Americans that are cool. But Mark Levin calls him a Nazi. Mark Levin calls Iran a Nazi. Mark Levin suggests Tucker Carlson's a Nazi. Everyone's a Nazi to Mark Levin. But if you ever said anything to Mark Levin, he'd just cry anti-Semitism. So it's like my issue with Mark Levin is not his race or his religion or he just sucks. You know what I'm saying? Like he's a liar and he's unhinged and he does things to other people that he wouldn't want done to him. He doesn't live by the golden rule. Imagine if someone called him those words. He would spiral and be like, "How dare you? My history says you can't say that to me. Oh my gosh, you're trying to hurt me." Yet he has no problem smearing Dave Smith with a word that holds a lot of societal weight. Like he's just such a garbage human being, you know? Like that's tough stuff really bothers me. It's like what a scumbag, but I guess that's just how people act. Uh, Someone said Bobby Fischer was Jewish and they called him a Nazi and insane. I wondered why. Well, I didn't know they called Bobby Fischer that, but I am familiar with Bobby Fischer, one of the greatest pattern recognizers of all time. He's one of the greatest chess players ever. I believe he was part Jewish or something through his father or mother. I'm not sure, but yeah, Bobby Fischer definitely said a lot of things about what he thought of. I don't know if he was what he was talking about when it came to Jewish, if he was talking about the religion or what, but he's got quite a few rants in that department. And it was interesting because he was Jewish himself. So it's like, similar to like Milo, and not that Milo is Bobby Fischer, but he's similar where he's very critical of that group, but he is himself at least partially part of it. But he's Catholic, I think now. And I think Bobby Fischer was Catholic as well religiously. So I mean, Glenn Greenwald is Jewish. He's one of the, I would say, most honest journalists that we have. Max Blumenthal is Jewish. He's very critical of Israel and Jewish billionaires in America. So, there's a lot of highly intelligent, highly brave people of that race, that are willing to call a spade a spade. So, someone said that's the anti-white narrative again. I mean, if you think about all of the labels that are used in modern history, they're all like World War II labels. Like if you hate someone, you call them one of five names, and it's pretty much like a World War II reference. So I think it creates layers of, I don't want to be called that. I don't want to go there. I don't like if you say that anybody who doesn't like Israel is a Nazi, essentially, then you're trying to dissuade people from calling out, saying whatever, like, you know, disagreeing with them. If they say it's blood libel, if you say they did something purposely as a nation, then you might not want to say it because they're going to call it blood libel. So there's all these words and linguistic tricks to get people to stop saying things, to get people to not support certain countries. And like I said, even with like socialism, it's like they do socialism now. We have socialism in America for companies, for billionaires, Like there are people who benefit from the American tax dollar. There are foreign nations who benefit from the American tax dollar. So, everything is framed as left, right, red, blue, socialism, capitalism. You're a Nazi, you're a anti-Semite, you're a racist. Like, these words are just like to scare everybody into submission or to believing whatever a certain group or a certain politician's saying. But the more you understand, the more you realize that these are all kind of like tricks and traps. And the people calling other people names, they don't actually mean those things. Like, if Mark Levin really hated Nazis, why would he call a Jewish libertarian a Nazi? Like, Dave Smith is a lot of things. A Nazi's literally not one of them. You could say Dave Smith's a moron. I'm not saying he is. I like Dave, but I'm just saying you could say libertarians are stupid, they're naive, but calling him a World War II German when he's an American Jew with a family who just is a libertarian and believes what Ron Paul believes, like, that's wrong. That's not right to smear people like that. But that's what they do to like everyone. Um, and they say he's like self-hating. There are liberal self-hating Jewish people, I think, just like there's self-hating whites and self-hating Asians. But Dave is not that guy. Like, he's definitely not somebody who like hates himself. I've seen people who hate themselves, and you feel bad for them. But like if you're telling the truth, why do you have to lie so much? That's my opinion about the war in Iran. That's my opinion about labels. If you're telling the truth, if you're so honest, if you're so righteous, why do you have to lie so much? I don't have to lie in order to make my point. I don't have to exaggerate. I don't have to I don't have to be angry. I don't have to be mean. I don't have to be hateful. I don't have to be emotional. None of these things I have to do to make my point and tell people why I'm telling the truth. So why do all these people have to lie so much? How does that mean they're right? To me, that's massive red flag. Someone said Fisher developed mental illness, paranoid. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. I can't say I followed his entire life and his trajectory, but everyone's entitled to their opinion of what happened to him. I think he like moved to Iceland or something, or Greenland. I don't know. Do I follow Ron Paul's Liberty Report? I don't watch it like religiously or anything, but I definitely follow Ron Paul on Twitter, and I like Ron Paul. I think the reason he was right about so much is because he's just honest and not sold out. Like, I think people don't realize how many people are sold out and how many people agree with you. I said this about Charlie Kirk for years. If people watch my show, like a lot, like my super, I don't want to say fans, but like super supporters and listeners, it would be more accurate. Super listeners, Super Mario Listener 5, new Nintendo game. If anybody listens to me a lot, for years I said about Charlie Kirk, I said, listen, I'm not the biggest fan of Charlie Kirk. I don't agree with him on certain things. And to be honest, I didn't have like insider knowledge on this. I'm just kind of good at reading people. I said, I think Charlie agrees with me behind closed doors. And I said, I think if I had a few drinks with Charlie, he would be like, oh yeah, you're right about all that. And I didn't have insider info that he secretly agreed with me. I just know the positions we're in. I've never taken donor money. I'm not funded. I don't run a nonprofit. Charlie did all of those things. He took tens or hundreds of millions of dollars from donors. He ran a nonprofit. He was friends with JD Vance and the president. Like, she was the most influential person under 35 in our country when it came to politics. Like, he was going to be the president one day. Charlie Kirk was the most influential youth. So he couldn't do the things I was doing. I'm not even saying this. Go back and listen to old streams. I told people this. Yeah, I don't like what Charlie's doing. I think he's lying. And then you listen to like rabbis who said, oh, we coached him and he would say things he didn't believe for us. Leave Charlie alone. He's working for us. He'll say things for us that he doesn't even believe. I don't say things I don't believe. If I said it, I believe it. If I meant it. Charlie was in a different position than I was in. And the crazy part is, like, I was right about all that because the last year, Charlie started coming out more publicly against the war in Iran. Charlie came out more publicly saying, I'm getting smeared as an anti-Semite. There are donors of this ethnicity bankrolling the left, and I don't like it. And if you're going to yell at me and call me an anti-Semite, then why don't you tell these Jewish donors that fund left-wingers? Like, he started saying this stuff, even bolder than me, to be honest. He started talking about October 7th and, like what he thought about that. I'm going to say it. He was being even braver than me on many topics, right? And more making more brash statements, and the stakes were even higher for him because of how connected he was. So it's like he was breaking out of his shell, and he determined after years of basically being a puppet that he didn't want to be a puppet anymore. He didn't want to work for the donors. He didn't want to represent a foreign nation more than America, and he didn't like that he was being called an anti-Semite for it. And it's like all these thoughts I had about Charlie where I was like, I don't agree with him, but I think I always said deep down inside, in 5 years, Charlie's on our side. In 10 years, Charlie's going to be on our side. He might not be now. I might not like what he's doing now, but I really have good discernment. And I'm like, something about the way he's acting, I think he's eventually going to line up with where we're at. And then he got assassinated. And then everybody who doesn't agree with what Charlie was saying acted like he never said it in the first place and tried to completely wash his legacy. Yes, he did all those things. Yes, he supported that country, but he also did this. He also did say he was being called these names. He also did get harassed by your side of the argument, just like at some point he got harassed by my side of the argument and stuff. So, like these are, I don't know. It's sad to see the most influential person that I know would have agreed with me and was starting to agree with me just get taken out, and then the war he was against get started, and then everyone acted like it never happened. And he's irreplaceable because there's nobody like him. And I say that as someone who wasn't even a fan of him. There's nobody that was like him. There was nobody as connected as him. And I think the more connected you are to the system, the less free you are to break out of your shell. I'll just say that. Someone said Kash Patel solved his murder so quickly, but now he parties with the Team USA overseas. Well, no comment. Someone said, still influential. My grandson was singing his song, but with his name, he's only 10. So when he asked me what I thought, I simply told him I'd rather not say. He could tell I didn't like the song praising him. Someone said, will Marjorie Taylor Greene go down in history as a coward or a hero? I mean, I think a hero. How is she a coward? She didn't take money from the lobby that controls most of our politicians. She called it out and pushed harder on the Epstein files. I mean, I'm sure she made some mistakes along the way, but how is she a coward? I don't see how you could call Marjorie Taylor Greene a coward. You can call her a lot of things, but a coward? I don't see it. Someone said Charlie was super pro-Israel until later, and they still called him an anti-Semite. Yes, and this is what I was trying to explain to people, and I think smart people get it. This is how much pressure they put on people. Charlie Kirk is like a top 5 pro-Israel person in modern history, and they still called him an anti-Semite because it's not about supporting a country. It's about doing everything that they want at all times, and if you don't, they morally blackmail you. They give you money. If you don't take it, you're an anti-Semite. They give you money. If you take it and don't do everything they want, you're an anti-Semite. They give you money, and if you want to make your own money after you took their money, they call you an anti-Semite. You tell the truth, they call you an anti-Semite. You notice patterns, they call you an anti-Semite. So Charlie started getting annoyed too, and he started saying, like, listen, you can yell at me for all these things, right? Like he could take it, right? He's like, I could take it. But here's what he wanted to ask them. He was like, if I'm supposed to police all of these things on my side, most of the left is being bankrolled by donors, and Charlie noticed who the donors were. Like, what do so it's like if you're this group and you just are constantly calling everybody anti-Semitic, why don't you talk to your own group? Most of them vote Democrat. Most of Democrats are getting bankrolled by them. So Charlie started noticing. He's like, if you watched Fox News or Newsmax, you would think that most Jewish people as a demographic are voting Republican. That's not the case. They're voting Democrat. They're funding the Democrats. They're bankrolling the Democrats. Not all. I'm just saying, like, demographic wise, you would never know that if you listen to the right, because they're being bankrolled by a very minority of that group who just bankrolls them instead of bankrolling the Democrats. So it's like Charlie started noticing that stuff and being like, dude, liberalism, feminism, all of these like weird left-wing things are being bankrolled by these people. Like, are you guys going to call that out? You call me out, call your own people out. So, I mean, Charlie was definitely starting to talk about that stuff, which was super brave and crazy, sad, and insane timing of that all happening. But, Someone said the beast Trump poked is going to kill us. Well, that's very depressing thought. Someone said you are a Jesuit trained and lost. I'm not a Jesuit. I'm not trained by Jesuits. If you disagree with me on Charlie, I don't care. I'm not like, I have friends that think he's still alive. It doesn't bother me. There's theories out there that I don't agree with, but I understand why people are skeptical, and I understand why people don't trust anybody. Like, how could you trust anything in this world? I don't. I'm not mad at you, but I wouldn't be so confident being wrong about me because that means you're probably wrong about other stuff. But it's okay. Someone said Trump is just securing a place to flee when he's impeached again. It'll be so funny when they extradite him. It's anything is possible. I don't know. We'll see if what happens, but they're definitely going to try to impeach him. And the problem is, I mean, they're probably going to impeach him over something he didn't do, but Trump did actually do like 50 million crazy things. But the problem is they also do those things. But the other problem is Trump doesn't care that he does those things. Like, you try to call out Bill Clinton and Trump like defends them. Trump defends all these Democrats like they're going to treat him the exact same way, and they might not. It's like hard to tell what's going on. It's probably just all theater. But someone said you're taking my comment out of context. Well, I apologize, my guy. I can't follow the context of everything. So if you're talking to someone else or Charlie, I'm giving my perspective. I didn't know Charlie, and maybe I'll talk about this now because I'd rather be buried in this live stream because it's a sensitive topic. But when it comes to like Erica Kirk and Charlie, that whole thing, I wasn't friends with Charlie Kirk. I never even knew who Erica Kirk was. So I don't have any insider knowledge. I don't have some sort of like, oh, I've been best friends with them for years. I don't have that. All I do is have my opinion about it. And, in the most respectful way possible, the people that are telling everybody to not talk about Erica are some of the worst and most dishonest people in politics besides Matt Walsh. He's not that bad. But besides him, it's the worst people. It's the fakest people. It's the most compromised people. They're all coming out like the Mark, don't talk about Erica, which makes it weirder. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm very thoughtful. So I'm like, I'm not going to say anything about a widow, blah, blah, blah. Let's just let it play out. But the worst and the sneakiest and the fakest and the most obvious ops, they're all telling everybody, don't talk about her, don't question her. And it's like, that is interesting. And then you go to, okay, she's now the CEO of the biggest youth organization in America, maybe the world, when it comes to politics, that was run by somebody who was at a turning point and a crossroads in his own life, who was getting slandered as an anti-Semite for standing next to Tucker Carlson, and the organization was trying to be a middle ground. Now he's taken out of the equation. She's there, but even though she's there, this is still a huge moment. Like, if Charlie was alive, this moment would have been there. So here's the most thoughtful and accurate thing I could say before I say my opinion about all that. She's the CEO of a company that, outside of Charlie's assassination, was at a moment that everyone wanted to talk about. She can't just have this shield forever and say, you can't question what I do with this organization that was being questioned when Charlie was alive. Like, there were people on both sides trying to pressure Charlie into being somebody while he was alive. Now he's dead. Now the company's this. It may or may not go in a different direction than he was going, but in general, people have to talk about it. So it's like, you can't, this is what I've said, and I did a video about it, but you can't be the CEO of one of the hottest debated youth organizations in the world and say, don't question me. Charlie was questioned all the time. You have to be questioned, or else you got to just step down and be a widow. If you're a CEO, you're a CEO and a widow. It's like, oh, I'm the CEO of McDonald's. Don't question McDonald's anymore because, I'm here. Yeah, that's not how it works, though. I'm gracious. I'm graceful. I said graceful. People said gracious. I could, by God's grace, I'll use grace however I want. But yeah, no. And then she does a town hall with Barry Weiss. You don't want anyone to talk about you, but you're doing a town hall with Barry Weiss on CBS? I've never seen anyone besides a politician do a town hall. He's dead for two. Like, imagine if Irina's mom did a town hall. Don't talk about me, but here's a town hall. What is going on? They're running the Charlie Kirk show without Charlie Kirk. Move on to a new show, bro. Imagine Tim Dillon's producer or freaking Theo Vaughn's producer just doing the Theo Vaughn show forever, just grifting off of it. Dude, get your own show. You've kept his legacy alive. His legacy will be alive whether you nerds and geeks keep it alive or not. Get your own show, bro. You can't do that. The Sean Hannity show with Jeremy Johnson. Get your own show. The Theo Vaughn show with Bob Barker. Get your own show. It's not the Theo Vaughn show without Theo Vaughn. It's not the Tim Dillon show without Tim Dillon. It's not the Joe Rogan experience without Joe Rogan. And it's not the Charlie Kirk podcast without Charlie Kirk. Get your own show. These people are acting so weird and so sneaky. It's like, we get it, dude. Like, and then they're like, here's what Charlie would have said. We don't know. Maybe he would have wanted you to sit there saying what he would have said, or maybe he would have wanted you to move the fuck on. We don't know. But maybe he'd be watching this right now being like, Anomaly's making much more sense than these geeks that I never even liked that much sitting in my seat. We don't know, but you don't know either. So they're pretending he'd want me to do this. Says who? And then you move on, and it's like, Erica, okay, so she's the CEO of a company that we just can't talk about anymore because she has the widow shield forever. She's mourning her husband's death by doing town halls with Barry Weiss like 2 months afterwards. You look at videos of her and Irina's mother back to back, and Irina's mother, like, literally 100%, like, even probably the most angry, spiteful Democrat could look at her crying and be like, okay, that's like pure pain. I don't agree with Republicans. I don't agree with Trump. I don't like how they're politicizing it, but Irina's mother was just pure pain, pure sadness, undeniably. Like, I literally almost wanted to cry watching Irina's mom cry. Then you watch Erica, and you just don't get that same feeling. But you could, get mad that I said that. That's how most of the country feels, because it's just like how it looked. But who knows? Some people grieve by crying and looking really sad. Other people grieve by going to Barry Weiss and doing a CBS town hall like they're Ron DeSantis challenging Trump for the primary. I guess everyone grieves differently, sure. But you can't be a CEO doing a town hall and then say nobody can call you out or question you. Although I do think some people are doing and saying too much. That's everything. That's everybody. There's people saying too much about Trump. There's people saying too much about Biden. There's people saying too much about Candace. There's people saying too much about Tucker. There's people saying too much about everyone. That's unfortunately how it works. And then on top of that, things that I don't want to get into, because I do, just like to be respectful, but it's like there's like red flag after red flag after red flag after red flag, and it's just like everyone sees it. Some people want to talk about it, some people want to do it. I don't want to, but I see them. I have good discernment, and it's just like it's just like it's like, what a crazy situation. That's all I'll say. Let me see. Someone said feminism is a globalist tool to divide us. 100%. I mean, yeah, it is. Whether people want to admit it or not, it drives a lot of things. It drives men and women to be separate. It drives women to want to be alone until they're too old to have babies. It drives women to have to like do stuff that they don't really want to do. Like, back in the day, if someone could make enough money to like let a woman stay home, and now nobody has enough money and hasn't had money for like 40 years, it's definitely, it's not women's fault. It's not like a women shaming thing, but yeah, feminism and a lot of liberalism is a lie. Some of it's true, but most of it's not, Someone said Cohen was Trump's advisor, evil man. I've heard the name, but I don't know. I've heard of that, but I haven't really looked into it. The Cohen guy. Let's see. Yeah, I see a lot of your comments. You guys are going in on Erica, but I'm trying to be honest, but be as respectful as I can. But yeah, I could count at least 20 red flags for me personally, but it's not up to me. With that being said, she's the CEO of Turning Point. Turning Point was at a turning point. Charlie Kirk is killed. The people who are calling him an anti-Semite are trying to push his organization in a direction that Charlie publicly didn't want it to go. These are all facts. So, I have to talk about it. If Eric is the CEO, that's fine. And if Andrew Colvert and a bunch of geeks want to sit on he's the least geeky looking one of them all. I don't think he's a geek, actually. I'm not calling it, but the other guys are super geeks, no offense. But like, move on. Do your own show. No one knows for sure that they wanted you to grift in his seat the whole time. Nobody wants to listen to you guys talk on the Charlie Kirk show. Make your own show. You could be like the Friends of Charlie podcast, but it's getting stale. It's getting played out. Let's see. Someone said, look at her connection. I've seen that, but I haven't seen like enough evidence of all that. I don't. Other people can go there. I don't feel inspired to, and I want to be very accurate in what I say. So I've seen a lot, but to me, it's more like just seeing how people act and do stuff. Like there's just, I don't want to say too much, but there's definitely a certain archetype that, wants certain things, and I don't really want to talk about it. So I'm going to be respectful and not, but I see and have a lot of opinions. Someone said, but the Dow is up. It's not up, Pam. So back to the Epstein files, lady. Back to the Epstein. The Dow is below 50,000. As soon as she said that, it was like a curse. It went below 50,000. She's like, but the Dow. It's like we're starting a war. But the Dow, but the Epstein files, Pam. Get back to work. No, I'm just kidding. But the Dow. So ridiculous. And I believe, and not to fearmonger, but I believe we're in World War III. People are like, where's the war? Where's the war? In Ukraine, in Russia, in Palestine, in Israel, in Kuwait now, in Iran. Like, where's the war? In the ocean. Like hundreds of thousands of people died, but because boomers watch Sean Hannity, it's not a war. Like, the war isn't always obvious when you're in it. Like, say World War I. I don't know that they knew it was like a full-blown war, but by the time it was all over, it's like, all right, now you review history. If it's even real, it's probably written by like Ghislaine Maxwell's, bankrolled by her father or whatever. But it's like, okay, if it's real, it's like, yeah, now that it's over, you're like, okay, well, that kind of started it, and then that happened, and then that happened, and then it became a full-blown war. We've already had a full-blown war. Like, enough people have died in Israel, Palestine, Russia, and Ukraine in order for this to already be like a world war. Like, even if it ended tomorrow, I still think it was World War III. Like, it happened. It's just like, if you're in Ukraine, you're not like, oh, the war isn't real because I didn't die. It's like, yeah, is that what you think? Russia's not at war? How many let's just see. Who knows if they're even giving the real numbers? How many Ukrainians and Russians have died in the war? Says 325,000 to 140,000. They're estimating a total of 465,000 people died. That's not a war? 465,000 Europeans have died in Ukraine and Russia. That's not a war? Between Israel and Palestine, mostly Palestine, to be honest, at least 50,000 people have been killed. 500,000 people have been killed. But it's not your boomer parents watching Fox News, so it's not a war. It's like, what's wrong with these people? Most of them weren't in World War II either. I mean, some served, but, it's like, was it not real because it didn't happen in, like, Arkansas? It still was a world war in the world, not in your living. Is the war in the room with me now? Has any war ever been in the room with you now, unless you were a soldier or, like, in the war zone? Every war has to be in your living room or it's not a war. Like, these people are legitimately retarded. And these are the people that are mad at me all the time. Is the war in the room with me now? I'm watching Laura Ingraham. Is it in the room with me now? No, but it's in Ukraine and Russia and Palestine and Israel and Iran and Lebanon. And like, it's there. It's happening there. If you live in the Middle East, you're watching missiles and drones flying all over the place all the time. Is that not no? That doesn't do it for you? It's not a world war if it like the most selfish, stupid people ever. There's no crime on the south side of Chicago because, I live in Mexico and I don't see it from Mexico. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, what? Why would you see crime in Chicago from Mexico? Why would you see World War III in your living room if you live in like freaking North Dakota? It's like it doesn't mean it's not happening. We're in World War III. I've said this for a year now. It's not even debatable. When it's all said and done, all the people that are mad at me now, they're gonna be like, oh yeah, that was true. Like the history books will probably lie, but I don't know. They'll talk about, this is just my guess, right? I'm not a historian. They'll probably say that a large portion of it, because you got to understand, Israel has been fighting little skirmishes or big skirmishes for decades now. But when 9/11 happened, that killed thousands of people. It was an act of war. Then we went to the Middle East. Then we started a war in Afghanistan. That was a war. Then we funded rebels in Libya. Then we, sent troops to Syria. And like, they'll probably write World War III as like a long drawn out thing. And maybe the most crucial starting point might be 9/11. It just was a long war that lasted forever. And here's the crazy part. We have technology now to make wars really quick. Like there's never been a time that shouldn't even have wars. But the fact that this is like World War III is probably, when it's all said and done, going to be the longest war. War in Afghanistan was the longest war in U.S. history. If you consider World War III, it's going to be the longest war ever in U.S. history. And it should have been the shortest war ever. So clearly these wars are a choice or ongoing, because it's like we have drones now. They're just drone striking people. Why do we need to send troops? Why are so many Russians and Ukrainians dying? Like, why did Palestinians have to die so much? They have the technology to be precise. This is all a choice. For what though? Like, what are they doing? Why? That's what you have to ask yourself. And maybe you think it benefits you. Maybe it doesn't. I don't, I'm not here to argue, but the more information you have and the more honest you are, you can come to better conclusions than if you're just wrong about everything. I'm wrong about everything, but I'm probably right about my conclusion. Maybe. I don't know. I can't hit a free throw. I can't hit a layup. I can't hit a 3-point shot. I can't hit a half court shot, but I could probably throw this ball from 5 miles away into a basketball hoop. Probably not. That's the same logic as like, I'm wrong about everything, but I'm right about the war. Okay. Someone said that Nixon said, it depends on who writes the history books as whether he'll be a good president or not. I think Nixon was pretty based. I mean, he seemed super based on all his leaked calls and stuff. And I'm guessing that's why they kicked him out. If you ask AI, not that you need to, but you could also read a history book. But like, I would, AI, even though it's sneaky, it scans all the information. So it's a little bit anyway, you ask it like, was JFK trying to stop Israel from having a nuclear program? And they're like, yeah, he was. And they're like, it was really ramping up. And then he like got really serious about it in like 1963. And then I was like, oh, when did he get killed? And they're like 1963. I was like, all right, well, JFK got killed. I'm sure it had nothing to do with that. And then Nixon was saying all this stuff on, recorded phone calls. He was saying like Bohemian Groves is a bunch of gay guys. He said the F word. I don't want to say it, not because I care, but because I don't want to get my stream taken down. And then he was like talking about dual loyalty in certain people and, how they're pushing pornography in America. So I'm guessing like JFK and Nixon weren't completely controlled. And ever since then, it's probably been cooked. This guy said, we're not in a war. We are ridding the world of a group and zealots who scream death to America for half a century. Justin, I hope you actually believe yourself that that's all that's happening or whatever. But, whatever Fox News told you, buddy, whatever you want to believe. Yes, it's not a war. Hundreds of thousands of people have been killed over the last couple of years in wars that we've been funding. And Trump just took out an entire president and his family, but it's not a war because the TV told you that they're just beating up people who said death to America. Whatever you want to believe, my guy. You sound really smart. Someone said Samuel Morse wrote a book called Foreign Conspiracies Against the Liberties of the United States. Never heard of it, but sounds interesting. Someone said, yep, 4 days becomes 4 weeks, becomes 4 months, becomes 4 years, becomes 15 years. Yeah. Nixon with the Watergate scandal, what a mess. I mean, I think they just started spying on him because they knew he was like being honest and working for America. Like, if you listen to what he said to Billy Graham and stuff, Billy Graham was like, they're pushing pornography and all the degeneracy in America. And he's like, trust me, I know. I mean, they had to get that guy out of there for sure and replace him with someone like Donald Trump. Uh, Someone said, you see the shampoo bottle over there? Are you doing like Billy Madison references in the chat? I don't know why, but I love that movie. I'm a big Adam Sandler classic movie fan. You know, I'm not into the new movies. Everybody kind of gets older and they do their thing, but I like old Adam Sandler. He was always really funny to me. His fashion choices are wild though. He'll just show up in like the craziest fit. Like it's borderline offensive. No, it's funny, but someone said it wasn't just the nuclear reason that they did that. He started printing money without the Federal Reserve Bank. I wasn't aware of that, but if he did that, I'm sure that was not of use to certain people. Let's see. Wasn't Graham a Zionist? Billy Graham? I'm not like super familiar with his political history. I just know he went to the White House and was saying that a certain group was pushing like all the pornography and degeneracy in America and like pushing it to mainstream. So whether he was or not, I have no idea. But let's just say he was a Zionist, then that means at the time prominent Zionists knew that and like talked about that. But even he said then, like, I can't say this publicly because they would call me an anti-Semite. Like I got to tell you this privately because I can't tell you this publicly. So even though Billy Graham was the most famous evangelical in the world who may or may not have been Zionist, I don't know. He was afraid to speak the truth publicly. What does that tell you? Like if he believed that from his religion and his morality in his country, and he couldn't even say what he thought was going on publicly because he was nervous of the backlash, like what does that tell you? Like it's been, I don't know. Now, can you even find a single here's the part too, and I don't want to like just keep harping on this, but Charlie Kirk was the only Republican Zionist with any sort of power that would say not what Billy Graham said on the Nixon tapes, but he was giving any sort of criticism, even though he was a Zionist, even though he was pro-Israel. He was the only one of that level of power that was giving even some sort of critique to them, and then he got assassinated. I'm not saying they killed him. I'm just saying, like, what are the chances? Like what the timing is insane too. And just to be honest, and this is just the reality of it, like if any country were killing hundreds of journalists and justifying it with war, it makes it more suspicious because they've normalized killing journalists. That is the reality of a certain war that we're funding in a certain group of people. They absolutely have been doing that. And they do it with the justification of just calling everybody Hamas. And they're calling U.S. Journalists Hamas. Megyn Kelly was talking to, I mean, I could just play the clip for you here. Charlie was talking about this stuff. Like they're calling Megyn Kelly and him an anti-Semite and Hamas. So if they kill hundreds of journalists in a foreign country and then say, oh, well, they were Hamas. Yeah, everyone's Hamas to them because it gives them justification to just slaughter them. They're all Hamas. Just kill them all. Oh, blood libel. Don't say we did it. That's what they're doing. So it's like, I don't think that's what happened necessarily to Charlie. I'm just saying it's like if you got a guy who robs like hundreds of houses and then like a house gets robbed and you're like, was it you? And they're like, oh my gosh, that's hate speech. Don't say that. It makes it weird. So with Charlie, he's like, I have text messages, Megyn, calling you Hamas. They kill journalists they call Hamas. Literally. They just slaughter them in Palestine all the time. They're like, you're Hamas. Someone's like, no, I'm not. They're like, killed. Hundreds. So if they were calling Charlie Kirk an anti-Semite and Hamas and Megyn Kelly an anti-Semite and Hamas, what do you think they, at least some of them, wanted to do? Like Can you even think of a single other Zionist in America that's a Christian Zionist with as much power as Charlie that has any critique of Israel at all? Any? Talks about October 7th the way Charlie did, talks about donors on the left wing funding Democrats of their ethnic group, talks about wanting to stand by Tucker Carlson, complains about none. You can't find one. It's like they're a bunch of drones. And that's, my whole thing is like, if you support Israel, sure. Okay. If you're a Christian and you do, biblically or not biblically, I don't care. I don't care who supports what. You could support Zimbabwe, you could support Afghanistan, you could support Russia, you could support Ukraine. Why do I give a shit? Like, who cares who you like or dislike? That's your choice. As an American, you're allowed to have a preference of other countries as you wish, right? Whatever. But I can't find a single person in the media who likes that country who doesn't just say the same 5 things on loop and call people hateful. Like, Charlie was the only one who had even a remote pulse of like, logical thinking, even though he supported them, and now he's dead. And now there's no one else like that. I'm not saying it's impossible, because obviously the left hated him too and stuff, but it's just like, I don't know. It just feels like the chances are just like, or the timing is just crazy. That's all. Like, that's all I'll say, because I don't make false claims or accusations. That's the reality of it. Charlie Kirk for sure would have been president one day. And here's what I will say too about like JD Vance. I've said this before. People won't like it, and this is not a cosign of JD Vance. Yes, JD Vance is a sellout. Yes, he's taking money from the Palantir crowd. Yes, JD Vance is not to be trusted because he seems like a yes man who will do whatever he can to like climb the ladder of politics. So I'm not asking you, and I'm not telling you to support or trust or like JD Vance, because I don't think you have to do any of those. And you definitely should not trust JD Vance. But here's what I will say. They know what people think. They know who people support. You think you're doing it behind the closed doors. You think you're talking to Charlie Kirk or whatever. They know. They know what JD Vance really thinks. They know what Charlie Kirk really thought. They know what everybody thinks, right, about foreign policy. I just say what I think publicly. So what I say privately and publicly is the exact same thing. So I don't care. But with that being said, JD Vance, even though he's a sellout, even though you shouldn't trust him, even though he seems like he'll do whatever he can to get power, they know ideologically JD Vance doesn't agree with them on that topic of Israel and foreign policy. Will JD Vance sell the war and lie about it for them? Seems that way. Will JD Vance do whatever Trump says? He has to. He's the vice president. But they know behind closed doors that JD Vance agrees with Charlie Kirk and has even an ounce of pushback on that topic. So even though JD, just like Charlie Kirk, even though JD Vance has played ball his entire life, they are already lobbying against JD Vance for president in 2028. And they're trying to push Marco Rubio or anyone like Marco Rubio, because Marco Rubio privately agrees with them, not just publicly. And I know people can't balance certain thoughts. Like, say with Charlie Kirk, I wasn't a fan of Charlie Kirk. I started liking him a lot more the year that he died, because he was getting way more honest, and I started appreciating him more. But I didn't like that Charlie Kirk was sold out on certain topics, or at least seemed like he wouldn't talk about it. And then he talked about it for 1 year and got assassinated. So that must just have been a spontaneous coincidence. But with JD Vance, he agrees with Charlie, and they know he agrees with Charlie. They know that Charlie has said it on podcasts. They know everything anyway. So, they're going, even though you think JD Vance is a sellout, because JD Vance is a sellout, they don't like JD Vance because there's a chance, even a 1% chance or a 5% chance or a 10% chance or a 50% chance. They don't know. Just like with Donald Trump. Donald Trump wasn't always for sure going to completely sell out. Maybe in his own head he was, but they did at one point. They like surround you and make that percent. Say there was a 50% chance Trump wasn't going to sell out. They surround you. They hit you with the legal system. They hit you with the Ukraine collusion. They do a bunch of opposition research on you and put it out in newspapers like the Free Beacon. And then it's like, okay, let's get that 50% chance down to 20%. Okay, now there's like a 0% chance Trump does anything. He's completely compromised. So Trump is fine with them now. JD Vance, they're still not sure. So what they're going to do is they're going to run other candidates that they completely control. They're going to try to beat JD Vance into submission completely to the fact that till they know that he for sure will do whatever they want. And if he doesn't, they'll either smear his character completely, run somebody else against him, or probably make it impossible for him to win the election. So that's happening, whether people want to admit it or not. And I have to be clear, this is not a cosign of JD Vance. I don't trust JD Vance. I don't even really like him that much anymore because he's just another politician. But they know that he will, if he had free will, not agree with them. And look at Tulsi, RFK. RFK does not agree with Donald Trump on the glyphosate executive order, not even close. But he can't oppose. They've trapped these people, right? I could say whatever I want. I'm on a podcast. It doesn't matter. And they know that I don't matter that much. You know what I'm saying? It's like if I ran for office and mattered, they would ramp up the smears against me times a million. And they've already done more than people realize to me, but that's okay. In general, it's like with RFK, he got there. He does a few things, but on certain topics, Trump will just overrule him, completely sell him out. And then RFK has two options. Do you want to publicly oppose Donald Trump like strongly and call him out with the same vigor that you would if you didn't work for him? No, because Trump would fire him. If Tulsi Gabbard did this, she'd get fired too. So it's like, this is what they do. They surround people, and even people that are decent people like Tulsi and RFK to some extent. It's like you have two options. Either you shut the fuck up and do whatever we say, and we'll let you do 5% of your agenda. And you could be like, oh, well, I got the dye out of the food. So did Gavin Newsom, by the way. And I don't even like Gavin Newsom, but he did that years ago in California, and no one even talked about it. He did that before a lot of Republicans, like the things that RFK wanted to do. Doesn't make him a good person. He's one of the worst governors in the world, but like getting the food dye out of the foods is cool. And when we appreciate the push for it, and it definitely helps. But if all of our food's being sprayed by glyphosate because Donald Trump works for the lobbyists, it doesn't matter that much. I'd rather get the glyphosate out of our food supply. But either do 5% of your agenda, shut up, be famous, hang out with Kid Rock, go in the sauna with him, or we'll replace you with someone like Alex Azar. So, this is what JD Vance and all of these people, like, this is the option they have. If JD Vance said what he wanted to say and told the truth, he wouldn't be the vice president. They would have picked somebody else. And I think JD Vance is in a scary position because he did agree with Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk helped him get there, and then Charlie Kirk got assassinated. And now JD Vance is like, they're all like, you're like Charlie Kirk. You agree with Charlie Kirk. JD, like, look at Zionists, not all, but some. Look at their Twitter feed. They're not all, but a majority of them are freaking out about JD Vance. It's like, why? He's a sellout, but just not enough, I guess. Not yet, but they'll make sure he does. Pretty wild. All right. Someone said, watch Trump become more passive-aggressive towards Vance as the next election nears. Trump will probably play him like a fiddle, but are people dumb enough to elect Marco Rubio? I don't know. Is anybody going to show up and actually not be controlled? Maybe, but we'll see what happens. I think JD and Rubio are the 1-2, and they're both sold out. So I slightly prefer JD Vance over Rubio, slightly, more than slightly. I don't trust Marco Rubio at all. I don't trust JD Vance at all, but I think he's got better instinct. But if you're the type of person who will get swarmed and just not do anything, then I guess what I want would be a president who people don't like. So then they actually push back against it. Like who does MAGA not like? That's who needs to be president. Because if somebody gets elected who they do like, they're going to be like, oh, I don't see it. It's like, might as well just put Lindsey Graham in there or Epstein or somebody and just like, oh, I don't like this guy. Trump could do the same thing as Lindsey Graham, and people just are like, oh, like I had someone on my Facebook page. They're like, screw you, blah, 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 you're a traitor. And I'm like, all right, whatever, bro. And he's like, we don't like Lindsey Graham. We don't like Lindsey Graham and MAGA. You don't like Lindsey Graham, but Trump endorses Lindsey Graham. Trump works for the same donors as Lindsey Graham. Trump hangs out with Lindsey Graham more than most Republicans now. And Lindsey Graham has more influence in the Trump campaign than 99% of the Republican Party, including all the people you like. So it's like, nobody cares that you don't like Lindsey Graham because you like the people who are Lindsey Graham anyway. They just find someone else and endorse Lindsey Graham and he gets elected again and you don't even notice. So it's like Trump is Lindsey Graham, but they just don't realize it yet. So who can get elected that nobody likes? That's what we need, unfortunately. Like I want to say this too. What I said during 2022, and I'm gonna say it. I don't care what people think. 99% of Republican influencers said Trump isn't sold out. Ron DeSantis is a sellout. Ron DeSantis works for the donors and the Bush people, and Trump is, just got set up by Letitia James, and he's going to be on a vengeance tour, and he made a mistake during COVID and whatever. What did I tell people? Because I want to say once again, I'm better at this job. I'm just better at it as a news analyst than 99% of people. Why is that? Am I smarter? Am I more honest? Am I less sold out? Am I just I'm not able to be peer pressured by what other people think. I'm not a follower. I don't know why it is, but I'm just better at this than most people. Cause I was like, listen, I don't trust DeSantis and I don't trust Trump, but I told people Trump is just as sold out as DeSantis. Like everyone's just pretending like he doesn't work for the Israel lobby. DeSantis and Trump do. So I just said DeSantis, even though he's a sellout and Trump's a sellout, DeSantis has proven to do more things. He stood up to Big Pharma more than Trump. He hired Joseph Lopato when Trump didn't do shit. So I was like, I don't see this election as like Trump, the hero of humanity, versus DeSantis, the Bush sellout. I was like, they're both sellouts. I think DeSantis is, possibly slightly better at governing. And also people don't like DeSantis as much. And I literally said this in like 2022 or whenever it was. I was like, I'd rather DeSantis win because people don't like DeSantis that much. And then they'll actually hold DeSantis accountable. If Trump wins, it's like he's the hero of humanity and nobody will say anything. And everybody said I was wrong. Every Republican influencer didn't agree with me. Nobody knew what I was talking about because every other retard talking head was saying something like Trump's going to fix the what. I was like, everything I said about DeSantis and Trump aged exactly like fine wine. I was completely right about it then. I said they were both sold out to the same exact people then. And people just like DeSantis less. And he doesn't have as like a big of a cult following. 100% right, 100% vindicated. Everybody was wrong once again. And then even in the 2024 election, even if you go back, it's like, I wasn't like, Trump is for sure going to fix everything. I was like, Trump's a sellout. He still works for the Israel lobby. He lied about COVID vaccines. He lied about the lockdown. He's a total fraud, but he's going to close the border. He's going to hire RFK. And maybe he will do something about the wars, which he absolutely did not. But this idea, now let's get back to mainstream media that'll say, oh, Kamala is friends with Iran. Kamala is a neocon. Kamala is a neoliberal. Kamala said that she was willing to do whatever it took to stop Iran from getting nuclear weapons. She's working for the same people, the same script, the same intelligence communities. So it's like, I don't even care about that election that much. Yeah, like Trump closed the border. Yes. He hired RFK. Yes. RFK has done slightly less than I thought he would do. And Trump has done slightly worse or worse than I thought he would do on foreign policy. But I guess I just never had these expectations. I didn't say Trump's a hero because he almost got shot and he's going to save us from the Democrats. I was like, they both suck. He'll close the border for sure. And he did do that. So it's like, I don't know. I'm not like overly shocked. And I told people this is not an endorsement. I'm not asking people to trust him. But if Biden's in office and the border's wide open and there's no customer service, because if you say something to Biden, he never shifts his policy and like doesn't even listen to you because he's a Democrat. Trump, you have to, like, I told people this. I was like, you have to call Trump out. That's the only hope we have. If he's out of office, now it's 2028 and people are like, oh, Trump's going to run again. Like it never ends. So people need to wake up and realize that Trump is not the real deal, whether he's in office or not, and that we have to challenge him. Like that, my opinion has not changed about that since like 2018. Even in 2018 and 2017, when I liked Trump way more, I never told people you have to trust him. Never would I say that. Why would I say that? You have to trust the president. You could like him. You can defend him. You can appreciate his policy. You can call out the fake news and the liberals and the Democrats. But you don't have to trust Trump. Your trust is earned based on what he does. If he does things that you like and that you trust him, then that's understandable. But the second he starts doing things that you don't like and you lose trust, that's okay too. I stopped trusting Trump at least in 2019 when he said he was going to end the omnibus bills, and he kept pushing the omnibus bills. I was like, I just saw him say he would never sign a bill like that again in 2018. And then in 2019, he signed another bill just like that again. And I made a video on it, and all these Trumpers were like, screw you, Anomaly, screw you. And I was like, what? He said he would never sign a bill like this again. I've been good at my job. Yeah, I'm sure there's some cringy videos I made back in the day where I wouldn't have made, but I've never told people to trust politicians. I've never told people to never criticize them. I've been I agreed with Tucker Carlson and Alex Jones in like 2018. I was against the strikes in Syria. I shared a video of Tucker Carlson in 2019 warning against war with Iran, and everyone was like, screw you, screw Tucker. I'm like, all right. So people just forget that happened. They think this is like brand new. It's just Trump is just worse now. Like he wasn't as bad, or at least as overtly bad then, but I made a lot of critical videos about him in 2018 and 2019 when he did things that I disagreed with. It's just people hated it then too. I don't know. I didn't like what he did in 2020, 2021, 2022. It's weird that like people followed me that whole time and they're like, "Oh, you just started saying this now." I've literally been doing my job for almost 10 years now, but especially for like 6, 7 years. I don't know. It's definitely not that new. Someone said I'm a Trumper, so what? Just think critically, because if you're a Trumper and you give Trump the benefit of the doubt and give him a pass on stuff, then we might as well just get someone else in office next time. Well, we definitely need to, but it's just like someone that you don't like. We need someone you don't like and you don't trust, because Trump is not worthy of being trusted. You could like him, but you shouldn't trust the president and the deep state and the political class just because your guy's in office. If that's the case, then like now it's a problem. All right, I'm getting like exhausted. 3 hours, but one or two more. Someone said Styx was arguing that printing money wasn't socialism. Yeah, it was the dumbest argument I've ever heard in my life, and like somehow people were like agreeing with him. Like it's like Trump prints money, it's different because he's doing this and that with it. It's like when Democrats give their friends and businesses money, it's corruption, but when Trump does it to his billionaire donors and friends, it's not. It's bad. It's bad to support foreign spies who spy on America, but when Israel does it, it's okay. It's like, dude, I'm not saying Styx said that, but other people are making the case for like why Jonathan Paul, they're writing like Jonathan Pollard was, it's like he's openly calling for people to spy on America now. If you want people to spy on America for a foreign nation, you should go to that nation. If you want speech laws for a foreign nation in America, that means you like that nation more than America. Go there. Everyone should go to the country they like better. It would be awesome. I don't support speech laws for any country in America. I don't like any country more than America. I don't have loyalty to any country over America. And I certainly don't support foreign nationals from any country spying on America and selling our secrets to other countries. But people are openly doing that now. The Israel firsters are so emboldened by Trump just being a sellout. They're like making the case for why it's okay for Jonathan Pollard to tell Americans to spy for Israel. That tells me something, that tells me something big about them. But it's the world we live in. What are we going to do? All right, couple more. Someone said, God, chill with the ego BS, brother. Which part of what I said did you not like? I don't apologize for any of it, so you got to figure it out for yourself. Carl Sagan was a Muslim trying to convince you God is nothingness. Are you being sarcastic? Because he wasn't Muslim? Do you want me to go to his early life section or something and figure out who Carl Sagan was? But yeah, I don't know. The universe, guys, it's Neil deGrasse Tyson. The universe is made up of a bunch of tiny little particles, and that's why you should vote for Joe Biden. The universe is enormous. It goes beyond my comprehension, and that's why climate change is real. And you should listen to Bill Nye, the Democratic Party spy guy. All right, this show just got really weird. Have not been to any other country except Mexico than America, so I can't really say. Well, okay. Someone said, chill with the ego BS. I'm always right. I didn't say I'm always right. I said I was right about Trump versus DeSantis, which I was. I was right about that. 99% of Republican influencers were wrong. I'm sorry. It's like telling Michael Jordan to be like, yo, you didn't win 6 championships and 6 MVPs. He's like, I did though. So I don't know. It happened. Tom Brady won a lot of Super Bowl rings. Michael Jordan won 6 championships and played baseball. I was right about Trump versus DeSantis primaries, and 99% of people were wrong about it. I don't know, cry about it. Instead of rings, I just get like yelled at by boomers. So that's what I have instead of championship rings. Deal with my 5 seconds of praising myself, because it only negatively affects my bank account when I say these things to you. People accuse me of working for George Bush for a year because Trump told them that DeSantis works for Bush, but Trump totally doesn't work for donors except for like almost all of them, So, someone said Anomaly's cadence is whack, but he has good takes. I wouldn't say my cadence is whack, but I don't know. That's a weird criticism. My cadence. I have like the cadence of a fluid hip hop freestyler, but as far as there's times where maybe my tone, my vocal tone can be kind of whack or but I wouldn't say my cadence is whack. I would say sometimes my vocal tone or could be better. Marla said your haters are plugged in. Well, because even people that don't like my show, they know I'm right. They know I'm honest. They know I listen to them. They know I will go back and forth. So it's like everybody's winning. People who like me win. The haters secretly love it. They know I'm right. So it's all good. It's a fun time. Mary said, love you, man. Thank you, Mary. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Someone said, sorry, I don't follow football. That's why I watch you. That's not why I watch you. I didn't think you followed football or because I made a Tom Brady reference. Now it's like I stop with the Tom Brady references. I don't watch football. It's like too bad. I made a Patrick Mahomes reference too. It's like you want me to make a reference that's like just works for you. I don't know. You'll get over it. Someone said, don't fall for some of these two-faced haters. I don't even consider people haters. I just consider them, friends. I don't care anymore. It doesn't really affect me. Someone said, hey, great live stream. Really like the longer ones, but either way, great job. Yeah. I don't do them all the time now. So it's, when we do it, it's like a moment. So, I don't always have the motivation or inspiration, but today I did the Marjorie interview, got some short videos, some reels last week. So we got it. Well, I like to interact with people. It's not like the smartest thing business model wise to sit here for 4 hours. I understand that. People are like, I don't want to watch a 4 hour live stream. Neither do I. I don't want to watch a 4 hour live stream either. But I want to do one because it like, even if you're here, maybe you just pop in for the last hour and we had a moment together, It's like, yeah, it's not good to watch all the way through, but right now it's not like after we're in the moment, we're flowing, there's hundreds of people here to enjoy whatever this is with me. So, and I, when I do a show, I have to be way more prepared. I have to be like way more into it. I like to just relax and just be myself sometimes too. And that's what this is. Like, I don't need to say anything right now. I could just make a joke about football. So some lady will be like, I don't like football. Stop talking about football. Now you make me want to just talk about like the next NFL draft, even though I don't care that much, but thank you, Annie. I appreciate it. MTG interview was killer. I appreciate. Hope you liked it. Not following football was a statement. You say you played football. I don't play football. I'm athletic. I could have been good at football, but I played soccer, which is like football to the rest of the world. I played soccer. I played basketball, but no, I've never played football. I played football in the snow with my friends, and like I played like what's it called with the flag football, but I never. Soccer and football were in the same season, and I played soccer super competitively. So someone said your ego. I'm confident, but I'm accurate with my confidence. I believe in myself. Someone said you can make Homer Simpson disappear in your background. Dude, it's so true. We got to do that sometime. We got to do the Homer Simpson going into that. Dude, I never realized that. That's really funny. You got to believe in yourself at the end of the day. Like, not to walk you down memory lane, but I feel like when I played sports, the coaches didn't always believe in me and I got discouraged at a certain point. Like, I thought I was good, but I felt like I was getting, a short end of certain sticks. And then when I did music, it's like no one believed in me. It's like, my mom was like, What are you doing? Like, be a doctor or a lawyer or something to make money. Like, don't be a rapper," which I'm not even mad at my mom. Like, being a rapper is not a smart, it's not what you want your son to say. So I'm not even mad at my mom. She's totally right. I don't know about doctor or lawyer, but anyway, I believed in myself. I went to college. I said, I'm a rapper. I entered contests. I won. I had label meetings. I had to believe in myself so hard to get here. Like, if I didn't believe in myself, I would have failed 1,000 times. I've had dozens of people give up on me. I've had dozens of people leave me stranded. I've had dozens of people that would have left me for broke. I've had dozens of people who said I'd never make it. When it came to news media, I've had dozens of people try to smear my character. I've had dozens of people try to lie about me, call me an anti-Semite, call me racist, call me a conspiracy theorist, try to smear my character so everybody hates me. So I don't have a manager. I don't have a record label. I don't have a business. I've represented myself for the entirety of my life. I mean, I've got people to do things for me at certain points, answer emails, do some things, but in general, it's like if I didn't believe in myself, you wouldn't even be watching my show right now. So I don't feel I'm not sorry about any of it. And you know, I was right. I remember one of my deal I don't know if this is the reason my deal fell through, but there was this guy who was talking to me and he was the A&R for some record label in my 20s, right? And he was being condescending to me like, "You're a YouTube rapper. We don't know if you could really rap and we don't know if you could make hit songs." And he told me on the phone one time, he was like, I'm an A&R and like I could, like basically he was like, I could find so many artists and like trying to pressure me into some stupid deal or trying to like strong arm me and be like, I could find there's so many artists that I could sign. And I said, not like me. I was like, there's a lot of A&Rs too. There's probably dozens of A&Rs and you guys have never even made good music anyway. So I was like, you think I'm this guy that you can just replace. I think you're replaceable. Like you're never going to find somebody like me. And now that I think of it, that probably ended that deal. Whatever label that was, I don't even remember, but I always believed in myself that much. Like I told an A&R, don't talk to me like I'm replaceable. You're a nobody. I'm anomaly. You're nobody. Like nobody cares about you. And then didn't sign with them. You know, I've done this my whole life and they didn't think I was going to be successful. They didn't think I was going to get a Billboard plaque. They didn't think I was going to collab with the band Trapped and get to do festivals in front of 20,000 people. They didn't think I was going to be able to perform in Sturgis with no manager and no label in front of 30,000 bikers in 2020 when the country was locked down. So it's like, who the fuck cares what they think? They told me that my whole life. You're not going to do this. You can't do this. You can't do that. Well, I did it all. I have a Billboard plaque. I've done shows in front of 50,000 people. I have over 1 billion views. I have millions of followers, and I don't even spend money on advertising. So, I got the last laugh. I was who I thought I was. I was not who they thought I was. And I don't think they were who they thought they were. So, we all have the decision to believe in ourselves. And regardless of how old you are or what you've gone through or what you've done, you have to believe in yourself. And if people try to discourage you, just keep at it and bounce back and just drive it home and do what you love and do what you know it's never too late, never impossible. Someone said you followed your gut. I followed my gut, but I followed my soul. I followed my gut and my soul. And anytime, I won't name names, but when I had a meeting with a podcast years ago that they were offering me some sort of deal to sign, right? This is like 2022 or 2023, I forget. But keep in mind, at the time, I'm self-made. I made more money than I ever thought I would. I'm not like doing that well. I'm probably doing worse than you guys think I'm doing, but I was literally broke. I had no money at all, nothing to my name, nothing for literally my entire adult life. So, I actually made enough where like I could basically like take off of work a couple of months and not go bankrupt or broke. And I'm killing it, right? I'm doing my thing. I can afford rent. I'm making money. And I have a meeting with a podcast company that wants to meet with me. And I'm sitting in a meeting with them, and their vice president's like, "Yo,
You don't want to come into this desperate. I was like, I'm not desperate, bro. You don't want to come into this meeting desperate. What are you talking about? You invited me here. Like, why are you talking to me that way? Like, dude, this is what these people do in every industry, whether it's music or podcasting. They're all just scumbags. It's like, why are you acting like I'm desperate? Like, and then, I'm like talking to them on the phone weeks later. They offered me a deal. I'm negotiating, and I'm like, I'm just going to be upfront and honest. I don't like the way he was talking to me. Like, I just, I'm not trying to be rude about it, but like, I don't talk to you that way. I'm respectful to you guys. Why is he talking to me that way? And he's like, just remember, you asked me for a job. No, I didn't. What are you talking about? That never happened. I messaged you because I thought you did a good podcast. You said, call me immediately. I called you and you said, I'm building a team. Come down to where I am and let's talk. I didn't ask you for a job. I don't need a job. I'm doing well. I'm the CEO. I have money. I don't need a job. I never asked for a job. I never wanted a job. I messaged you because I thought maybe we could like do a podcast together. You offered me a job. Your guy asked me if I was desperate. You then pretended like I asked you for a job, which never happened. And then they asked me like, do you like where you live? In California, do you like where you live? And I was like, to be honest, yeah, I'm a very happy. I was like, yeah, I do. Oh, if you like where you live, why don't you stay there? What? Do you want me to hate my life? Like, is that the only way you want to work with me? Is if I hate myself, then I could go live with you? It's like, what, dude? This is how these people were talking to me. I'm like, what the fuck are you guys doing? It's so crazy. Like, between like record labels and podcasts and news companies, it's like these people are such pieces of shit. I'm just like, I said I like where I live. I didn't say I would never leave. I just said I like where I live, or else I wouldn't live there. I don't know. If I hated where I live, I'd probably try to move. And if it's a good opportunity, I'm willing to move anywhere. So it's dude, it's actually like hilarious. Like the record labels and the podcast people, they act exactly the same. They literally try to like just talk down to me, and they think like that's going to make me want to sign some retarded deal. It doesn't make any sense. So, yeah, I've always been smart enough to read the contracts and push back. I've never actually had to get a lawyer from my recollection. I mean, I probably asked lawyers for advice at certain times for certain things, but for the most part, every deal I've ever had in any industry has almost the ones that have fallen through because I read the contract myself. I identify what it says, I ask a question, and then they're just not interested anymore. Wait, so when I got a music contract, all right, I had this guy who was successful in the music industry. He introduced me on the street of New York City. I'm 21 years old. We have a meeting. He introduces me to like the CEO of like Orchard Music or something, which is one of the world's biggest distributors right now. I think they were just starting out, but they were obviously connected. And we have like a street meeting with this guy. He introduces me, whatever. And he goes, all right, not that guy, but the guy, and I like this guy, by the way. I appreciate him. I'm not going to name his name, but he was cool to me. I'm no disrespect to the guy that wanted to sign me. He sent me a contract, and it was basically like, we own 50% of this, we own 25% of this, or 30% of this, and then you get like a $5,000 advance or something like that. And whatever the $10,000, $5,000. And I'm like, wait, 30, 25. I'm like doing the math, and I'm like, do you own like, so that would mean you're my manager and my label at the same time, and you'd own 85% of everything, and I'd only own 15%. And they're like, yeah. Well, then I don't want to do that. How am I going to own? Yeah, I'm broke. I could use $5,000 or $10,000 or whatever it was, $15,000, but I'm not going to sell 85% of my artistry for my entire life for 85%. That's like a terrible deal. They're not interested. We want to give you this much a month and do this, but then we own 50% of your Facebook, YouTube, whatever, Rumble. For how long? Forever. Well, then it's a sale. You're not acquiring it when I work with you. You're basically buying it permanently, which is a sale. Now I need way more money because it's a sale. Oh, they're not interested. There's always like a deal. I read it without a lawyer. I push back on it without a lawyer. They don't want to do a deal. That's how it goes every time. No matter it's music, no matter it's podcasts, no matter if I have no followers, millions of followers, money, no money, it's the same thing. It's like bad deal. I counter, they don't want it. And if you look at like some of the contracts like out of Daily Wire and stuff, I don't know exactly the entirety. I know Crowder got pissed at his, but it's like you don't have to sign the contract, whatever. But for the people who did, it's like I don't know how it works, but it's like Like, did Brett Cooper get to keep her TikTok, or did she lose her TikTok? Candace Owens lost her Facebook page. I don't know. It's like I built all this without that, so I don't know about all that. I get that the money might be worth it for some people. Like, I'm not getting Steven Crowder money. Like, obviously, they're not trying to pay me that much, so it's not like comparable. They're offering Crowder like tens or hundreds of millions of dollars. It's like, at that point, dude, you could own nothing and just retire, so it doesn't even matter. But if you want to own it, then yeah, it's not a good deal. But there's always something. Let me see. Will you please stop constantly bashing a boomers? Many saw what was happening, voted against it, lobbied, but are in the same position you are. You complain, you vote, nothing changes. Will I stop constantly bashing boomers? I will think about it. But once again, it's not all boomers. It's like, if I say a certain group or tribe, it's not all people of that tribe. It's not all ethnic people. It's not all religious. With the boomers, it's not all boomers, but it's a lot. All Generation Z isn't pathetic, but some of them are. Millennials don't all drink Starbucks too much, but too many people do, or something. I don't, I don't know. Say whatever you want about millennials. I just don't feel like I would ever care. But it's like, boomers act like you called them the N-word or something. They like bug out at you. They're like, don't call me a boomer. You are a boomer. It's like when you call someone Jewish. They're like, not all people, but they're like, how dare you? It's like, if I called a Muslim, they wouldn't get mad at me. If I called a Christian, they wouldn't get like, why is that a slur? Like, a boomer is a slur to a boomer for some reason. It's like, you are a boomer. It's like, it's not all of you. I don't know. Dude, boomers are like more sensitive than like the black community about like, certain things now. Boomers are like a protected class. It's not all boomers, but it's just too funny to pass up on. It's a lot of hardworking boomers. There's a lot of good boomers. There's a lot of unselfish boomers. And then there's a lot of really, Republican boomers on average get tricked by Zionists the most, and they want to start wars all the time or something. But not all, just a large portion. I'm sorry. I said, I'm sorry, boomer. I never meant to hurt you. I never meant to make you cry, but tonight the boomers all love Trump. I said, I'm sorry, boomer. I never meant to hurt you. Never meant to make you cry, but tonight Trump is in the closet. Have you ever been hated or discriminated against? Boomers have. They've been protested and demonstrated against. Picket signs from my boomer lines. Look at the time. Sick as a mind of this mother. I can leave it behind. All this boomer and blowing up little children and stuff. And we watch Fox News and Hannity and we say that's what's up. And I don't want to hear about it because I am a boomer too. So if we all boomers, then the boomers are cool. Said, I'm sorry, boomer. They never meant to boom, boom. They blew up all of Palestine, but if you say they did, it's called blood libel. I said, I'm sorry, boomers. I never meant to hurt you. I never meant to make you cry, but tonight Trump's dancing in the closet to the YMCA, obviously. So yeah, I'll think about not talking about boomers, but as of now, I'm gonna have to reject your offer and say no. It's just too funny. So I apologize. Boomers are gonna like join with like the ADL and just start protesting against me. They're gonna be like, you know what? You need to add boomers to like to your policing. And the ADL will be like, I'll think about it. We'll definitely consider it. They're like, how many of you guys are there? They're like, oh, we got a lot. We got a lot of real estate too. And they'll be like, all right, you could join. We'll police speech for you guys too. Someone said, I love it when you sing spontaneously. Well, it doesn't happen often, so enjoy it when it happens. I don't know. Boomers. See, if we didn't stream this long, these things wouldn't happen. This is a whole thing that people do. They like stream all day and make way more than I make. So it's like, maybe I should just do this. I'll just join Kick and be like clavicular, or whatever. I need to get on Kick, like Sneeko and stuff, and just be like, sing about boomers for like 8 hours straight. And then people were like, your live streams are long. That's what the kids are doing. They're just streaming all day. They're out in the streets being like Derek Zoolander. They're like, I'm really, really, really good looking. And then people are like, oh my gosh, he's good. It's like clavicular reminds me of like Derek Zoolander, but I actually think he's hilarious. I don't know. I'm not gonna agree with everything he says, obviously, but I do think he's funny, that guy. Um, and then anybody that's like looks better than him, like he doesn't want to be in the frame with them. He's like, don't frame mug me. I want to be the most really, really good looking person here. It's like it's actually really funny. I don't watch the streams, but I catch the clips of them. I enjoy him for sure. I thought he definitely mogged Piers Morgan. Piers Morgan was like talking about like, why did you listen to that Kanye song in the club? And Clavicular's like, all right, buddy. First of all, that I didn't even play the song. Second of all, I'm the number one looks maxer. You should be asking me for advice now that I'm here. So then when you go out of town, your wife doesn't say she's hanging out with Mr. Suds alone in the bath. I was like, yo, he cooked Piers Morgan. That was so funny. I thought he killed Piers Morgan metaphorically, obviously, but like, crushed him harder than like anybody ever did. Like everyone's always like, oh, I'm sorry, Piers. I'm sorry. Like, dude, I wish Piers Morgan didn't block me on Twitter because I'd love to go on a show and just be like, Piers, you pushed all these wars. You were wrong about the COVID vaccine. You were wrong about everything. Let's talk about you. It's like, I'm English and I have a show, so I'm going to make you feel bad. Who are you to make me feel bad, bro? You're a way bigger idiot than I am. So it's like, finally, somebody actually talked to him. Like, somehow Piers like gets everyone to apologize. Like, if I'm going to apologize, it's going to be to God or somebody that deserves it. It's not going to be to freaking Piers Morgan on the Piers Morgan griftathon. Piers Morgan's like, here's a Zionist, here's an anti-Zionist. Boom, boom, boom. I made money. He just likes, oh, Clavicular's popular. Let's get him on the show. All he does is just exploit people's drama for his own interest, and then he can like cosplay journalist or something. It's like, you're not that great, bro. Is Boomer in the IHRA? Let me read the International Boomer Alliance rules. Okay, let me read through them. Okay. There's these new there's a boomer lobby now, and they're trying to pass the International Boomer Cost Remembrance Alliance boomer anti-boomerism rules. First one says you're not allowed to say boomers own real estates, like cruises, or own boats. That's oddly specific. Okay. The next one says you're not allowed to say boomers have due loyalty to Israel, or else that's anti-boomophobic. Okay, that's a weird one. You're not allowed to say that boomers killed Jesus. Why would I not be allowed to say that? That doesn't even make sense. You're not allowed to criticize boomers more than other, you have to equally criticize boomers the same as other generations. You can't overly criticize boomers more than other generations. That's odd. You can't call boomers Nazis. I would never want to do that anyway, but that's weird that I can't do that. You can't say boomers ever made a mistake. That's blood libel, or AKA boomer libel. I don't get that one either. Yeah, dude, these are weird. That would literally be the IHRA rules, but applied to boomers. It's literally that. It's like you can't say they like gambling and going on yachts, or like going on boats and cruises, and like they own real estate and watch television. You can't say boomers have more loyalty to themselves than to their offspring. You can't say they only have loyalty to their 401k and Pam Bondi's Dow Jones more than their grandchildren. I'm just kidding. I mean, it's not. No, the boomers I know are wonderful, but it's just so funny. Oh my gosh, I'm crying. It's so good. Oh man, we gotta make IHRA boomer laws dude. It's another boomer cost for boomers. They're like, dude, they're like, I haven't been this mad since we didn't land on the moon. Before we did land on the moon, then I got excited. You're like, all right, well, like, I haven't been this upset since Johnny Carson went off the air. Okay, well, if you say so. Dude, we love boomers here. I'm a big boomer fan. So it's, in order to joke about someone, you have to love somebody. So we love the boomers, and it will be weird when millennials take over, because a lot of boomer criticism about millennials is right. Like, are millennials lazier than older generations? Yes, I think so. Many, even me. Like, I'm a hardworking millennial, and I'm kind of lazy. Like, it's true. I don't know. I'm definitely lazy, but I'm on like the high spectrum of lazy. It's kind of like watching, like, the Olympics, but for people who like aren't good at sports, like I'm not lazy compared to other millennials, but compared to like actual people, I'm super lazy. But I'm considered like the Michael Jordan of like work ethic compared to the rest of my generation, which I appreciate because that's allowed me to excel without having to work as hard as I don't want to. So thank you, millennials. Get Starbucks too much and order Uber Eats too much. It's true. Sometimes driving to the store is just too much for us. It's like it's cloudy outside. It's like, 55 degrees and it might rain. I don't want to go pick it up. I'd rather pay $25 more for someone from a foreign country to drop it off for me and pay $30 extra. I'm trying to think what else. What is like another millennial stereotype? A lot of millennials smoke too much weed. I don't know. Boomers, do you guys have any other criticisms of millennials? Because if you ever bring them out, instead of crying about me talking about boomers, if you start bashing millennials in the comments, I'll just agree with you. Like we can all spread it around. Someone said, "What? You don't like working 3 jobs to pay rent to boomers?" No. No, I don't. I've worked 3 jobs though. I've done it. It's just like the goal was to do it and not have to do it forever. But to be honest, I still kind of work 3 jobs. I just do them for myself, but I definitely work more now than I probably ever have in my life. Like I still work. It's just I'm doing things that I like allegedly. It's still to be I can't I like doing this, but I don't know if I do like every part of my job. Someone said we love boomers because boomers got, I don't know what that said, but I missed it. Someone said I'm Gen Z and the only substances I use are the ones that make me more productive, nicotine and caffeine only. I think millennials have had Gen Z's had computers their whole life. So like you could either be like a total degenerate or you could be like super smart, If you'd have had a computer your whole life, you could like biohack and stuff. Like someone's like, I'm making my jawline look pretty. I'm getting stilts in my knees to be 8 feet tall. It's like, all right, dude. No, that's not every Gen Z, but yeah, like I think Gen Z drinks less alcohol because they want to like be healthier, like on average, actually. Someone said my mother is the definition of a toxic boomer. My dad is cool. He's more like Gen Z in his ways. Both are younger boomers, early 60s. They vary a lot. Listen, we love the boomers here, but I hear you. Someone said boomers used to buy a house on one income grocery cashier. Oh, for sure. They had a better job to house ratio. No question. No question. The job to house ratio, the average salary to what it costs to like survive or not survive, but live. We have it way worse than that for sure. But what are you gonna do? Millennials and their rap music. It's definitely true. Millennials like degenerate rap music. But boomers let us listen to it. To be fair, my mom did not want me listening to rap music, but my dad let me listen to it. So my mom did a good job. She definitely tried to keep me away. But in a weird way, it almost destroyed my life, but then created an amazing life for me. So I don't know. It's like it can go either way, but it definitely not the rap music specifically, but the lifestyle I was living for a while, it could have been bad for sure. I got lucky. Praise God, I think, for sure. I could have easily ended it in a different path in like a sewer somewhere. Someone said, I am a boomer and I love to walk and tide my bicycle. That's a very boomer mistake. I won't forgive you. But see, millennials would say, I am a boomer and I love to walk and ride my bicycle. But a boomer thing is to always spell things wrong. Like I tied my bicycle. We love it, dude. That's a classic boomer. But you like to walk and ride your bicycle. That's cool. Listen, I like to walk and ride bicycles too. Have you ever ridden a bicycle listening to the Queen song, I Like to Ride My Bicycle? That's got to be fun. I've never done it. I've listened to that song, but never on a bike. I should probably do that. That'd be fun. Hall & Oates, Boomer Farewell Tour. Dude, I love Hall & Oates. I actually have a new song coming out, and I reference Hall & Oates in it. That's how much I like Hall & Oates. So I'm a big Hall & Oates fan. Rich Girl, Sarah Smiles. There's a lot of good ones, but those are my 2 favorites. If it's like I'm at a party, I'm putting on Rich Girl. If I'm just trying to like roll around and just be like, then it's a Sarah Smiles, I can't sing it because my throat is gonna like crack, and I'm already dehydrated. I feel like SpongeBob. Sarah's. I can't do it right now. I know myself. Man without the computer society is really different. Yeah, I miss those days, but you don't want to live in the past. So I miss those days, but we got to make the most of it, and just get off the computer when you can, and enjoy life. And it's like we can't just like think about the times we didn't have computers. We just got to get off them. I need to get off this very soon and do something with my life. Someone said I've listened to Queen on a bike though. But have you listened to the bicycle song on a bicycle? Because you're kind of dodging. You're like, I've listened to Queen, but on a bicycle though, listening to the bicycle song. And if you haven't, no shame. But I just want to know. Isn't it Daryl now? Didn't they have a bad split up? I think they did, because I'm not ashamed to admit it, but I was just going down the rabbit hole of Hall & Oates interviews, and it was Oates was explaining that him and Daryl had a falling out, and they don't like each other anymore. So if that interview is current, unless they've gotten back together, they did have a falling out. And I know this because I listen to interviews of them, and that's just what I do in my spare time. So if you're wondering, like, what are you doing? That's what I'm doing. Like all day, just listening to Hall & Oates interviews. And I'm just kidding. Someone said maybe you have a career in comedy. It's possible. I mean, there's a lot of comedians out there that are funny, and then there's a lot that are not funny. So, anything is possible, whether you're talented or not. 4 hours, damn dog. Yeah, we're doing it. We're cutting it off before the 4, so let's have a good 7 minutes, and then I'm out. Hall & Oates are boomers. Yeah, they're the best of the best. Listen, don't ever trick yourself into thinking there's not amazing boomers. Some of the best humans of all time were boomers, It's like a renaissance. Like the greatness is created in the struggle. So we don't hate boomers. We love boomers here. Some people get it twisted and they're like, I can't believe they're boomers. What do you mean? I could list off 30 great boomers right now. I won't, but I could. I actually can't off the top. I'd have to look. I'm going to ask just for fun. I'm just going to ask, name me the 30 best boomers. No explanation, just names. All right. So I'm asking Grok the 30 best boomers. Let's see. Here's what it gave me. Bob Dylan, Paul McCartney, Mick Jagger, Keith. It's just giving me all musicians. I didn't ask for the best musicians. They're like, it literally just listed musicians, not just musicians. What a stupid artificial intelligence. All boomers in all fields. I'm yelling at it in all caps. I don't just want a list of boomer musicians. I want all boomers. Okay, here are the 30 best, most influential baby boomers. Number 1, Bill Gates. Ew. Number 2, Steve Jobs. Yeah, that's cool. I like Steve Jobs. Number 3, Oprah Winfrey. Worse than Steve Jobs, in my opinion. Right now, it goes Steve Jobs number 1, Oprah number 2, Bill Gates number 3. That's my rank out of the 3. Donald Trump number 4. Xi Jinping number 5. Tom Hanks, Dolly Parton, Samuel L. Jackson, Denzel Washington, Steven Spielberg, George W. Bush, Bill Clinton, Steve Wozniak, Peggy Whitson. Maybe there are not as many good boomers as I thought there were. I don't know. This is not the best list. It's like the worst list. George Bush, Bill Clinton, Bruce Springsteen, Joni Mitchell, Sylvester Stallone. Okay, Robin Williams. There we go. Okay, we like Robin Williams here. Eddie Murphy. I like Eddie Murphy. Michael Jackson, legend. They framed him. Madonna, a little weird, but she had a moment. Arnold Schwarzenegger, kind of a sellout. Harrison Ford, no problem. Meryl Streep, nah. Whoopi Goldberg, not a good news analyst. Terry Bradshaw, good quarterback. Mae Jemison, first black woman in space. May or may not be real because they lied about the moon landing. Deepak Chopra in the Epstein files. Tim O'Brien, don't know who he was. Not going to lie, not a good list. Not a good list, boomer. So I tried to have your back. I tried to say there's a lot of good boomers. It's a terrible list. You know, the only one in there that I liked was Robin Williams, and he literally killed himself, which sucks. But it's like all the other ones are just this is a really bad list. Anyway, I'm sure there's other boomers out there that are good. They just didn't. AI doesn't give you them. You know, that's what it is. It's that. Is it reading the Epstein files? Somebody said, dude, the amount of boomers in the Epstein files is astronomical. It was like Bill Gates. What was the other one? I forget already. Oh well. Madonna was good back in the day. Her concert had so much energy. I mean, I remember Madonna somewhat, but now just looks like an alien. I don't know. She's like 90 years old, but she's still trying to look like really hot. And she's like, hey, it's Madonna. You're like, oh, I'm a Madonna concert. My bad. But she's like a virgin. Like, I'd much rather see like anyone else, but it's like I'd rather see the Rolling Stones, Paul McCartney, literally anyone else besides Madonna at her age. Just something about her music to that look she has. It's not hitting for me. But, I like people pursuing their career into their elder years, just not Madonna. But, someone said, just watch Fern Gully with my son. Robin Williams played the Bat conspiracy theorist character. I've never seen that. I remember Patch Adams, Mrs. Doubtfire, Jumanji, the original one. I've never seen the stupid one. Jumanji with Kevin Hart in The Rock. Who wants to see The Rock in everything? I've never even seen a movie with The Rock in it, but you're not going to take a Robin Williams Jumanji away from me and put Kevin Hart and Kid Rock in it. I'm not Kid Rock, The Rock. I don't want to see that. Have you guys seen the new Jumanji? Let me know in the comment section. Is the new Jumanji trash? Is Kevin Hart even in it, or am I just making that up? I know The Rock is in it. Let's see the new one. Jumanji Next Level. Is that the one? Oh, or Jumanji 2? All right, let's see who's in it. Kevin Hart, Jack Black. I like Jack Black. The Rock. Okay, I'm right. How was the new Jumanji, the 2 and the 3? Good or bad? Because the one with Robin Williams is like 10 out of 10. I would watch it today if I wasn't busy. All right, let's see. Stevie Nicks was a kick-ass in concert. I like Fleetwood Mac a lot. So I actually referenced Fleetwood Mac in my new song too. Hall & Oates and Fleetwood Mac. You guys nailed it. It's gay as fuck. Oh, excuse my language. That's someone said it's good. The first one, Toys, so many. What does that mean? I'm trying to wait on your Jumanji opinions. I'm getting mixed signals here. So, boomers. I love the Williams Jumanji. Yeah, no, I'm asking people about the Kevin Hart, the Rock one. Did anybody see that? Yeah, the Robin Williams Jumanji is the only Jumanji. The new one shouldn't even count. But maybe someone here will say it's good. All right, nobody's saying anything, so we're just gonna move on. Oh well. I was gonna say something funny, but I forgot what I was gonna say. Damn it. Oh, I remember now. Shia LaBeouf has been on like a generational like alcoholic binge run. We love Shia on this show. I don't like know what he's doing or if it's healthy for him, but I am a Shia LaBeouf fan. Like I said, I don't know what he's doing. I just think he's hilarious. But I saw part of his new interview he had, and I thought it was the funniest clip. If you could find it on Twitter or anywhere, it's so funny. I guess he called gay people the FAG word or something, and like they were like, "Oh, he's being homophobic" or whatever. So in the interview, he's like justifying it, and he like doesn't apologize. I thought it was hilarious. He was like, listen. He was like, if 3 big gay dudes start like surrounding me and touching my leg, I start to get really afraid and nervous. He's like, and if that's homophobic, then I am that. I was like, you got to find that. I was like, what a good clip. I thought it was so funny. He's like, I don't like being surrounded by 3 tall gay guys. And he's like, and if big gay guys surround me and start touching my leg, he said, I do get nervous. And he goes, if that's a homophobic, then he's like, I guess I'm that. Isn't that such a better answer than like just being like, I'm so sorry I used a word with an F in it? It's just so much funnier to be like, yeah, no, I'm that. If that's what that is, then I'm that. So it said Shia LaBeouf is like a cholo. I don't know what he is. I don't know if he does dress like a cholo sometimes, but I don't know. He acts like I just like Shia. I feel like he he's just having like not an identity crisis. I just think he just doesn't know what he's doing. He's like, let me just go party in New Orleans and get wasted. Like, it's not the smartest thing to do, but out of all the celebrities, are we going to sit and act like we're so mad at him or something? I don't know. He's definitely like really funny. So I like Shia, and if I were friends with him, I'd probably, try to work out, exercise a little bit, and then also just, not end up in jail. Be like, Shia, let's go out. Let's go out for like 3 hours instead of like, 48 hours. And then, if we go out for 3 to 5 hours, let's not start a fight, get punched in the face, and end up in prison. Let's just like have a good time and talk to chicks. Like, that sounds like a better night, doesn't it? Like, I never understand like the going out and getting like your ass beat and ending up in prison. Like, it happens to people, but it's like, I don't know. When I get drunk, when I'm single, I don't want to like go out and get in a fight. I want to go out, have a good time with my friends, maybe meet some new cool people and really just talk to chicks. Like, use that out. Like, I don't want to be drunk all the time, but if I'm drunk and I'm in a good mood, like the last thing I want to do is be getting like punched in the face by a security guard and ending up in handcuffs. Like, some people do that. They're like, yeah, that was a fun night. It's like, was it though? Like, was it really that fun? That was fun. Ending up in prison. Yeah. You enjoyed that. It's like, to me, fun is like talking to hot chicks, but to each their own. If you're married, you should not like that. You don't like that for sure. You do not like that. You are loyal. You're a good person. But if you're single, guys like that stuff. He said Kanye took his clothes and copied his style wearing Carhartts and stuff. Dude, I don't watch that much content anymore, but if I'm gonna watch something, I do want to listen to the Shia LaBeouf interview because he just sounds really funny to me. Like, I like his cadence, his style, the fact that he doesn't care. He just seems like he's having a moment, not a meltdown. Kanye used to call it a breakthrough. He's like, I'm not having a meltdown, I'm having a breakthrough. It's like, whatever you want to call it. So someone said, Anomaly, sorry, dude, I know this is a bummer. Is it? I don't know. I'm sure you don't feel too good to say I told you so. You talking about the war in Iran? We're talking about Shia LaBeouf right now. All right. The real war is Shia LaBeouf versus the New Orleans police. The real war is Clavicular versus the ASU frat bro. There's a lot of frame-hogging going on, and that seems to be, the casualties seem enormous. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, there's a war going on. I don't know. Why the need to get drunk? I don't think anyone needs to get drunk. Some people just do, and some people don't. I don't drink that much, so I drink a little bit. I don't have a problem, so I like to drink once in a while. But yeah, it's probably not smart to drink as much as Shia LaBeouf is drinking. In fact, I would say it's definitely not smart or healthy. But Michael Jordan did a lot of not smart things, and he still won 6 championships. So some people make mistakes. It's okay. Someone said my mom is the best of the boomers. There we go. We want some boomer love on there. We love the boomers. I know a lot of good boomers too. We love our boomers. Someone said boomer MILF. Hey, relax, dude. This is a family show. Hey, stop. You see that right there? Wait, hold on. Is it here? Right here, there? Stop that, bro. Come on. This is a family show. We're not talking about people's moms here. Okay. Ridiculous. We got a lot of moms watching the show. Anomaly is very popular among moms. My theory is because my content is very wise. And when you have a kid, you get wiser because you have another life in your life. A lot of moms follow Anomaly on Instagram and Facebook. And it's because mamas can't, get an extra layer of wisdom from the Lord. And then they become really smart. And then they're like, you know what? I do like Anomaly now. Not literally, but you get it. We love the moms here. You can't be just hitting on boomers, MILFs. That's, do you like Madonna? Is that what you're saying? You going after Madonna, you sicko? No, I'm just kidding. I'm just joking. So I said, my mother said the same thing when I wanted to be a singer-songwriter. Yeah, I mean, it's not what you want to hear. I mean, unless you're like a really supportive parent who's like, do whatever you want to do. But most parents are like, yeah, the chances are not good of that. But a singer-songwriter, in my opinion, like I don't have a daughter, but if my daughter or son came to me and was like, I want to be a singer or songwriter, I'd rather that than like, I want to be a rapper. I would be like, ugh, Why? Even though I rap, it's just it's like a UFC fighter. A lot of UFC fighters don't want their kids to fight, you know? They don't want their kids to have to do what they did. So, I just feel like a singer-songwriter is a little more classy than a rapper, but I don't know. Someone said Shia's mom is Jewish, but he converted to Catholicism in 2022, thus the identity crisis. I mean, I don't know if that's the exact reason for it, but I have listened to his interviews and he said he was bar mitzvahed when he was younger, but he was a Catholic and he doesn't really agree with religion, or maybe I think he's Christian or Catholic now, but I do think he's having like an identity crisis to some extent, but I'm not trying to be disrespectful to him because I like Shia, but I think it could be deeper than just that, in my opinion. I think also, like, not just that his parents changed religions or whatever, and he's got, like, ethnic differences between his ethnicities or whatever. I think there's, the youth actor thing. Like, Shia is doing good compared to most youth actors, you know? Like, even as crazy as Shia has been, he still seems healthier than, like, Amanda Bynes and like Britney Spears and stuff. So something happens when you're really famous, really young, and a lot of people seem to have issues in their adult life when they become really famous, really young. So I wouldn't be surprised if that played a factor with Shia, because like I don't know what Britney Spears' race or religion is, but or Amanda Bynes, but like being famous young, something happened to them to the point where like they seem very empty, or I don't know. It's sad, but I think Shia seems like a Kanye, like a very stable genius, a stable genius or like an unstable genius, like kind of like Trump, where it's like he's unhinged, but he's not unhinged. So I like to think that Shy is fine. He'll be all right. Someone said that's what happens when you grow up around a bunch of Hollywood diddlers. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, obviously, I do think that that is happening to some people in Hollywood, and that can cause a lot of trauma. But I also think that I don't know. You're treating like a 10-year-old like an adult. They're getting very famous. They're getting rich. They're working long hours. Like it's just a weird childhood to grow up in. It does something to you for sure. But I'm sure there's a lot of like diddling going on. But I think there's some people that didn't have that happen to them that also have issues just from being like so famous, so young, and so rich, and then turning like 30. And it's like you've already lived the life of a celebrity when you were 10, and now you're 30. It's 20 years later. Like, what do you do with yourself? Like you don't even really work anymore. It's got to be weird. I don't know what it's like to have as much money as these people have, but like, let's just say you had like millions or tens of millions of dollars. You're in your 30s, you're not working. Like, maybe you're not married, right? Like, what do you do? Like, what do you do? You just travel a lot, you drink a lot, you got to do something. It probably better to play sports and work out, but everyone has to fill their time and their void with something. And I'm sure some people just kind of like don't know what to do. It's good to have work. It's good to have stability or something in your life, because I think too much spare time, no matter how rich you are, no matter how successful you are, or whatever, it'll drive anybody like a little crazy. So someone said Da Vinci was bipolar and Newton was a schizo. A lot of people have mental illnesses. Look at Kanye. Yeah, yes, that's true. I mean, you got to be crazy sometimes to be like really successful. But also, I think like sometimes they overdiagnose people. I mean, clearly some people have something going wrong with them, but it's like they're so quick to diagnose everything. It's like they tried to say I was ADD and give me like meth or whatever the medicine is. That's literally not meth, but pretty much legalized meth or whatever Adderall type pill they have. And I don't have ADD. I'm just a millennial. I'm lazy. I like to do what I want to do. No, I want it to be creative. I didn't want to sit. I mean, think about what they were doing to us. And I'm not a victim. I had a great childhood, sort of. But anyway, I'd wake up at 5 a.m. My mom would wake me up at like 4:30. I had to be at the bus stop at like 5:40. So I'd wake up at like 4:30, and then my mom would feed me like Cocoa Puffs or something. Like all I did was eat cereal. So I'm eating just literally sugar, like probably like 100 grams of sugar every morning at 5 a.m. And I wake up at 4:30. I get on the bus at 5:40, and then they make me sit in these shitty chairs that are made of like granite rock or something, listening to some retard tell me about like science. And then it's like lunch, and then I eat lunch again. And it's like, dude, it's 12 o'clock. I'm like passed out on my seat. Wake up. You're retarded. You have ADD. I'm fucking tired. Excuse my language. You fed me sugar in the morning. And then I ate like special meatloaf with like a Debbie's cake with like 10,000 grams of chocolate in it. Like, how am I possibly supposed to, dude? If I did that as an adult, I would pass out right now. If I woke up, ate Cocoa Puffs, literally sat and listened to some retard talk for 5 hours, went and ate 5 Debbie's cakes, I'm passing out on the couch in 5 minutes. Like it's I don't have ADD. I'm being fed sugar and like being told to sit in a rock desk listening to some 27-year-old lady who doesn't even like me for some reason. I don't know. I was a bad kid or something. So, oh, he has ADD. Let's give him meth. Or this whole system is a little outdated, or at least like not easy to stay awake in. And then I grow up and it's like, oh wow, I don't need meth. I just literally need to do something I like and motivate myself to do it. But yeah, I don't know, dude. She was crazy back then. It's like, here's an Eggo waffle. What is an Eggo waffle made of? It's not the waffles that your grandma used to make. Like nothing was like, they just fed us garbage. I remember my mom was like, you can't eat pizza bagels all the time. Like my mom was like, you can't just eat pizza bagels in the morning. I was like, but you actually can, Mom, because the commercial says pizza in the morning, pizza in the evening, pizza at supper time. If pizza's on a bagel, you can eat pizza anytime. It's like a little rock song for me. I'm like 10 years old. I'm like, and then my mom was just busy working. So she's like, all right, whatever. Just eat pizza bagels. I don't give a shit. Just don't die. So they like tricked me with their propaganda, just telling me, think about that song. They're just like, hey kids, eat pizza at any meal so we can make money. And I'm like, fuck yeah, that's it. Dude, you should never eat pizza unless you're like hungover after like a late night. Pizza in the morning? It's not even real pizza. Pizza's like bread, cheese. It's like, mamma mia, you have some Italian making it. It's not pizza. It's like chemicals and freaking like, I mean, they're amazing. I would eat one right now. I don't give a shit. But what were they doing to us? And to be fair, like I said, my mom worked. She was a working class mom. She was busy, but nothing I was eating was like real. And she gave me good food. Like I would go to the lunchroom and, I would have like an apple and Eve, like 100% organic juice and like a banana, but then I wouldn't want to eat it because I just ate sugar for breakfast. And like all my friends had Dunkaroos and stuff. And I was like, I don't want to eat this banana. I don't want to drink this shitty apple juice. I want Hawaiian punch. Think about all the shit we were drinking and eating. Why? Sunny D? Have you ever tried to, anybody my age? I'm sorry if I'm aging myself to the youngers, and if the older people have no idea what I'm talking about, I don't know what to tell you. You should know all these things. But Sunny Delight, go drink Sunny Delight now. You'll spit it out. It's disgusting. I drank it like 4 years ago, and I was like, this is fucking terrible. It's one of the worst tasting drinks I've ever tasted in my life, but I loved it as a kid. Why not just drink orange juice? Oranges make better juice than Sunny Delight. Why were they doing this to us? Squeeze an orange into your mouth and you're like, wow, that's amazing. You drink Sunny D, it fucking tastes terrible. It tastes like a toxic waste from Chernobyl. And it's like bright yellow. It's like staining your teeth with like chemicals. Ooh, Sunny Delight. Sunny Delight, Hawaiian Punch. You got Capri Sun that they built it just to fuck with you. You got like the pointy straw. You poke it through. It goes through the back. Now there's a hole. It's pouring out the back. Oh, I guess you got to get another one. Fuck, excuse my language, but this is a comedy routine. I could curse. Fuck you, Sunny D. Not Sunny D. I'm sorry. I apologize. Sunny D, fuck you for being terrible. Screw you. Screw you, Capri Sun. Why would you put it in a pouch that the hole goes through the back and then it pours out the back? It's like my success rate of like Capri Suns were like 75%. 3 out of 4 days, I'm like angling it properly. Every like 4th day, I'm just poking it through the back, and then I got to just like pour it all over myself. Like, why? Why'd you do that? because it looked cool. It did look cool, but is that worth it? What was that made of? Drink a Capri Sun now. Do you think you're going to like it? No, it tastes terrible. Terrible. That's all we were doing. Drinking Capri Sun, Sunny Delight, Hawaiian Punch, fucking terrible. Cocoa Puffs, Reese's Puff cereal, Lucky Charms if you were lucky. That's probably the least shitty one. It's like freaking Cinnamon Toast Crunch. Probably no cinnamon in it. Maybe like a little bit. It's like fucking sugar. Oh, why can't you stay awake in school? I don't get it. How come you can't stay awake in rock class to learn about rocks from some 90-year-old guy? I don't know. I just only had 10,000 grams of sugar in the morning with 3 fucking bowls of Cinnamon Toast Crunch. My bad. I don't know why I can't stay awake. I just had 3 bowls of Cinnamon Toast Crunch. Let me check the nutrition facts on that. Oh yeah, I just had 10,000 grams of sugar. My bad. And then I washed it down with a Kool-Aid, had a Sunny D and a Capri Sun for lunch, and then ate 5 Debbie cakes and a honey bun that has probably no honey or bun in it. Yeah, I don't know why I can't stay awake. Oh, you know what? I need Adderall. Let's get some Adderall for these kids. I think they need to stay awake with some. I'm awake now. I just took drugs. Wow, learning's fun now. Why were they doing this to us? Why? Why did that happen? Why did it take 30 years for people to be like, you know what? I'd rather drink an Olipop. It's like, yeah, fuck yeah, me too. Oh, you know what? Maybe we should drink water and juice again. You think so? God invented things that just grow in the ground. It's like a strawberry tastes better than fucking Welch's gummy bears based on a real strawberry. Why the fuck do I want a fake strawberry? Grape tastes like fucking shit. Every grape flavor tastes garbage, but grapes taste way better than grape flavored fucking Hawaiian Punch. I'm sorry to certain communities that like grape flavor. We all like our own flavors. I know there's a lot of grape fans out there, but I'm not trying to lose an entire demographic on this rant. But me personally, my taste buds is just, I don't like it. Why were they doing that to us? I don't understand it. And that's why millennials are so screwed up. So we blame boomers because boomers fed us all this stuff, made us retarded. And now we all have autism because we, just stabbed ourselves with medical products, took Adderall and, you know what I'm saying? Like ate sugar all day. And then boomers like, why can't you stay awake? Why are you guys all retarded? You made us all retarded. Now it's like the revenge of the retards. You know what I'm saying? Like they're like, why are the kids all messed up? It's like, I don't know. How many pharmaceutical shots did you give them when they were 0 years old? Did they need a HIV or hepatitis B vaccine when they just were born into this world? They needed a doctor to stab them with a hepatitis shot when they were 2 weeks old. They needed to eat that much sugar and take like meth products. Now I watch commercials and everything is like Jarzavant, Jarzin, Ozempic, like Jarvian. It's like, who's taking these things? Why are they on every commercial? I can't even watch sports anymore because it's like Jardian. It might your liver. The side effects are like astronomically crazy. Like your liver might fail, your leg might fall off, but it could stop your acne or whatever the fuck. Like who's taking all these pills? Gardasil, Jardian, Ozempic doesn't even need commercials because everybody just gives them commercials because people are like, it's like, why can't commercials just be like things that people actually want? It's some sort of insurance or doctor thing where like they just get paid from somewhere, probably from the government, right? Or something. It's like someone's funneling them money so they could just take over the entire commercial thing, even though like barely anyone's taking these products, or maybe everyone's taking them. I don't know. And then it's like, oh, but we don't need socialism for your healthcare. Israel needs socialism. Ukraine needs socialism. Jordan and Egypt need socialism. Bankers need socialism. The pharmaceutical industry needs socialism. We pay, the health industry to basically just circle each other money so we can just keep running these pharmaceutical ads that nobody fucking wants, that we can upscale by 10 million%. But, we don't need a new road. That's socialism. Why doesn't a libertarian build it? It's like, well, this is not very fair, but I think the last time I had Reese's Puffs was like 3 or 4 years ago, and I ate the entire box in like one serving. It's really tasty, but I had like a nostalgic moment. Maybe it was like 5 years ago, but I don't really eat cereal anymore. But when I did eat cereal one time, it is so good because literally, I think it's like sugar, grains. It's like sugars. There's more sugar than there are grains in some of these cereals. It's actually crazy that I was eating that every day. But yeah, I was like, let me just have a nostalgic night where I hate myself, eat an entire bag of like Reese's Puffs, cry myself to sleep, and wake up and pretend like it never happened or whatever. And yeah, I don't think I'm going to do it again for a while, but appreciate you guys. God bless you. God bless your family. God bless America. God bless the world. Thanks for being here. Let me know what you think. I would say, regardless of your opinion on the war in Iran, do not stress yourself over it. Ask yourself what you could do and, do what you feel is right. Say what you feel is right and righteous, but don't stress yourself out over it. And my last thought about it is I as I said earlier, I noticed that the people that are the most sure, it's always like the dumbest and most arrogant people and ignorant people that are the most sure of themselves and the smartest people you've ever met are like more thoughtful about things. But I've noticed that the people that are like wrong about this, 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 they're the most sure that they're right about this. All right, well, time will tell. But we'll see. The war has started, whether people want to admit it or not. There's going to be repercussions, unfortunately. There already has been for certain people's families and certain soldiers. And if Trump says it's going to last 4 weeks, it's going to last longer than that. How is he going to decide that? Oh, it's been 4 weeks. It's over. Yeah, 15 days to slow the spread lasted until May, and the backlash from it lasted until like 2023. So, it's probably not true. So we'll see what happens. But wishful thinking, I pray for America. I will pray for peace. I will pray for people's safeties. And, unlike other people who pick favorites and stuff, even though I obviously favor my country over the rest of the world, I don't wish ill on any country. I just don't. I don't wish ill on Iran. I don't wish ill on Russia. I don't wish ill on Ukraine. I don't wish ill on Israel or Palestine. And I don't want to destroy or hurt any group of people or country. And I don't think they're doing it to help us. And I think if they destabilize these countries and install their little like AI, Zionist surveillance, whatever they're doing, I don't know that it's what the world needs over sovereignty. I think it benefits the United States' sovereignty sometimes when the world is sovereignty, because it's almost like having a critic. If say Alex Jones, I don't really trust him at all anymore, but like say he's doing the craziest stuff. If they get rid of Alex and they kick him off Twitter, they just go down the line and they eventually come to you. And I think they're going to do that with sovereignty. It's like, they're going to pluck every sovereign nation off the map. And then any nation that's trying to be sovereign at that point is going to have a harder time to be sovereign because there's now, you're the target next. So I don't see this as a benefit at all. I'd love for it to be a benefit. And I think regardless of if it is a benefit or it will be a benefit over time, you have to deal with what happens in the world. Like 9/11 happened, the war with Afghanistan happened. Not saying you have to agree with it, but it's like we have to be able to, deal with the consequences of what our politicians are doing. But I believe it's my duty as an American, as a journalist, as a news analyst, to be honest about everything, to not lie to you, to not, I've never cared, but I'll just let you guys know, like, I'll never bow to pressure. I never did. If you can't make me bow to pressure when I was broke, when I was 19 and had no money, when I was 26 and I was broke, when I was 30, I'm not going to bow now. There's nothing, they couldn't lobby me. They couldn't buy me. They couldn't sign me when I had no money and I had everything to lose and had a lot to gain. They're not going to be able to now. And however people perceive that, that's on you, but I don't care, and I'm not letting it bother me, but it is disheartening to see a lot of former fans and stuff on Facebook accuse me of selling out because Trump took $250 million from Mira Matelson, to accuse me of working for a foreign nation when most of our government is literally working for a foreign nation, for accusing me of siding with a foreign regime when that's the same exact talking point that they used during George Bush and Obama. And it's the same rehashed propaganda. If you disagree with the war in Iraq and Iran, or war in Iraq and Afghanistan, you're a terrorist, you're Al Qaeda. Meanwhile, an Al Qaeda member took over Syria and now they're friends with him and they invited him to a White House. People didn't notice that. It's like the same bullshit over and over. And the Republican government has officially admitted that the war with Iraq was wrong and a lie. But while it was happening, They never said that. They called you a terrorist. They called you a sympathizer. They called you Al Qaeda. They called you bin Laden. That's what they did to everyone. Now they're admitting that they were wrong and the people who were criticizing them were right. But they're on to the next war doing the exact same thing with this war. So it's like, if you want to join them, if you want to join the deep state and John Bolton and Mark Levin and the Rothschilds, and, that's up to you. But, let it be known, and just in general, I'm not selling out. I'm not working for anybody. I'm not taking money to do this. I'm doing the exact opposite. And you're obsessed and addicted to all the people who are taking money. And I'm not saying that guessing. I'm letting, like, if I ran for office and I said I'm the president who didn't sell out, but then I took $1 billion, we have a system in America that shows you that it'll tell you my campaign contribution. So it's like, if I ran for president and I sold out and it was right there and you didn't want to look at it, that's on you. It's right there. Trump did sell out. It's not debatable. If I took even 1/1000th of the amount of money that Trump's taken, you'd freak out about it. But somehow when Trump does it, you don't care. Someone said Cookie Crisp, but Cookie Crisp, that was a crazy cereal too. Just eating fake like cookies for breakfast. Diabolical, but delicious. Yeah, so it is what it is, but we'll see. Time will tell what happens. And I guess solution wise, because obviously I don't want to leave on like a depressing note. Not that this is depressing, but there are more and more people waking up. There are more and more people seeing through the two-party system. There are more Trump supporters, conservatives, et cetera, that are understanding how politics really works. And it is going to be true regardless, because people are purchasing and buying both parties. And just because Kamala sells out, it doesn't mean you should justify Trump selling out. It means, oh, shoot, we can't vote our way out of this. Both sides sell out. So when a majority of the public, and especially the Republican movement, wakes up to this, we're going to be able to shift the country over time in our direction, because that's the only thing we have is numbers. We don't have as much money as these people. We can't buy entire companies, and we can't buy the media like the Ellison family can. We can't control the levers of power. We can't bankroll Trump to $250 million. We don't have that. All we have is our numbers. We have the votes. We have the power in numbers. We have hundreds of millions of people. So we have to use our numbers as leverage, because we don't have lobbying power or a lobby that backs us. So, this isn't a diss to Trump or to Republicans as much as it is the reality of how politics works. And when enough numbers wake up, that is our strength and that is our leverage. And, they can't do stuff to all of us if there's enough people doing it. During the lockdowns, if 50% of the public said no, it would have ended. If 75% of people didn't get in line to get a vaccine, and literally 1/4 of any business said, I'm not doing it, they would have caved. In fact, they did after they forced everyone to do it. Then they caved anyway. But it's like, it's really just a numbers game. And that's the only power we have. That's the solution. It's nothing crazy. You don't have to get angry. You don't have to freak out. You don't have to go in the streets. You literally just have to pay attention and be a part of the change. And, this might not be the best example for some people, but I'm just thinking of like that guy, Tyler Oliveira, who's doing these like mini documentaries and stuff and getting called all sorts of names for doing it. But it's like, that's one guy with a camera that's like making such a huge impact and like bringing awareness to stuff. Some people hate it. Some people love it. But it's like, you don't even have to do that. But it just shows you like what one person that actually wants to do something can do. And then you combine it with like people on Twitter and people in the comment section who are not caving to propaganda and who are being honest. It's the same way I'm doing citizen journalism. You can do citizen journalism in a comment section. You could be the top comment on Instagram. That is citizen journalism. And it's like, if we can show that we are the majority and that we are honest and we are not going to fall to the lobby or do stuff for money, then the powers can shift a little bit. And it's like, we're getting closer. I think they did this now because, they're running out of time and room to do it with, as far as this administration and the way the youth is going. But that is the solution, just be a part of the change in the right direction in any sort of way, a big way, a small way. It doesn't really matter. But, when I see people getting ratioed, when I see people waking people up and learning, it's definitely way more than it was a couple of years ago, which is why I think they had to do it. Like, if they didn't get this war done now in the next 5 years, I don't know that anyone would have ever supported it. And I don't think people support it now. So this is uncharted territory for Trump and the GOP to go from extremely popular to just like wildly unpopular. We'll see how they handle it. We'll see what happens in the midterms. We'll see what happens next election. But they're going to try to do whatever they can to act like they're George Bush and it's cool, and Pete Hegseth is cool, and Marco Rubio's cool. It's really not cool. And, they only get away with it because people play along. If you don't play along, they're going to have to shift over time, and we're going to have to get somebody else in there. But, that's my thoughts. Let me know yours. God bless you. Have a good day. That was a fun stream. I'll be back to do a way shorter one at some point, do more interviews potentially. And, I got some tricks up